Man and His Symbols, by Carl Gustav Jung. Explore the hidden language of the unconscious through Carl Jung's Man and His Symbols, a groundbreaking journey into dreams, archetypes, mythology, art, and the symbolic patterns that shape human experience. This audiobook explores how the shadow, anima and animus, the hero's journey, projection, the self, and the process of individuation reveal dimensions of the psyche that exist beyond the conscious ego. From ancient myths and sacred symbols to modern art and the remarkable dream analysis of Henry, this exploration reveals how symbols connect our inner conflicts with universal patterns of transformation. More than a guide to interpreting dreams, Man and His Symbols offers a profound vision of psychological development, confronting what has been rejected, integrating opposing forces within the personality, and learning to recognize the unconscious forces quietly shaping the person we are becoming. A complete digital audiobook production by the Mercurius Foundation. This audiobook has been carefully crafted for your listening experience. We encourage you to pause, rewind, and revisit the passages that speak to you most. Introduction. A man wakes from a dream he does not understand. He has crossed mountains, entered caves, encountered animals, lost roads, followed strangers, and stood before figures who seem at once intimate and impossible. The images dissolve with morning, yet something remains. A mood, a pressure, the uneasy sense that the dream has revealed a truth before consciousness has found the language to recognize it. This is the territory Carl Jung enters in Man and His Symbols. Not the territory of dreams as puzzles to be solved, nor symbols as codes with fixed translations, but the deeper problem of how the human psyche speaks when ordinary language becomes insufficient. Again and again, the book returns to the same unsettling possibility. Consciousness is not the whole mind. Beneath deliberate thought, social identity, and the stories people tell about themselves, another intelligence is continuously forming images, correcting imbalances, exposing contradictions, and pressing the personality toward forms of development the ego may resist. The symbol stands at the center of this process because it holds more than consciousness can immediately explain. A stone can become sacred without ceasing to be a stone. An animal can carry instinct, danger, divinity, and memory at once. A circle can suggest totality long before the person who dreams it understands what needs to be made whole. The symbol does not merely decorate an idea. It gathers several levels of psychic reality into one image and allows them to coexist without being reduced too quickly to explanation. This is why ancient myths, religious images, modern paintings, fairy tales, rituals, and private dreams can resemble one another so closely even when the people who produce them have never met. The same motifs return because human beings repeatedly confront the same fundamental problems. Separation from parents, the formation of identity, the fear of instinct, the encounter with sexuality, the demand for responsibility, the temptation to retreat from life, the experience of death, transformation, and renewal. Culture changes the costume, but the psychic conflict remains recognizable. Across the material gathered here, that conflict appears in different forms. The ancient hero must develop enough strength to leave dependence behind, then discover that strength itself can become inflation. Initiation demands symbolic death because no new identity can emerge while the old one remains absolute. The shadow appears where consciousness has rejected parts of itself. Anima and animus disturb the fantasy of a self-sufficient ego. The self appears not as a perfected identity, but as a deeper center around which contradiction can be reorganized. The same process reaches beyond the private psyche. It enters art, religion, collective ritual, and modern culture because symbols do not belong only to individuals. A cave painted with animals, a cathedral window, a mandala, a fragmented modern canvas, or an ordinary object removed from practical use can all become places where matter begins to carry psychological meaning. When inherited symbolic systems weaken, the need for symbols does not disappear. It returns through new forms, often before anyone understands what those forms are trying to say. And then the process becomes personal again. A young engineer named Henry enters analysis, believing that he mainly needs greater self-understanding. His dreams reveal something more severe. He is not merely confused. He is standing between an unlived childhood condition and an adulthood he is afraid to enter. His unconscious stages the conflict through mountains, dead men, animals, prostitutes, saints, oracles, beetles, fire, and finally the possibility of a life that may remain unlived if he never chooses to inhabit it. That is the deeper movement of this audiobook. It follows the symbol from the private dream into myth, from myth into culture, from culture into art, and then back into the individual life where symbols become consequential. They do not ask to be admired from a distance. They confront the personality with what has been excluded, forgotten, idealized, feared, or not yet lived. To listen is to discover that the unknown has been participating in every decision long before consciousness notices that presence within. The question is not whether human beings still create symbols. They never stopped. The real question is what begins to happen when a person finally listens to them. The other intelligence beneath consciousness. Human consciousness prefers to imagine itself as the author of psychological life. It remembers, evaluates, chooses, explains, and gradually constructs an identity from these acts. A person learns which qualities belong to him, which values define him, which desires can be admitted, and which roles allow him to function within the world. Over time, this arrangement begins to feel natural. The conscious personality becomes so familiar that it is easily mistaken for the whole personality. Yet the central disturbance running through Jung's work begins precisely here. The mind contains far more than the identity capable of saying I. Dreams expose this discrepancy because they produce psychological events without conscious permission. The dreamer doesn't select the setting, write the dialogue, determine which memories will appear, or decide whether the experience should be comforting or terrifying. Something else constructs the scene. It can contradict conscious opinions, revive forgotten experiences, exaggerate neglected emotions, and place the dreamer inside situations he would never deliberately imagine. Consciousness awakens afterward and attempts to interpret what happened, but the essential fact has already been established. The psyche has spoken without waiting for the ego to compose the message. This becomes particularly significant whenever conscious identity grows rigid. Every personality develops through selection. Certain qualities are encouraged because they correspond to family expectations, social demands, personal ideals, or practical necessity. Others become inconvenient. Aggression may conflict with an identity organized around kindness. Vulnerability may threaten someone who survives through competence. Sensuality may disturb a personality built around spiritual aspiration. Dependence may become intolerable to someone invested in autonomy. These rejected possibilities don't simply disappear. They continue belonging to the psyche, while consciousness gradually loses the ability to recognize them as its own. The encounter with the shadow begins from this division. What has been excluded often returns first through irritation, fascination, moral certainty, or projection. Another person seems unbearably arrogant, weak, selfish, chaotic, primitive, or emotionally excessive. Sometimes the judgment is entirely justified, yet its unusual intensity can reveal another layer. The external figure has become a carrier for qualities consciousness cannot easily tolerate within itself. The enemy acquires psychological importance because he permits the individual to encounter his own contradiction at a safe distance. Dreams remove that distance. The rejected quality can return as a criminal, monster, rival, animal, stranger, or threatening companion. The image forces consciousness into relationship with something that cannot be dismissed merely by condemning another person. This is why symbolic development so often begins with discomfort rather than revelation. Greater self-knowledge doesn't initially make the personality feel more coherent. It exposes how much coherence had depended upon exclusion. The person who believed he knew himself discovers that his identity was partly constructed by refusing to know what stood outside it. Yet the shadow is only the beginning. As the unconscious becomes more differentiated, figures of the opposite sex can emerge carrying emotional qualities that the conscious personality has failed to develop. Attraction becomes entangled with projection. A beloved person may appear to contain extraordinary depth, beauty, wisdom, danger, or salvation because something internal has been placed upon the relationship. The experience remains real, but its intensity cannot be understood entirely through the external person. Part of what is being encountered belongs to the dreamer's own unconscious life. This helps explain why intimate relationships can become psychologically overwhelming. People don't meet one another as empty surfaces. They arrive carrying internal histories, parental images, unlived possibilities, ideals, fears, and expectations whose origins may remain invisible. Love can therefore become simultaneously an encounter with another person and an encounter with oneself through another person. The difficulty begins when these two realities cannot be distinguished. The partner is asked to embody an inner figure no actual human being could permanently sustain. Development requires the gradual withdrawal of such projections, but this doesn't make relationships less meaningful. It makes them more real. The other person becomes less necessary as a screen upon which unconscious contents are projected and more available as an independent center of experience. Something similar happens internally. Qualities previously encountered only through fascination with others can begin to acquire a conscious place within the personality. Feeling, instinct, imagination, vulnerability, decisiveness, or receptivity cease belonging exclusively to someone outside the self. This movement toward integration should not be mistaken for perfection. Jung's image of psychological wholeness is built around tension rather than purity. Consciousness and unconsciousness don't merge into one undifferentiated state. Masculine and feminine tendencies don't cancel each other. Instinct doesn't disappear beneath reason, nor does reason surrender its function to instinct. The psyche becomes larger by developing a relationship between opposites that previously existed through repression or conflict. Wholeness means that contradiction can belong to the personality without immediately forcing one side into exile. The self gradually emerges as the symbolic center of this larger organization. Dreams may represent it through circles, stones, divine children, wise figures, mandalas, sacred animals, or other images carrying unusual emotional intensity. None of these forms completely defines what they represent. Their importance lies precisely in their excess of meaning. They suggest an organizing totality larger than the ego, a psychic center that consciousness can approach, but never simply possess as another piece of knowledge. This changes the meaning of development itself. The goal is no longer to construct an ideal personality according to conscious preference. The question becomes whether the individual can discover the pattern already attempting to emerge through the contradictions of a particular life. That pattern may demand strength from someone who has survived through passivity, vulnerability from someone identified with control, independence from someone trapped in dependence, or relationship from someone protected by isolation. The unconscious, therefore, doesn't offer the same instruction to everyone. Its symbols respond to imbalance. A cave can represent necessary withdrawal for one person and dangerous retreat for another. An animal can embody instinct that requires restraint or instinct that desperately needs recovery. The meaning emerges from the relationship between image and life. Symbolic interpretation remains individual because psychological development itself remains individual. This is where the journey truly begins. not with the discovery of a secret dictionary of symbols, but with the recognition that every conscious life casts an unconscious counterpart. The dream becomes meaningful because it reveals the movement between them. And once that movement is recognized, the personality can no longer be understood as a finished identity. It becomes a process. The hero and the identity that must die. Symbols become most revealing when consciousness begins to move away from the conditions that once protected it. This is why so many myths begin with departure. The hero leaves a household, a kingdom, a parent, or an established identity, and enters a region where ordinary rules no longer guarantee safety. The journey appears geographical, yet its psychological force comes from another movement taking place beneath it. A familiar organization of the personality is losing authority, while capacities that once remained unnecessary begin demanding expression. Childhood makes dependence natural. The developing personality requires protection before it can sustain autonomy, and the parental world initially supplies both security and orientation. Difficulty begins when the structure that once protected development becomes the structure preventing it. The mother who represented life can become the image of a world the individual cannot leave. The father who represented authority can become an external law that prevents authority from forming within. Maturity, therefore, requires a separation that is never merely practical. One can leave home while remaining psychologically enclosed inside it. Myth gives this conflict dramatic form because ordinary language makes the transition sound deceptively simple. The hero does not merely decide to grow up. He is expelled, summoned, swallowed, wounded, tested, or forced into a confrontation that destroys the possibility of remaining what he was. Initiation rituals preserve the same logic. The initiate disappears from ordinary society, undergoes symbolic death, and returns with another status. The community recognizes something psychology repeatedly confirms. A new identity cannot simply be added to an old one whose authority remains untouched. This is why symbolic death appears so persistently in stories of transformation. Something has to end before another organization of the personality becomes possible. The death may concern dependence, innocence, social identity, a cherished ideal, or an image of oneself that has become too narrow. Consciousness usually experiences this loss as threat because the ego cannot immediately distinguish between the destruction of its current form and the destruction of the personality itself. What feels like annihilation may therefore become the threshold of development. The heroic pattern becomes dangerous when consciousness identifies with only one side of it. Strength is necessary for separation, but strength can become inflation. The individual who successfully escapes dependence may begin imagining that autonomy means needing nothing outside himself. The hero then stops serving transformation and becomes trapped inside his victory. Power that once liberated him becomes the defense through which vulnerability, relationship, and limitation are excluded. Ancient stories repeatedly interrupt heroic triumph for precisely this reason. The monster is defeated, yet another trial follows. The treasure is obtained, yet it must be returned to the community. The hero reaches extraordinary power, yet encounters death, love, humiliation, or a force that cannot be conquered through greater strength. The narrative keeps correcting the fantasy that development consists of endless expansion. Every acquired capacity creates another possibility of one-sidedness. The same correction occurs within dreams. A person consciously proud of independence may dream of helplessness. Someone identified with moral virtue may encounter a criminal double. A disciplined personality may be pursued by animals. A person devoted to spiritual purity may find sexuality entering the dream with embarrassing force. The unconscious does not necessarily condemn the conscious achievement. It exposes what the achievement required the personality to leave behind. At this point, the shadow becomes inseparable from the heroic journey. Every identity produces an excluded counterpart. The more passionately someone insists upon being one kind of person, the more psychological energy can accumulate around everything incompatible with that description. The shadow therefore grows beside the persona like a second biography. It contains failures and impulses consciousness dislikes, but also courage, spontaneity, tenderness, creativity, aggression, or desire that never found an acceptable route into life. Encountering it changes the meaning of the monster. What first appeared to block the journey may carry precisely the energy required to continue it. The frightening figure is not automatically an enemy to be destroyed. Sometimes the hero has reached a point where defeating another monster would merely repeat the old pattern. Development now requires recognition, negotiation, and eventually the disturbing admission that part of the adversary belongs inside the person who fears it. This is the first major reversal in the symbolic journey. The hero leaves home believing transformation means conquering what stands outside him. The deeper journey reveals that the decisive territory was never entirely external. The dragon guards something the conscious personality has lost. The stranger carries an unlived possibility. The darkness contains qualities without which the emerging personality cannot become whole. The journey toward greater consciousness therefore begins as separation, but it cannot end there. Independence creates the ego capable of entering the unknown. The unknown then reveals everything that independence alone cannot solve. What begins as an escape from dependence becomes a confrontation with incompleteness. The personality has gained a center strong enough to travel, but the road now turns inward, toward the figures that conscious identity abandoned in order to begin. The stranger within the familiar self. Once the shadow has been recognized, the psychological journey changes direction. The first confrontation exposes qualities the ego rejected because they contradicted its preferred identity. But the unconscious contains more than discarded versions of the conscious personality. Beyond the shadow appears something more difficult to assimilate, an inner other whose presence cannot be explained simply as aggression, weakness, sexuality, fear, or any other neglected personal characteristic. Dreams begin producing figures who seem strangely autonomous. They fascinate, seduce, provoke, guide, deceive, and sometimes appear to know something consciousness does not. This encounter becomes particularly visible through the inner feminine and masculine figures that Jung described as anima and animus. Their psychological force comes partly from their difference. The ego meets a dimension of itself that does not feel like itself. A man organized around rational control may encounter feminine figures carrying feeling, imagination, receptivity, sensuality, or irrational knowledge. A woman may encounter masculine figures carrying judgment, conviction, initiative, authority, or intellectual force. Yet these figures resist simple definitions because they are shaped simultaneously by personal experience and deeper symbolic patterns. Their earliest forms are inevitably entangled with parental experience. The child does not encounter masculinity and femininity as abstract principles. They arrive through actual people, through protection and absence, tenderness and domination, admiration and disappointment. These experiences leave psychic structures that later influence attraction and conflict. The adult believes he is responding only to the person before him, while an older image silently participates in the encounter. Desire becomes layered with memory. Projection gives this hidden structure an external body. Someone suddenly appears extraordinary, possessing a depth, beauty, authority, innocence, danger, or completeness that seems impossible to explain through ordinary acquaintance. The intensity can feel like discovery, as though the individual has finally encountered the person who resolves something fundamental. Yet part of that recognition belongs to the psyche itself. The external person has become the screen upon which an internal figure acquires visibility. Nothing about this makes love unreal. It makes love psychologically complicated. Projection may be one of the ways unconscious possibilities first become available to consciousness. A person sees something outside because he cannot yet recognize it within. The relationship becomes transformative precisely because the other awakens capacities that had remained dormant. Trouble begins when the projection is mistaken completely for the person carrying it. No human being can indefinitely sustain the symbolic role another psyche has assigned to them. Disillusionment then becomes almost inevitable. The beloved begins behaving like an ordinary person, with independent needs, contradictions, limitations, and desires. What appeared destined can suddenly seem disappointing. The collapse may be blamed entirely on the relationship, yet psychologically something else has happened. The projection is beginning to withdraw. An image once experienced exclusively outside is returning toward the personality that produced it. This can become one of the most painful movements in psychological development because projection had supplied more than attraction. It had supplied meaning. The other person seemed to contain access to a larger life. When that image collapses, the world itself can appear diminished. But if the individual tolerates the loss without immediately searching for another carrier, the energy contained within the projection can begin revealing what it had represented psychologically. The encounter with another person becomes an encounter with an unlived dimension of oneself. Dreams dramatize this process with unusual clarity. Feminine and masculine figures change across a series of dreams as the conscious relationship with them changes. They may first appear seductive, remote, dangerous, authoritative, or idealized. Later they can become companions, guides, mediators, or figures whose limitations are more visible. The transformation of the image records a transformation in the dreamer's own psychological position. What initially possessed consciousness through fascination becomes gradually available for relationship. The distinction between possession and relationship is crucial. An unconscious figure does not need to appear visibly in order to dominate behavior. A person can become overtaken by moods, opinions, fantasies, or convictions whose intensity greatly exceeds the situation that produced them. The ego experiences these reactions as unquestionably its own because it has not yet learned to recognize their source. What is unconscious acts autonomously precisely because consciousness cannot establish distance from it. The work of differentiation begins by creating that distance. A mood can be experienced without becoming an absolute description of reality. A powerful opinion can be examined rather than obeyed immediately. Attraction can be acknowledged without assuming destiny. Fantasy can be listened to without being confused with fact. Consciousness does not defeat the unconscious figure through these distinctions. It creates the conditions under which dialogue becomes possible. This is one of the deeper meanings of the inner companion appearing so often in symbolic narratives. The figure mediates between the known personality and regions the ego cannot enter alone. Myth gives the hero a mysterious woman, wise stranger, guide, messenger, or supernatural helper because psychological transformation repeatedly requires access to a form of knowledge outside established consciousness. The companion belongs partly to the unknown and can therefore lead the traveler toward it. But every guide is ambiguous. The same figure that opens a path can also seduce consciousness away from reality. Fascination with the unconscious can become another form of escape, particularly for someone already inclined toward fantasy or inwardness. The inner world possesses an intensity ordinary life cannot always match. Dreams can seem more meaningful than work, relationships, responsibility, and practical limitation. Symbolic experience then risks becoming a private mythology protecting the individual from precisely the life development requires him to enter. The unconscious repeatedly corrects this temptation. Henry's dreams make the pattern almost painfully visible. His attraction to intellectual and spiritual inwardness could easily become an elegant defense against marriage, sexuality, and adult responsibility. When the prostitute transforms into a saint, the dream destroys the clean division through which sensuality could be rejected in favor of spirituality. The supposedly higher figure still carries the energy of what Henry wanted to leave beneath him. His psyche refuses to allow transcendence to become an excuse for remaining psychologically incomplete. The same principle extends beyond sexuality. Whenever consciousness divides life into absolute opposites, the unconscious tends to complicate the arrangement. The respectable figure reveals something primitive. The threatening figure contains unexpected wisdom. The spiritual image carries bodily passion. The instinctive creature possesses energy necessary for development. The personality gradually discovers that psychic reality does not organize itself according to the moral simplicity the ego would prefer. This is where symbolic development begins approaching the problem of wholeness. Integration cannot mean choosing the correct half of an opposition. If consciousness simply replaces rationality with instinct, dependence with isolation, sensuality with asceticism, or social conformity with permanent rebellion, the structure remains unchanged. One-sidedness has merely reversed direction. The deeper movement requires a personality capable of containing the tension without immediately solving it through exclusion. The self begins to become perceptible around this problem. Its symbols often possess a quality different from ordinary dream figures. They can appear unusually centered, complete, luminous, sacred, or emotionally compelling. Circles, mandalas, stones, divine children, wise figures, and other images of totality suggest that the conflicting parts of psychic life belong to a larger organization whose center is not identical with the conscious ego. The personality contains an ordering tendency that consciousness can encounter without ever fully controlling. The discovery changes the scale of the journey. Earlier development concerned what the ego needed to become. Now another question emerges. What if the ego itself belongs to something larger? This does not diminish its importance. A weak or poorly differentiated ego cannot sustain a serious encounter with unconscious forces. Consciousness must first become capable of standing independently before it can enter relationship with a center that exceeds it. The paradox becomes unavoidable. The individual has to become more fully himself in order to discover that the self he consciously knows is not the whole of him. The heroic journey built an identity strong enough to leave dependence. The shadow exposed what that identity excluded. Projection revealed inner possibilities carried by other people. Anima and animus opened communication with psychological functions that felt foreign to consciousness. Each movement enlarges the personality, while simultaneously reducing the ego's claim to absolute authorship. This is not a descent into passivity. The self does not make decisions in place of the individual. Dreams do not remove responsibility. Symbolic images can reveal the psychological structure of a conflict, but consciousness still has to act inside circumstances where certainty remains impossible. In fact, greater awareness often makes responsibility more difficult because the individual can no longer hide as easily behind collective rules, unconscious projections, or inherited identities. The stranger within therefore changes from threat into relation. What first appeared as something alien gradually becomes part of a larger psychological reality. The ego remains distinct, but it is no longer alone, and the center of the personality begins to move. The center that cannot be possessed. The encounter with the self changes the psychological journey, because it introduces a center that is not identical with the ego. Until this point, development can still be imagined as a process of expansion. The personality discovers rejected qualities, withdraws projections, differentiates inner figures, and acquires capacities that previously remained unconscious. It becomes larger, more flexible, and less dependent upon a single conscious identity. Yet something fundamentally different happens when symbols of totality begin to emerge. The question is no longer simply what else belongs to me. It becomes what larger pattern might my conscious life belong to. This is why images of the self so often carry a quality of completeness that distinguishes them from ordinary dream figures. The circle, mandala, sacred stone, divine child, wise figure, or geometrically ordered center can appear with an emotional intensity that suggests something both deeply intimate and strangely beyond the personality. The image belongs to the dreamer, yet it does not feel invented by the dreamer. Consciousness encounters it rather than authors it. The circle becomes one of the clearest expressions of this psychological structure. Every point along its circumference exists in relation to a center, while the total form holds multiplicity inside a single boundary. The image does not eliminate difference. It organizes difference. When combined with a square or fourfold division, the symbolism becomes even more explicit. Opposing directions remain distinct, yet each receives a place inside a greater arrangement. Wholeness therefore appears not as sameness, but as ordered multiplicity. This helps explain the recurrence of mandala forms across religious traditions, sacred architecture, ritual imagery, dreams, and spontaneous drawings. Their cultural meanings differ enormously, but psychologically they can perform a related function. When conscious life becomes fragmented, an image organized around a center may emerge as compensation. The psyche produces a form of totality precisely when the individual experiences division. The appearance of such an image does not mean that wholeness has been achieved. Often the opposite is true. A mandala may become urgent because psychic order has been threatened. The symbol presents a possibility consciousness has not yet realized. It shows an organization toward which the personality may be moving, not a certificate proving that the journey is complete. This distinction protects Jungian psychology from one of its easiest misunderstandings. Individuation is not the construction of a flawless personality. The self does not represent an ideal ego freed from contradiction, weakness, conflict, or unconsciousness. It represents the totality within which these realities belong. The movement toward the self therefore frequently requires consciousness to relinquish fantasies of purity. What has been rejected must acquire a place, even when it cannot become comfortable. The symbolic union of opposites expresses this task. Masculine and feminine, conscious and unconscious, spirit and matter, reason and instinct, individuality and relationship repeatedly appear as polarities demanding another form of organization. The psyche does not necessarily resolve their contradiction intellectually. Instead, it can generate a symbol capable of containing both sides without reducing either to the other. This is the psychological function traditionally expressed through images such as the conjunction of sun and moon, sacred marriages, hermaphroditic figures, quaternities, and the alchemical attempt to square the circle. Such images appear paradoxical because they represent something consciousness cannot accomplish through ordinary either-or thinking. Opposites that seem mutually exclusive are placed within a symbolic relationship where another possibility can begin to emerge. Alchemy becomes especially important here because its strange material operations provided Jung with a historical record of this symbolic process. The alchemist believed he was transforming substances, yet the images surrounding the work repeatedly described transformations of extraordinary psychological depth. Death, decomposition, purification, conjunction, rebirth, kings, queens, suns, moons, dragons, vessels, and mysterious stones turn material experimentation into a symbolic drama. The alchemical vessel becomes particularly suggestive. Opposing substances are placed inside a contained space and subjected to transformation. Psychologically, something similar occurs when consciousness can endure conflict without immediately escaping through repression, projection, or impulsive action. The personality becomes the vessel. Contradictory realities remain present long enough for their relationship to change. This requires an ego capable of tolerating uncertainty. The temptation is always to solve psychic conflict prematurely. One side must be right, the other wrong. One impulse must represent the authentic self, while the other must be eliminated. Yet some of the most important psychological conflicts cannot be resolved through immediate victory. They have to be lived until a third possibility emerges that consciousness could not have invented from its original position. The transcendent function describes this movement. It does not mean escaping ordinary reality for something supernatural. It refers to the emergence of a new psychological attitude from sustained tension between conscious and unconscious positions. The new attitude transcends the original opposition because it could not be reduced to either side beforehand. Symbols make this process possible because they can hold contradiction without explaining it away. A rational concept tends toward definition. A living symbol remains partly unknown. Its ambiguity is not a defect, but the condition through which several psychological realities can remain active simultaneously. Consciousness can return to the same image repeatedly and discover meanings that were unavailable during the first encounter. The symbolic process therefore requires patience. A dream interpreted too quickly can be converted into information before it has transformed anything. The person learns that a figure represents the shadow, another the anima, and a circle the self, then continues living exactly as before. The terminology has been acquired while the psychological encounter has been avoided. Henry's case reveals the difference. His dreams matter because their symbols gradually alter his relationship with life. The trapper does not merely teach him the definition of the shadow. Henry discovers that a primitive part of himself possesses capacities his conscious identity lacks. The prostitute becoming a saint does not merely illustrate the union of opposites. It attacks his attempt to separate sexuality from spirituality. The dying man does not simply symbolize mortality. He forces Henry to confront the possibility that refusing commitment may turn his own future into an unlived life. The symbol becomes psychologically real when consciousness is changed by the encounter. This is also why the self cannot become another identity. The ego can easily appropriate the language of individuation and imagine itself spiritually advanced, uniquely integrated, or somehow chosen by the unconscious. Jung regarded such inflation as one of the dangers of contact with archetypal material. An image carrying enormous collective energy can make the individual feel enormous as well. The person mistakes contact with something larger for evidence that he personally has become larger than others. The corrective is relationship. The ego must remain an ego, limited, historically situated, responsible for concrete choices, and incapable of containing the entire psyche consciously. The self becomes meaningful not when the ego claims to be it, but when consciousness recognizes a larger psychic order and begins negotiating its life in relation to that reality. This recognition can produce humility without producing passivity. The individual still has to choose a profession, maintain relationships, confront mistakes, earn a living, care for others, and make decisions whose outcomes cannot be guaranteed. Psychological depth does not abolish ordinary responsibility. It can make responsibility more serious because unconscious motives can no longer be ignored so easily. Henry's development again provides the clearest example. The deeper symbolic center of his personality begins appearing, but his immediate task is not mystical transcendence. It is marriage, work, separation from childhood dependence, sexuality, and adult responsibility. The saint himself drives Henry out of the cave. What appears spiritually elevated would become psychologically regressive if it allowed him to avoid the developmental demands of his actual life. The self, therefore, does not always call consciousness inward. Sometimes it sends the individual outward. This principle prevents individuation from becoming a universal prescription for withdrawal, spirituality, or endless introspection. The direction of development depends upon the imbalance of the personality. Someone absorbed by collective demands may need solitude. Someone protected by solitude may need relationship. Someone trapped in material ambition may need inward reflection. Someone already lost in inner experience may need ordinary work and concrete responsibility. Wholeness is not located on one side of these oppositions. It is found through the relationship between them. The same structure appears in culture. When collective symbolic systems remain alive, they provide images through which individuals can experience their relationship with realities larger than the ego. Sacred architecture organizes space around centers. Ritual creates transitions between identities. Myth places personal suffering within archetypal narratives. Religious images provide visible forms for experiences that would otherwise remain psychologically uncontained. But collective symbols can lose their vitality. Their external forms survive while the experiences that once animated them weaken. At that point, repeating the symbol does not necessarily restore its meaning. A mandala painted without psychological necessity can become decoration. A sacred story repeated without inner participation can become doctrine. The form remains while symbolic life retreats elsewhere. Modernity intensifies this problem because the old center no longer organizes collective consciousness with the same authority. Scientific knowledge transforms the image of the cosmos. Psychology destabilizes the sovereignty of the ego. Traditional religion loses part of its collective power. The individual inherits extraordinary freedom alongside extraordinary symbolic uncertainty. Modern art becomes one of the places where this uncertainty appears most visibly. Recognizable reality fragments. Perspective loses authority. Bodies become planes. Objects disappear into abstraction or return as strange material presences. Artists experiment with chance because conscious intention no longer seems sufficient. Primitive and ancient forms reappear because modern culture searches beneath exhausted conventions for images still capable of carrying psychic energy. The circle returns, but now its center may be missing. This is perhaps one of the most powerful images of the modern psychological condition. The archetypal demand for wholeness remains active, while the inherited cultural structures capable of organizing that demand have weakened. Individuals continue producing symbols, but increasingly must discover their meaning without the security of a universally shared symbolic language. The search for the self, therefore, becomes simultaneously more personal and more dangerous. The individual can no longer simply inherit the center. He has to encounter it. When a civilization loses its symbols, the symbolic crisis described by Jung does not belong only to individuals. Entire cultures organize experience through images that tell people where they stand in relation to nature, community, death, sexuality, the sacred, and the unknown. For long periods, these images can become so deeply embedded in collective life that their psychological function remains almost invisible. They are inherited rather than invented. A person enters a world in which the major symbolic structures already exist, providing forms through which experiences larger than the individual can be recognized and contained. Myth performs this function by transforming recurring psychological experiences into stories. The young person separating from parental authority becomes the hero leaving home. The confrontation with rejected instinct becomes combat with an animal or monster. Psychological transformation becomes descent into the underworld, dismemberment, death, or rebirth. The encounter with an unknown inner dimension appears as a mysterious companion, divine stranger, or supernatural guide. Individual experience becomes intelligible because it participates in a pattern larger than the individual. Ritual gives physical form to the same process. Initiation ceremonies do not merely tell the initiate that childhood has ended. They create an experience of separation, symbolic death, ordeal, and return. The transition is enacted through the body and recognized by the community. Psychological transformation receives an external container. The person undergoing the transition does not have to invent its meaning alone. Religious symbolism extends this structure across the entire human life cycle. Birth, sexuality, marriage, sacrifice, suffering, death, and renewal acquire positions within a sacred order. Architecture reinforces the experience. Temples, churches, sacred enclosures, circles, crosses, and oriented spaces transform psychological relationships into visible structures. The individual enters a building and physically occupies a symbolic universe. The mandala demonstrates this cultural function with particular clarity. Its organization around a center provides an image in which multiplicity can remain differentiated without collapsing into chaos. Directions, divine figures, colors, elements, or opposing forces acquire positions within a greater whole. The image does not explain totality conceptually. It allows totality to be experienced spatially. Christian art developed its own powerful versions of centered symbolism. Christ could occupy the middle of a composition surrounded by apostles, evangelists, angels, or other sacred figures. The rose window organized fragments of colored glass around a luminous center. The cross established intersecting axes that connected vertical and horizontal dimensions. For generations, these images belonged to a cosmology whose psychological and religious meanings reinforced one another. But symbols can survive after the worldview that sustained them has weakened. This creates a peculiar historical condition. The image remains recognizable, perhaps even beautiful, while its capacity to organize inner experience diminishes. People know what the symbol traditionally means without necessarily experiencing that meaning as psychologically alive. The difference resembles knowing the definition of love without being in love. Information survives after participation has faded. Modern Western culture increasingly occupies this condition. Scientific discoveries alter the inherited image of the universe. Matter becomes stranger than ordinary perception suggests. Human beings cease occupying an unquestioned center of creation. Psychology reveals that consciousness itself is only one portion of mental life. Traditional religious explanations continue to exist, but they no longer provide a universally accepted symbolic structure through which these discoveries can be integrated. The consequences reach beyond theology. When a collective symbolic system weakens, individuals lose part of the cultural machinery that once helped organize psychological transitions. Separation from parents, sexuality, marriage, aging, suffering, and death still occur, but the rituals and narratives surrounding them may carry less authority. The biological event remains while its symbolic dimension becomes increasingly private. Modern individuals therefore acquire an unusual burden. They must negotiate experiences that earlier cultures surrounded with collective images, while possessing greater freedom to determine what those experiences mean personally. Freedom increases at the same moment that symbolic orientation decreases. This is one reason modern art becomes so important within the material explored here. Art begins registering the collapse of the inherited center before culture has discovered what might replace it. The visible world itself starts breaking apart. Perspective is disrupted. Objects fragment. Bodies lose stable contours. Color separates from representation. Eventually, the recognizable object can disappear altogether. These changes are artistic innovations, but Jaffe interprets them psychologically as well. Modern painting emerges from a culture whose confidence in the visible structure of reality has been profoundly disturbed. Science penetrates beneath ordinary matter and discovers structures no human eye could naturally perceive. Depth psychology penetrates beneath conscious identity and discovers psychic processes the ego does not control. Art performs an analogous movement. It stops accepting appearances as the final reality of the image. Abstraction, therefore, becomes more than the refusal to paint recognizable things. For artists such as Kandinsky, Mondrian, and Klee, the abandonment of conventional representation could become a search for an underlying order. Geometry, line, rhythm, and color begin carrying meaning without requiring an external object to justify them. The artist attempts to reveal formative forces beneath appearance. The movement produces a striking historical paradox. As traditional sacred images lose authority, some of their elementary structures return inside art that may no longer identify itself as religious. Circles, squares, crosses, centers, quaternities, and geometrical arrangements reappear after the theological systems that once explained them have weakened. The archetypal form survives the inherited doctrine, yet its meaning becomes uncertain. A circle in a traditional mandala already occupies a symbolic universe. A circle in an abstract modern painting may arrive without any agreed interpretation. The viewer encounters the form but cannot assume what it means. The symbol has returned toward the psychological condition from which symbols originally emerge, emotionally suggestive, potentially meaningful, and not yet completely understood. Other artists move in the opposite direction. Instead of abandoning matter, they confront it more directly. The ordinary object becomes art. Texture, physical substance, fragments, stains, and accidental configurations enter the work. Matter ceases being merely the material through which an image is represented and becomes psychologically significant in itself. This development recalls something far older than modern aesthetics. Human beings once encountered stones, animals, trees, and physical objects as carriers of sacred presence. Matter could contain more than practical usefulness. Modern rationality gradually separated the material object from these projections, but the symbolic need underlying them did not disappear. Art becomes one place where the mysterious relationship between psyche and matter can reopen. Chance intensifies this possibility. When artists allow falling paper, irregular surfaces, spontaneous gestures, or accidental configurations to participate in creation, conscious intention relinquishes part of its control. Something unplanned enters the work. The artist then responds to what has appeared. The resemblance to dream psychology is striking. Consciousness receives material it did not deliberately construct and must establish a relationship with it. Meaning arises between intention and accident rather than belonging entirely to either one. The creative process begins resembling the relationship between ego and unconscious. Modern art therefore reproduces at the cultural level a conflict already visible within individual psychology. Conscious control proves insufficient, but abandoning consciousness entirely produces no guarantee of meaning. The task lies between the extremes. Form must emerge through a relationship between order and spontaneity, conscious intention and unknown possibility. The same tension appears between spirit and matter. Abstraction can move so far toward pure form that it risks becoming detached from bodily reality. The fascination with raw matter can move so far in the opposite direction that psychological organization disappears into fragmentation. Neither pole alone produces wholeness. The circle and square become especially powerful images of this division. In older symbolic traditions, their conjunction could represent the relationship between psychic totality and earthly reality. Modern images often preserve both forms while separating, displacing, or destabilizing them. The symbols remain, but their relationship has become uncertain. The cultural problem resembles the individual one. A divided personality cannot become whole by permanently identifying with one side of its conflict. A divided civilization faces the same symbolic challenge. Matter cannot simply be rejected in favor of spirit, nor can spiritual experience be dismissed because material explanation has become extraordinarily powerful. Rational consciousness cannot return to pre-modern belief, yet rationality alone cannot satisfy every psychological demand previously contained by myth. This helps explain the fascination with non-Western, prehistoric, and so-called primitive imagery among modern artists. These traditions seem to preserve a relationship between image and psychic force that Western academic representation had lost. Masks, ritual objects, cave paintings, and simplified human or animal forms appeared to possess an immediacy modern culture desired. But borrowing the image cannot restore the original symbolic world. A modern artist can reproduce the form of a mask without inhabiting the ritual system that gave the mask its collective meaning. The historical rupture cannot simply be reversed. Modern consciousness has already changed. A new symbolic relationship, therefore, has to emerge under modern conditions. This makes the symbolic uncertainty of contemporary culture psychologically significant rather than merely deficient. The absence of a universally accepted center creates fragmentation, but it also forces symbolic experience back toward individual encounter. A person may discover through a dream an image that religious doctrine no longer makes psychologically immediate. An artist may produce a form whose meaning becomes apparent only later. A personal crisis may reactivate an ancient pattern without conscious knowledge of the tradition in which that pattern once appeared. Henry's dreams demonstrate the process on the smallest possible scale. He does not deliberately choose mythological imagery to dramatize his development. The symbols appear because his psyche requires them. The journey, old woman, animals, water, cave, oracle, saint, death, and fire form a symbolic narrative around a problem his conscious language cannot adequately resolve. The private dream, therefore, becomes evidence that symbolic activity survives even when collective symbolism weakens. Human beings do not stop producing myths because they stop consciously believing in mythology. The psyche continues creating images. The question confronting modern culture is whether consciousness can learn to recognize what those images are attempting to restore. Becoming the person the symbols were pointing toward. The symbolic journey does not end when the individual understands what a dream means. Understanding can become another defense if nothing in life changes. A person may learn the vocabulary of the shadow, anima, animus, projection, and self while preserving exactly the psychological arrangement those concepts were meant to expose. Jung's work repeatedly returns to a more demanding criterion. The symbol fulfills its function when the relationship between consciousness and life begins to change. Individuation, therefore, cannot be reduced to introspection. The unconscious may reveal what consciousness has excluded, but what is discovered eventually has to enter relationship with the world. Aggression recognized in a dream may need to become the capacity to establish boundaries. Vulnerability may need to become intimacy. Instinct may need to become decisive action. Feeling may need to become commitment. A psychological possibility remains incomplete while it exists only as interpretation. Henry's analysis provides a concrete image of this transition. He begins as a young man capable of thinking extensively about his life while remaining unable to enter it decisively. His engagement becomes the focal point of a much larger conflict. Marriage means sexuality, separation from his mother, responsibility, commitment, and the surrender of an imagined future in which every possibility can remain permanently open. His indecision is therefore not simply uncertainty about one relationship. It is the psychological form through which adulthood itself has been postponed. His dreams gradually make that postponement impossible. The mountain journey exposes the failure of conscious self-sufficiency. The strange animals reveal instinctive life that cannot remain excluded. The forbidden water marks the unconscious depth he fears approaching. The trapper demonstrates that the primitive shadow contains capacities his cultivated ego requires. The beetles bring rejected darkness into the ordered room of consciousness. And the prostitute and saint collapse the division between sensuality and spirituality. Each image removes another defense through which Henry had maintained his previous identity. Then comes the dying man and the warning of the unlived life. The symbolic sequence reaches a point where remaining unchanged acquires its own meaning. Henry can no longer imagine non-decision as neutrality. Refusing to choose will not preserve life in a state of unlimited possibility. Possibilities that are never entered eventually disappear, and the person who avoids sacrifice does not escape loss. He loses precisely through the attempt to keep everything. This reveals something fundamental about psychological development. Every meaningful choice closes other possibilities. The ego often experiences this as deprivation because fantasy can inhabit many lives simultaneously, while reality permits only one life to be lived at a time. Commitment therefore requires mourning. To become something means relinquishing the fantasy of remaining everything. The hero's symbolic death returns here in an ordinary human form. Henry does not need to descend literally into an underworld. The identity that must die is the young man who can remain indefinitely suspended before adulthood. Marriage and departure make the transition irreversible. Once he chooses, another version of his future becomes impossible, yet this sacrifice is precisely what releases life. The final dream movement, therefore, does not produce an image of perfect enlightenment. It produces greater psychological cooperation. Masculine figures who had previously represented separated dimensions of Henry's personality can gather together. The primitive masculine force is no longer merely frightening or inferior, and a reciprocal exchange becomes possible. Henry offers matches, an image of fire made available in controlled form. Passion, warmth, feeling, and instinct no longer need either to be extinguished or allowed to burn destructively. Consciousness has learned, symbolically, to carry fire. This does not mean that Henry has completed individuation. Jacobi is explicit that the analysis accomplishes something appropriate to his age, the strengthening and differentiation required for the first half of life. Henry needs an ego capable of work, relationship, sexuality, independence, and responsibility before the deeper problems associated with the second half of life can properly emerge. This distinction prevents individuation from becoming a fantasy of premature transcendence. Psychological development does not demand that a young person abandon worldly ambition, relationship, sexuality, or practical responsibility in pursuit of some supposedly higher spiritual state. For some personalities, that withdrawal would simply reproduce the very imbalance requiring correction. The saint who drives Henry out of the cave expresses this principle perfectly. The sacred itself sends him back into the world. His next task is not to remain inside contemplation. It is to marry, work, travel, build relationships, and accept the limitations through which a real life acquires form. The self does not always appear as an invitation to leave ordinary existence behind. Sometimes its demand is precisely the opposite. Become more embodied, participate more fully, and stop protecting possibility from reality. 9 months after beginning analysis, Henry marries. The following day, he leaves Switzerland with his wife for a professional position in Canada. The young man whose dreams repeatedly presented journeys, roads, obstacles, and failures of movement finally travels in waking life. The symbolic journey and the external journey meet. But the importance of this ending lies not in marriage or professional success as universal measures of psychological health. Henry's path cannot become a prescription. Another person's individuation might require leaving a relationship, abandoning a career, entering solitude, rejecting family expectations, or discovering precisely the inwardness Henry had already developed too strongly. The direction depends upon what has become one-sided in the individual personality. This is why symbols cannot be separated from the lives in which they appear. A cave does not always mean withdrawal. Water does not simply mean the unconscious, and a circle does not automatically mean the self. A snake, stone, child, mountain, animal, or fire possesses no final translation that can be applied identically to every dream. The symbol becomes meaningful through the relationship between archetypal possibility, personal association, emotional response, and the immediate psychological situation of the dreamer. A symbol is alive precisely because something remains unknown within it, and this principle returns us to the beginning. Human beings have always surrounded themselves with images that exceed their literal form. Animals painted in prehistoric caves become more than animals. Stones become centers of sacred presence. Gods carry forces of nature and dimensions of the human psyche simultaneously. Heroes enact the dangerous movement from dependence toward autonomy. Ritual death prepares the individual for another identity, and mandalas organize multiplicity around a center. Civilizations build these patterns into collective forms, while individuals dream them again. Modern consciousness may no longer inhabit the symbolic universe of earlier cultures, but it has not escaped the psychological realities those symbols expressed. The disappearance of a shared mythology does not eliminate the need for orientation before death, sexuality, transformation, suffering, contradiction, or the unknown. It merely changes where the encounter occurs. Sometimes that encounter occurs in art. The fragmentation of modern painting reveals a world whose inherited center has weakened. Objects dissolve, perspective fractures, matter becomes strange, geometry returns without an agreed sacred vocabulary, and chance enters artistic creation. The artist searches beneath appearances for another order, while the culture itself searches for another relationship between consciousness and realities it can no longer organize through inherited symbols. Sometimes the encounter occurs in relationships, when another person suddenly carries an emotional magnitude far greater than ordinary acquaintance seems able to explain. Projection transforms attraction into destiny, hostility into obsession, or admiration into worship. The unconscious appears outside until the individual becomes capable of recognizing the inner figure participating in the experience. And sometimes the encounter occurs at night, when a person who believes he knows what he wants dreams something incompatible with his conscious plan. A frightening animal appears, a dead relative speaks, a road leads in the wrong direction, a stranger offers guidance, or a familiar house contains a room the dreamer never knew existed. The dream disappears by morning, yet the image remains. The great contribution of Jung's psychology is not the claim that every such image contains a hidden message that can be decoded through the correct method. It is the recognition that the psyche possesses symbolic activity beyond conscious intention, and that this activity can become meaningful when approached carefully. The dream does not necessarily tell the individual what to do. It reveals a psychological situation, and consciousness still has to respond. That response is where individuation leaves the dream and enters life. The process never eliminates uncertainty, because the unknown is not a temporary defect in psychological knowledge. It belongs permanently to the psyche. Every expansion of consciousness reveals another boundary beyond which something remains unseen. The self represents totality, but the ego can never stand outside that totality and comprehend it completely. Individuation, therefore, does not culminate in complete self-knowledge. It culminates, if anything, in a different relationship with what cannot be completely known. The individual becomes capable of recognizing that unconscious forces participate in his decisions without surrendering responsibility to them. He can acknowledge contradiction without immediately splitting the world into acceptable and unacceptable halves, encounter projection without assuming every intense emotion describes external reality, listen to dreams without treating them as commandments, and recognize the limits of the ego without abandoning the necessity of consciousness. The relationship itself becomes the achievement between ego and unconscious, instinct and reason, masculine and feminine, matter and spirit, individuality and relationship, and between the person one has already become and the person still attempting to emerge. No final synthesis abolishes these tensions. Wholeness means becoming capable of carrying them within a larger life. This is why the symbol remains indispensable. Rational language can define each side of an opposition, but the symbol can hold them together before consciousness understands how they belong together. It becomes a temporary bridge towards something not yet fully conceivable. Eventually, some symbols lose their power because consciousness has assimilated what they carried, while others remain mysterious for decades and new ones emerge when life changes. The symbolic process continues because the personality continues developing. The destination, then, cannot be a fixed image of psychological completion. There is no final personality waiting at the end of the road, only the continuing movement through which conscious life enters relationship with the greater psyche from which it emerged. A dream appears, an image disturbs the identity that seemed secure, something excluded asks to be recognized, something projected asks to be reclaimed, and something unlived asks to become real. The person still has to decide whether to answer. The symbol can reveal the road, expose the obstacle, or show that another direction exists, but it cannot live the life on the dreamer's behalf. Its deepest purpose is fulfilled when the image no longer remains merely an image, because something that first appeared symbolically has finally acquired a place in conscious existence. That is where the symbolic journey reaches its necessary threshold, and where life itself must continue the work. The hidden world within. Human beings like to imagine that consciousness is the center of psychic life. It feels that way because consciousness speaks with the voice of ownership. It says, "I think, I remember, I decide." From inside that narrow field of awareness, the mind appears almost transparent to itself. A thought arrives and seems to belong to the person who thinks it. An emotion rises and seems to have an identifiable cause. A decision is made and appears to originate from a coherent individual directing his own existence. Yet the closer this apparent unity is examined, the less secure it becomes. Beneath ordinary awareness lies a psychological territory that does not ask permission before entering the life above it. The evidence appears everywhere. A forgotten memory suddenly returns with unexpected emotional force. A person discovers that he has been avoiding something he never consciously decided to avoid. Another insists that he feels nothing, while his body responds with tension, nausea, sleeplessness, or fear. Someone behaves in a way that contradicts everything he claims to believe about himself, then invents an explanation after the fact. Consciousness experiences these moments as interruptions. From another perspective, they reveal something more unsettling. The personality that speaks in daylight is not the entire personality. Dreams make this division impossible to ignore. Every night the conscious personality loses its authority, and another form of mental activity begins constructing situations, landscapes, people, dangers, transformations, and impossible combinations of images. The dreamer may encounter a house he has never seen and somehow recognize it as his own. A dead person may return without explanation. A familiar face may belong to a stranger. Time contracts, locations merge, identities shift, and objects acquire an emotional gravity that seems absurd after waking. None of this follows the disciplined logic through which consciousness organizes reality. Yet the dream does not experience itself as meaningless. While it unfolds, its strange world possesses its own necessity. This is where the distinction between a sign and a symbol becomes decisive. A sign points towards something already known. Its meaning can be agreed upon, learned, and repeated. A symbol behaves differently. It may appear familiar, a cross, an animal, a door, a wheel, a house, a key, but something in it exceeds whatever definition consciousness can immediately provide. It carries an unknown remainder. The symbol therefore marks a boundary. On one side stands what the mind can formulate. On the other stands something the mind has encountered, but cannot yet completely understand. Human beings have surrounded themselves with such images throughout history precisely because experience has always exceeded the vocabulary available to contain it. The disturbing possibility is that symbols aren't merely inventions used by consciousness when ordinary language fails. They also appear spontaneously. The unconscious produces them without being instructed to do so, and dreams are their most persistent theater. Here the relationship between the individual and his own mind begins to change. The dream is no longer simply an obscure story waiting to be translated into something more sensible. Its obscurity may itself belong to the way the unconscious functions. Its images may be carrying distinctions that would disappear if they were immediately reduced to familiar explanations. A key may resemble one thing and mean another. A house may be a building, a body, a personality, or something that has not yet acquired a name. The image cannot be separated from the particular life that produced it. For Jung, this problem reaches far beyond dreams. Human perception itself is incomplete. The senses capture only fragments of reality. Consciousness selects only fragments of experience, and much of what affects the individual never crosses the threshold of deliberate awareness. Events can be registered without being consciously noticed. Emotional implications can remain hidden long after the event that created them. Something can therefore become psychologically active before the conscious mind knows that anything has happened at all. What later appears as an inexplicable mood, intuition, symptom, impulse, or dream may be the delayed emergence of material that has been present beneath awareness all along. This makes consciousness less like a sovereign ruler than a small illuminated region inside a much larger landscape. Its achievement is extraordinary, but its authority is limited. It can reason, organize, discriminate, and choose. It can also misunderstand its own motives, fragment under emotional pressure, and remain completely unaware of forces already shaping its behavior. The modern individual may possess technologies capable of extending vision across galaxies and downward into matter, while remaining strangely primitive before the movements of his own psyche. The contradiction is difficult to dismiss. Humanity has learned to look extraordinarily far outward. Jung's question is what happens when the same seriousness is directed inward. The journey into the unconscious begins there, not with the promise that every hidden thing can be decoded, but with the recognition that the conscious mind is not alone. Something else has been speaking beside it all along. And every night, when consciousness loosens its grip, that stranger begins to dream. The mind that dreams without us. The unconscious becomes easier to approach once consciousness stops being treated as the whole of the psyche. Human awareness developed gradually, and its apparent unity remains surprisingly fragile. A person can concentrate by excluding parts of experience from attention. He can suppress an emotion long enough to complete a task. He can forget something painful and later discover that the forgotten experience continued influencing him. These abilities normally pass unnoticed because consciousness experiences only what remains inside its field. What has been excluded does not necessarily cease to exist. It simply continues elsewhere. This is why psychological fragmentation occupies such an important place in Jung's account of the mind. Earlier cultures described certain disturbances as the loss of a soul. Modern language replaces that image with dissociation, but the underlying observation remains recognizable. People can become possessed by moods, behave in ways that seem foreign to their usual personalities, forget things they should know, or discover aspects of themselves through the reactions of others. Even the familiar idea of self-control quietly acknowledges the existence of something requiring control. The civilized personality may be more integrated than its distant ancestors, but its unity is never absolute. This vulnerability is not necessarily pathological. The capacity to divide attention and temporarily exclude parts of psychic life is essential to ordinary functioning. Without it, concentration would become impossible. The problem begins when the separation happens autonomously, when something is removed from consciousness without deliberate intention, and continues developing outside its supervision. Then the individual encounters the peculiar experience of becoming partly unknown to himself. What appears to consciousness as irrational behavior may possess another kind of coherence when viewed from the psychological material that consciousness has failed to recognize. Dreams provide unusually direct access to this hidden activity because they emerge precisely when conscious control has weakened. Jung inherited this insight from the early development of psychoanalysis. Freud had recognized that dreams were connected with conscious problems and that their apparent absurdity could conceal psychologically meaningful material. Neurotic symptoms offered similar evidence. A person confronted by an intolerable situation might develop a bodily reaction that strangely resembled the emotional problem itself. Someone unable to accept a situation might become unable to swallow. Someone trapped within an unbearable atmosphere might struggle to breathe. The body could apparently express what consciousness could not formulate. Dreams perform something comparable through images. Freud's technique of free association offered a method for following these images back toward concealed conflicts. The dreamer was encouraged to speak freely about whatever a particular image evoked. One association produced another, memories surfaced, uncomfortable subjects appeared, and eventually the movement tended to converge around emotionally charged complexes. The procedure demonstrated something important. Consciousness could attempt to conceal a problem while repeatedly circling back toward it. What was avoided remained active enough to organize the associative movement around itself. Jung gradually became dissatisfied with what this method implied about the dream itself. A decisive observation emerged from an apparently trivial incident. A colleague traveling through Russia had stared at Cyrillic letters he could not understand and allowed himself to associate freely with their shapes. The process eventually led him toward forgotten and unpleasant memories. Yet no dream had been necessary. Almost anything could initiate the same associative chain. A strange word, an irregular stain, a painting, a crystal ball, or an ordinary object could become the first link in a sequence leading toward a psychological complex. If free association could reach the same hidden material from almost any starting point, then perhaps the method revealed more about association than it revealed about dreams. That realization changed the question. Instead of asking where the dream could lead, Jung began asking why the dream had taken this particular form. Why this house rather than another building? Why a key instead of a stick? Why one person appeared while another remained absent? If the unconscious selected a specific image, abandoning that image too quickly might destroy precisely the information that made the dream unique. Interpretation, therefore, had to remain close to the dream and move around its imagery, examining it repeatedly from different perspectives without allowing associations to carry the analysis indefinitely away from its center. The difference seems subtle, but its consequences are enormous. Consider an image such as a key entering a lock. It can easily be translated into sexual imagery, and in some dreams that interpretation may be appropriate. Yet identifying a possible sexual resemblance does not explain why the unconscious chose a key. Another dream could have used a battering ram, a staff, a doorway, or countless other images capable of producing similar associations. The specific form matters. Symbols cannot simply be entered into a psychological dictionary in which one object permanently corresponds to one hidden meaning. The same key can participate in entirely different symbolic structures depending upon the dreamer and the situation in which it appears. The unconscious therefore speaks through images whose meanings depend upon context. This is where dream interpretation becomes more demanding than decoding. The interpreter cannot stand outside the individual and mechanically assign definitions. A symbol belongs simultaneously to a larger human history and to the particular psychic situation of the person who produces it. Its meaning emerges through that relationship. The dreamer matters. His emotional condition matters. His memories matter. His cultural world matters. Even apparently universal images change according to the psychological position from which they are experienced. Dreams also possess a structure that differs fundamentally from conscious narration. Conscious thought prefers sequences. Something begins, develops, and reaches an end. Dreams can collapse these distinctions. Places combine. People become other people without ceasing to be themselves. Past experiences enter present situations. Images appear connected through resemblance or emotional intensity rather than rational causality. The mistake is to assume that this makes the dream defective. Its strangeness may instead reveal the natural form taken by psychic material before consciousness has organized it into conceptual thought. This suggests a deeper difference between the two systems. Consciousness discriminates. It separates one object from another, one moment from the next, one identity from another identity. The unconscious preserves connections that conscious reasoning has discarded. Its imagery can therefore seem archaic, excessive, even fantastic, because it does not respect the boundaries upon which ordinary awareness depends. A dream cannot always state its meaning as a proposition, because the material from which it emerges has not yet become a proposition. Once it crosses fully into conceptual awareness, it has already become something different. Jung therefore refuses the assumption that dream imagery is merely a disguise covering a simpler thought underneath. Symbolic form is not necessarily camouflage. It is often the natural language of unconscious psychic activity. The dream consequently becomes less like a coded confession and more like an autonomous psychological event. It may contain repressed wishes, fears, memories, and complexes, but reducing every dream to those elements would ignore the peculiar organization through which the unconscious presents them. The question is no longer merely what has been hidden. It becomes what the unconscious is doing with what has been hidden, neglected, forgotten, or never consciously known in the first place. This leads toward one of Jung's most important departures from a purely reductive psychology. The unconscious is not simply a basement containing discarded pieces of conscious life. It can reorganize experience. It can combine fragments that consciousness keeps separate. It can respond to attitudes adopted during waking life. It can produce images whose psychological implications exceed anything the dreamer consciously intended. The psyche below awareness begins to appear less like a passive storage system and more like an active process. And once that possibility is taken seriously, another question becomes unavoidable. If dreams are not merely distorted remains of yesterday, what function are they performing now? The dream as counterweight. Once the dream is treated as an autonomous psychological event, its function begins to come into view. Consciousness does not simply receive information from the unconscious. It also creates the conditions that make unconscious reactions necessary. Every conscious attitude emphasizes certain possibilities while excluding others. A person chooses one interpretation of events, one emotional posture, one direction of action. The more firmly that position is maintained, the more everything incompatible with it tends to disappear from awareness. Yet disappearance from awareness does not mean disappearance from the psyche. What consciousness rejects may gather force elsewhere. Dreams often emerge from this imbalance. They introduce material that the waking personality has neglected, underestimated, or refused to acknowledge. This does not mean that the unconscious simply contradicts consciousness for the sake of contradiction. Its movement is more subtle. It behaves like a counterweight within a larger psychological system. When consciousness becomes excessively confident, the dream may undermine its certainty. When the waking personality is trapped in feelings of inferiority, the dream may create images of unexpected power or importance. The meaning of the dream, therefore, cannot be separated from the position consciousness already occupies. The same image might correct one person by diminishing him and another by enlarging him. This compensating movement reveals something fundamental about psychic life. Psychological health cannot depend upon consciousness eliminating whatever disagrees with it. Stability requires communication between the rational and instinctive dimensions of the personality. When that communication weakens, the psyche becomes increasingly divided. Dreams operate as messengers between these regions, carrying material from forms of experience that consciousness has lost the ability to hear directly. Their strange imagery is not an obstacle accidentally placed between the individual and meaning. It is the form through which this older layer of the mind continues to speak. The consequences become clearer when one considers how easily conscious identity can become exaggerated. A person may construct an image of himself as competent, morally certain, independent, rational, or emotionally invulnerable. The social world often rewards precisely this kind of consistency. Yet every successful identity creates a border around what it cannot include. Aggression may disappear behind politeness. Dependency may hide beneath independence. Fear may be transformed into control. The rejected qualities remain psychologically active, even if the conscious personality no longer recognizes them as its own. A dream can disturb this arrangement with remarkable economy. Someone who experiences himself as dignified may become ridiculous. Someone convinced of his insignificance may suddenly stand beside a king or a religious authority. Neither image carries a fixed interpretation. An exalted dream could expose childish grandiosity in a person already inflated by his own importance. The same dream could restore a fragment of dignity to someone whose conscious personality has collapsed into worthlessness. The image becomes meaningful only when understood as part of a relationship between two positions, the attitude consciousness has established and the response produced from outside its field. This is why interpretation cannot become mechanical. The symbol does not possess a universal instruction attached to it. Its psychological value changes according to the person who encounters it. Even when recognizable patterns recur, they become alive only inside a specific emotional situation. A cross may carry religious depth in one context and function as a simple mark in another. A sexual image may genuinely concern sexuality, or it may participate in a psychological meaning that cannot be reduced to sexual desire. The interpreter who decides too quickly what an image must mean risks replacing the dream with a theory about the dream. That danger becomes especially important because consciousness naturally prefers definitions. It wants the uncertainty of the symbol to disappear. Once an image has been translated into a familiar concept, the mind experiences relief. The strange house becomes the body. The fire becomes fever. The key becomes sexuality. The monster becomes fear. But symbolic experience loses something when the equation is closed too quickly. A symbol is psychologically powerful precisely because it gathers several possibilities into a single form. It can connect present experience with older layers of memory, emotion, instinct, and imagination without reducing them to one statement. Dreams therefore preserve complexity where consciousness seeks clarity. This does not make the unconscious wiser in every circumstance. Repressed material can distort it. Neglected conflicts can accumulate until spontaneous impulses become contaminated by everything consciousness has refused to confront. The unconscious is not a hidden sanctuary untouched by personal history. It contains forgotten memories, emotional wounds, neglected desires, and unresolved tensions alongside deeper instinctive structures. Its compensating activity depends partly upon what has been placed inside it. This explains why becoming conscious of painful material can alter the entire psychological situation. What has been recognized no longer needs to exert the same pressure from below. Yet recognition itself must occur according to the condition of the personality. For someone already overwhelmed by inadequacy, Further confrontation with weakness may deepen the imbalance rather than correct it. For another person, precisely that confrontation may be necessary. Psychological understanding cannot therefore operate through a universal formula. The individual remains the decisive context. The dream begins to resemble a continuous negotiation between the life a person consciously believes he is living and the larger psychic reality in which that life is actually taking place. Most of this negotiation occurs without conscious participation. During the day, the individual chooses, suppresses, adapts, performs, and interprets. During the night, another arrangement of the same existence appears. It may exaggerate what has been minimized. It may reveal relationships consciousness has failed to notice. It may join events that appear unrelated. It may even seem to recognize consequences before the waking mind has understood the conditions producing them. Here the unconscious becomes more difficult to dismiss as a mere archive of the past. Dreams can respond not only to what has happened, but to what is developing. They may gather unnoticed facts and organize them into an image of where a situation is heading. Consciousness experiences the result as mysterious because it has not consciously registered the evidence from which the conclusion emerged. The unconscious has been watching the same life from another level. The implication is quietly radical. A human being may know more than he knows that he knows. The ancient mind beneath the modern self. If the unconscious can recognize patterns that consciousness has not yet assembled, then the question of where those patterns come from becomes unavoidable. Personal memory explains part of the dream world. Forgotten experiences return. Childhood emotions survive beneath adult attitudes. Situations that seemed insignificant at the time acquire meaning years later. Yet some dreams contain images whose scale and structure seem strangely disproportionate to anything in the dreamer's biography. They resemble myths more than memories. Gods, monsters, sacred animals, cosmic destruction, rebirth, journeys into darkness, impossible transformations. They appear in people who may know little about the traditions their dreams resemble. For Jung, this is where the history of the individual opens into the history of the species. The human body carries the evidence of an immense biological past. Its organs did not appear independently in each person. They developed through a history far older than any individual life. The psyche, Jung argues, cannot reasonably be imagined as the single exception, arriving without inheritance, history, or structure. Beneath the personality formed by family, education, language, and culture lies a much older organization of psychic life. Modern consciousness rests upon foundations it did not create. This does not mean that people inherit finished mythological pictures. A child is not born carrying a memory of Hercules, a dragon, or a particular religious story. What persists is something closer to a tendency of form. Under certain emotional conditions, the mind repeatedly organizes experience according to recognizable patterns. Threat becomes the monster. Transformation becomes death and return. Authority becomes king, father, judge, or god. The unknown becomes forest, ocean, night, cave, or underworld. The visible image changes with culture and personal experience, but the underlying psychological configuration can remain remarkably persistent. This distinction matters because otherwise archetypal imagery becomes little more than a catalog of ancient symbols. Jung's argument is more dynamic. The recurring image is not important because it resembles something found in an old mythology book. It matters because the psyche is behaving in a way that human psyches have behaved for thousands of years. The dreamer may experience the image as intensely personal, while simultaneously participating in a structure larger than personal memory. The ancient pattern does not replace individuality. It moves through it. That is why a dream sometimes feels much larger than the event that seems to have triggered it. An ordinary disagreement may produce images of catastrophe. A change in work or relationship may appear as a journey through death. A psychological transition may be represented through destruction and restoration. Consciousness may dismiss the disproportion as absurdity, but the unconscious is not necessarily describing the external event. It may be registering what that event means within the deeper organization of the personality. A small event can activate a very old pattern. The emotional charge of such images is crucial. An archetypal image without feeling can become an empty cultural reference. It is only when image and emotion converge that the pattern becomes psychologically alive. Then a symbol possesses a peculiar authority. It does not simply communicate an idea. It seizes attention. It can fascinate, terrify, inspire, or disturb with an intensity that seems to exceed the visible object itself. The image has become charged with psychic energy. Modern consciousness tends to mistrust this response. It has been trained to separate fact from superstition, observation from imagination, rational knowledge from archaic belief. Yet the separation is less complete than modern people often suppose. Scientific conviction can coexist comfortably with irrational prejudice. Someone who rejects superstition in principle may still avoid a particular number. Someone who considers himself entirely rational may project motives onto strangers, become possessed by collective fear, or surrender judgment when confronted by a symbol charged with sufficient emotional force. Centuries of intellectual development have not erased the older layers of the psyche. They have largely changed the language through which those layers appear. The modern individual is therefore not psychologically modern all the way down. He is a historical accumulation. Rational habits occupy the same organism as instinctive reactions. Personal memories coexist with structures whose origins disappear into prehistory. Conscious thought can reject an image while the body responds to it. A person can understand intellectually that an anxiety is irrational and still remain governed by it. This contradiction is not an accidental defect in human development. It is part of what a human psyche is. Dreams expose this layered condition because they allow older forms of thought to operate with less interference. Their tendency toward analogy, transformation, and symbolic substitution resembles the imaginative logic found in myths. One image flows into another because unconscious material is not organized according to the sharp distinctions preferred by waking thought. The dream does not stop to explain that a house represents a body. It simply allows house and body to occupy the same symbolic field. Fire can become illness. Descent can become depression. A journey can become development. Not because the unconscious consults a dictionary of correspondences, but because it organizes experience through patterns of resemblance and emotional relation. This is also why ancient myths can feel psychologically recognizable even when their worlds are completely foreign to modern life. The surface has changed. The underlying drama has not. Human beings still confront separation, rivalry, sexuality, fear, authority, loss, transformation, aging, death, and the need to construct meaning from uncertainty. Myth gives these pressures visible bodies. Dreams do something similar in private. There is something deeply unsettling in this continuity. The modern person imagines himself separated from archaic humanity by education, technology, and centuries of rational thought. Yet in sleep, the distance contracts. The mind returns effortlessly to animals, monsters, transformations, sacred places, magical events, and impossible combinations. The old psychological world has not disappeared. It has moved inward, and from there, it continues to participate in the decisions of people who may not believe it exists. When symbols become necessary, the persistence of these older patterns does not mean that the individual is condemned to live unconsciously under their influence. The opposite possibility is more important. Once symbolic material reaches consciousness, the relationship between the older and newer layers of the psyche can begin to change. The dream becomes significant not because it offers an oracle from another world, but because it creates a meeting point between forms of experience that ordinarily remain separated. Instinct approaches reason. Forgotten material approaches memory. Emotional knowledge approaches conceptual understanding. The symbol stands between them because neither side can completely translate itself into the language of the other. This is the deeper purpose of compensation. Consciousness tends toward specialization. It builds a coherent identity by selecting particular values, attitudes, and interpretations while leaving others outside its preferred image of reality. This is necessary for ordinary life, but psychologically it carries a cost. The more narrow the conscious position becomes, the more material accumulates beyond it. Dreams do not merely oppose that position. They attempt to widen it. They introduce perspectives that the conscious personality cannot generate from within its established assumptions. When the process works, the individual does not simply abandon one position for another. Something more complex becomes possible. The contradiction itself can be held long enough for a new psychological arrangement to emerge. Symbols are essential to this process because opposites cannot always be reconciled through argument. A person may understand intellectually that he is both confident and frightened, independent and dependent, generous and resentful. Yet intellectual acknowledgement alone does not necessarily transform the conflict. The psyche needs forms capable of containing both sides without immediately forcing one to defeat the other. Symbolic images can perform this function. They allow incompatible tendencies to coexist inside a single psychological experience long enough for their relationship to change. This gives dreams a role that is not merely diagnostic. They do not only reveal what has gone wrong. They participate in the psyche's attempts to reorganize itself. Jung describes symbols as natural efforts to bring divided elements into relation, a process that can enlarge consciousness when the material is actually assimilated rather than merely observed and dismissed. The return of forgotten memories and archaic patterns matters because integrating them changes the personality that receives them. Consciousness becomes wider precisely because it can no longer maintain the same narrow definition of itself. Yet this process is easily trivialized. A symbol loses much of its psychological force when it is converted too quickly into a definition. The person who learns a few symbolic associations may begin seeing everything as an interchangeable code. Water becomes the unconscious. A snake becomes sexuality. A house becomes the self. The system feels sophisticated because it gives an immediate answer, but it quietly destroys the very quality that makes symbolism psychologically meaningful. If every image can mean everything, no image means anything. The emotional reality of the symbol is what prevents this collapse. An archetypal image is not alive because someone recognizes its historical category. It is alive because something happens when the individual encounters it. Fear, fascination, awe, disgust, attraction, or a strange sense of recognition gives the image psychic weight. Without that charge, the symbol becomes an illustration. With it, the image becomes an event. The interpreter must therefore understand not only what appears in the dream, but what kind of emotional reality surrounds its appearance. This requirement places unusual demands on psychological interpretation. Intelligence alone is not enough. The analyst can possess enormous theoretical knowledge and still misunderstand a dream because he has failed to perceive some small but decisive feature of the person producing it. Symbolic understanding requires attention to biography, culture, emotional tone, maturity, circumstance, and the peculiar way a particular life has organized its experience. The same image may have radically different meanings in different people. There can be useful patterns, but no mechanical procedure capable of replacing judgment. The resistance of symbolic experience to fixed explanation creates tension with the modern scientific imagination. Modern thought gains power by defining, measuring, isolating, and reproducing phenomena. Symbols resist this treatment because their meanings change according to context, and because part of their content remains outside direct formulation. Emotion presents a similar problem. Nobody doubts that emotion exists merely because its full psychological reality cannot be reduced to a perfect definition. Symbolic experience belongs to the same difficult territory. Its resistance to precise conceptualization does not make it unreal. It reveals the limits of the conceptual instrument being used to examine it. For Jung, clinical experience makes that limitation impossible to ignore. The psychologist does not encounter the psyche as an abstract object in a controlled laboratory. He encounters people whose lives are being altered by fears they cannot explain, desires they cannot reconcile, images they cannot forget, and conflicts that have already entered the body, relationships, and behavior. Theory remains useful only as long as it stays responsive to this living complexity. The moment the theory becomes more important than the person, psychology begins explaining away the very phenomenon it was supposed to understand. Dream interpretation, therefore, requires a peculiar intellectual humility. The interpreter must know enough to recognize recurring patterns, but remain uncertain enough to discover what those patterns are doing here. Mythology can illuminate a dream, but it cannot dictate its meaning. Personal associations can reveal important material, but they cannot always account for images whose structure reaches beyond individual memory. Rational analysis can clarify relationships, but intuition may notice a connection that analysis initially misses. Each method becomes dangerous when it claims exclusive authority. What emerges is a picture of the psyche as a living system rather than a machine. Its parts influence one another continuously. Conscious choices alter unconscious responses. Unconscious material reshapes conscious attitudes. Emotional experience reorganizes perception. Symbols appear where established categories are no longer sufficient. Dreams become one expression of a larger self-regulating movement whose purpose is not perfection, but relationship between divided elements. The danger begins when that relationship is lost. A civilization can become technologically sophisticated while remaining psychologically divided. An individual can master the external world while understanding almost nothing about the forces directing him from within. Reason can become so successful that it mistakes its success for completeness. And at that moment, the unconscious does not disappear. It simply begins acting without being recognized. The world after the gods. The conflict between consciousness and the unconscious does not remain confined to the private life of the dreamer. The same psychological movement appears at the scale of culture. Societies also construct identities, establish values, reject disturbing possibilities, and organize experience through systems of meaning. They create images through which individuals understand birth, death, suffering, authority, sexuality, nature, and the limits of human power. For most of history, these images were not decorative additions to life. They formed the symbolic environment through which life became intelligible. Jung distinguishes between symbols that arise spontaneously from unconscious psychic activity and cultural symbols that have been developed, repeated, transformed, and preserved across generations. Religious images belong largely to the second group. Their forms have been shaped through history, yet their endurance cannot be explained only by tradition. They survive because they continue to touch psychological structures beneath conscious belief. A sacred image can still produce awe, fear, reverence, or consolation long after its original theological language has become unfamiliar. Its power lies partly in doctrine, but also in the emotional field that has accumulated around it. This is what makes cultural symbols psychologically consequential. They provide collective forms through which experiences that would otherwise remain obscure can be recognized and contained. Death becomes ritual. Transformation becomes initiation. Guilt becomes confession. Renewal becomes rebirth. The unknown acquires images that allow the individual to approach it without pretending to master it. Such structures do not remove uncertainty. They give uncertainty a form. When those forms lose their force, the psychic energies connected with them do not simply disappear. This is one of the more disturbing implications of Jung's argument. Modern rationalism has become extraordinarily effective at explaining the external world, but its success has encouraged a mistaken conclusion. Because an old symbolic interpretation of nature can be scientifically rejected, the psychological need expressed through that interpretation is assumed to have been eliminated as well. Thunder is no longer the voice of a god. A river no longer contains a spirit. A forest is not inhabited by invisible beings. A mountain cave is geological space rather than the entrance to another world. Scientific explanation has clarified the physical event, but something else has happened simultaneously. Nature has lost the emotional intimacy it once possessed. The world becomes more intelligible and less alive. For earlier consciousness, natural objects could participate in psychological meaning. Matter could carry the character of a mother. Spirit could possess the authority of a father. Animals could become messengers. Landscapes could contain danger, protection, fertility, or divine presence. Modern consciousness separates these dimensions. Matter becomes a concept. Nature becomes an object. Meaning becomes something produced inside the observer rather than encountered in the world. The intellectual gain is enormous. So is the psychological cost. Jung sees modern humanity as increasingly isolated within a universe it understands objectively, but experiences less symbolically. The old images remain visible, but their emotional charge weakens. Gods become historical curiosities. Myth becomes literature. Ritual becomes tradition. The language survives while the experience beneath it fades. A person may still pronounce the old words without feeling the psychological reality they once carried. The disappearance of the symbol, however, does not mean the disappearance of the archetypal pattern. The pattern searches for another image. This is where culture becomes unpredictable. When established symbols no longer provide acceptable containers for unconscious energies, those energies can attach themselves to political movements, collective identities, ideologies, leaders, enemies, fantasies of national destiny, or visions of catastrophe and renewal. The sacred does not always vanish when religion weakens. It may migrate. The emotional intensity once carried by gods can reappear around ideas that claim to be entirely rational. A culture may therefore become psychologically mythic while insisting that it has escaped mythology. The contradiction becomes visible whenever collective symbols acquire a force far beyond their literal content. A flag becomes more than fabric. A leader becomes more than a person. A political conflict becomes a battle between absolute good and absolute evil. An opposing group becomes contaminated by qualities a community cannot tolerate in itself. Millions of individuals can become organized around the same projections because the underlying psychological mechanism is not limited to private life. Collective identity offers the psyche an enormous surface upon which unconscious material can be externalized. The more completely a society identifies itself with reason, order, moral superiority, or progress, the more difficult it becomes to recognize what contradicts that identity. The rejected qualities do not cease to operate. They gather outside the official image of the culture. Aggression is attributed to enemies. Irrationality belongs to other populations. Cruelty becomes something practiced by backward societies. The civilized group imagines itself purified of precisely the tendencies that continue acting through its members. For Jung, the 20th century shattered the credibility of that illusion. Technological sophistication had not produced corresponding psychological maturity. A society could possess modern science, industry, administration, education, and art while simultaneously releasing forms of collective brutality that appeared almost archaic. The distance between civilization and primitivity turned out to be much smaller than civilization had imagined. This is why the repression of symbolic life becomes culturally dangerous. Psychic energy cannot be abolished through disbelief. When a meaningful symbolic structure is simply discarded, the psychological forces once organized through it may return in less differentiated forms. What had once been expressed through ritual, myth, and sacred imagery may reappear as fascination, fanaticism, prejudice, mass emotion, or destructive collective fantasy. The old gods have not necessarily died. They may have become unconscious. This does not make Jung's argument a plea for restoring ancient beliefs literally. Modern consciousness cannot simply decide to believe again in a world it has intellectually outgrown. An inherited symbol that has lost its psychological credibility cannot be revived through obedience alone. Repeating an old formula without experiencing its meaning produces another kind of emptiness. The task is more difficult because modern consciousness must discover a relationship with symbolic experience without surrendering the achievements of critical reason. That tension is essential. Jung does not ask reason to disappear. He asks reason to recognize its boundaries. The symbolic attitude begins precisely where certainty ends. It accepts that an image can carry psychological meaning even when that meaning cannot be reduced to a single definition. It allows mythology, religion, dreams, and imagination to be approached as expressions of psychic reality without requiring them to become statements about physical fact. A symbol need not be literally true in order to organize something profoundly real within human experience. Dreams become particularly important in such a culture because they continue producing natural symbols after collective symbolic systems have weakened. They return the individual to images formed without conscious planning. Animals speak again. The dead return. Houses become personalities. Oceans contain danger. Unknown figures appear with inexplicable authority. Modern consciousness wakes from these experiences and often dismisses them as nonsense precisely because it has lost familiarity with the language in which they are expressed. Yet the dream persists. Night after night, the psyche reconstructs a symbolic world that daylight has declared obsolete. There is something almost paradoxical about the modern condition. Humanity has invested extraordinary energy in exploring everything outside itself. Matter has been divided into increasingly subtle structures. Distant space has become observable. Machines extend perception, memory, communication, and physical power. Yet the instrument through which every discovery is interpreted remains comparatively unfamiliar to the person using it. The psyche studies the universe while remaining partially unknown to itself. The result is not simply ignorance. It is disproportion. Human beings possess powers that their psychological maturity may not be sufficient to govern. The intellect creates machines capable of transforming civilization, then discovers that the motives directing their use remain entangled with aggression, competition, fear, prestige, and the struggle for superiority. External control expands while internal control remains uncertain. The conquest of nature, therefore, contains a concealed irony. The force that appears to have conquered nature is itself part of nature. The human mind that invents the weapon is also the mind capable of wanting to use it. This is why the symbolic problem eventually becomes a cultural problem of survival. The split between rational consciousness and unconscious psychic life cannot indefinitely remain a private inconvenience. What individuals refuse to recognize is carried into families, institutions, ideologies, and nations. Projection becomes conflict. Fear becomes certainty about an enemy. Emotional possession becomes conviction. The psychological becomes political without ceasing to be psychological. Against forces operating at such scale, the individual can appear insignificant. Jung reverses the perspective. Collective transformation has no psychological existence except through individual minds. A society does not become conscious in the abstract. People do. Every confrontation with an unconscious assumption, every withdrawal of a projection, every recognition of an unwanted motive alters the smallest unit from which collective behavior is built. The symbol therefore returns to its original function. It mediates between what consciousness thinks it is and what the larger psyche reveals it to be. Modern humanity may no longer experience gods in forests or spirits in rivers. But the need to confront what exceeds the conscious personality has not disappeared. It has become more urgent precisely because the external world offers fewer reminders of it. The mystery was removed from nature. It returned inside the human mind. The unfinished conversation. The confrontation with the unconscious does not end by producing a final interpretation. It changes the position from which the individual understands himself. Once consciousness recognizes that it is only one part of a larger psychic system, certainty becomes harder to maintain in the old form. The personality can no longer assume that every motive is transparent, every judgment objective, or every conflict located outside itself. Something has shifted. The unconscious is no longer a distant region beneath the mind. It has become an active participant in the life consciousness believed it governed alone. This recognition does not make the unconscious benevolent. Jung never presents it as an infallible source of wisdom waiting beneath rational thought. It contains instinct, neglected experience, forgotten emotion, inherited psychic patterns, and material consciousness has pushed aside. Some of what emerges from it can correct a distorted conscious attitude. Some can deepen confusion. The task is therefore not submission. It is relationship. That distinction becomes decisive in a civilization that has placed extraordinary faith in intellect. Human reason has created technologies capable of transforming the planet, extending life, reorganizing society, and destroying populations on a scale earlier cultures could hardly imagine. The achievement is undeniable. Yet the psychological forces directing these achievements remain recognizably ancient. Ambition, fear, aggression, rivalry, prestige, resentment, and the hunger for power have not disappeared merely because the instruments through which they operate have become sophisticated. The contradiction gives modern life its peculiar danger. Humanity has become powerful faster than it has become psychologically integrated. Jung observes that modern people speak as though they have conquered nature while remaining unable to control their own nature. The same intelligence capable of designing extraordinary machines can place increasingly destructive power in the service of motives it barely understands. External mastery therefore reveals an internal weakness. The human being has learned to manipulate forces outside the psyche while remaining vulnerable to forces arising within it. The disappearance of traditional symbolic worlds intensifies this imbalance. Earlier cultures surrounded individuals with rituals and images that connected conscious life with experiences of mystery, death, transformation, instinct, and the unknown. Modern consciousness has dismantled many of these structures because their literal explanations no longer survive rational examination. That development cannot simply be reversed. Yet the psychological energies once carried by those forms remain. Dreams become one of the places where those energies continue to appear. They restore fragments of a language modern consciousness has largely forgotten. They present images in which nature remains psychologically alive, in which animals carry meaning, houses become bodies or personalities, landscapes reflect inner conditions, and figures of impossible authority emerge from regions consciousness does not control. The waking mind may find these images primitive, irrational, or embarrassing. Their persistence suggests that the psyche has not undergone the same modernization as conscious thought. This is perhaps the central tension Jung leaves behind. The modern individual contains several historical layers at once. He can understand the world through science while reacting through patterns far older than scientific consciousness. He can reject superstition while remaining vulnerable to projection. He can dismiss myth while unconsciously reproducing mythical structures around politics, identity, enemies, heroes, and personal destiny. Rationality does not erase these tendencies. It can sometimes conceal them more effectively. For this reason, self-knowledge cannot mean accumulating flattering information about the conscious personality. It requires encountering what does not fit the preferred image of the self. The unconscious repeatedly exposes that discrepancy. A dream may contradict an identity that has become too rigid. An emotional reaction may reveal an attachment that conscious belief denies. A projection may place an unwanted quality into another person so convincingly that the individual experiences his own unconscious material as an objective fact about the outside world. The difficulty lies in bringing such material into consciousness without destroying its meaning. A symbol cannot simply be classified and forgotten. Understanding it requires attention to the emotional reality that gave it force. When symbolic contents are genuinely assimilated, they modify the personality. The conscious mind becomes capable of holding something that previously could exist only outside its field. Jung sees this enlargement as part of a movement towards psychological integration, in which opposing elements can gradually enter relationship rather than remaining divided. There is no guarantee that this process will occur automatically. Dreams can be ignored. Symbols can be trivialized. The unconscious can be treated as meaningless noise or reduced to whatever explanation consciousness already prefers. Modern culture makes this particularly easy because psychological realities that cannot be measured cleanly are often treated as less real than external facts. Jung regards that attitude as a profound misunderstanding. The unconscious is a natural phenomenon, whether or not consciousness approves of its methods. Dreams occur. Symbols appear. Emotional complexes influence behavior. Images arise spontaneously and sometimes reorganize an individual's understanding of his life. Their reality does not depend upon whether they fit comfortably inside a preferred philosophy of mind. After decades of studying these phenomena, Jung's final emphasis is therefore surprisingly simple. The psyche deserves to be taken seriously, not worshipped, not romanticized, not reduced to a formula. Taken seriously, human beings devote immense effort to understanding the external world because ignorance there has consequences. Jung asks that the same seriousness be directed toward the internal world for exactly the same reason. A psyche left unexamined does not become inactive. Its patterns continue organizing perception, desire, fear, and behavior outside conscious recognition. The unconscious does not disappear when it is ignored. It becomes fate in everything but name. The encounter with dreams begins as an investigation of strange images produced during sleep. It ends somewhere much larger. The dream reveals that consciousness is surrounded by a psychic life older, wider, and less controllable than the personality it supports. Symbols become the points where that hidden life approaches awareness. Their meaning can never be exhausted because they emerge from the boundary between what is known and what is still becoming knowable. Modern humanity has illuminated extraordinary regions of the world. Jung leaves one territory deliberately unfinished: the darkness within the observer. The language of dreams and symbols. Modern man likes to imagine that myth belongs behind glass. It survives in temples, broken statues, sacred stories, old ceremonies, and the patient work of archaeologists who recover fragments from civilizations that no longer exist. From this distance, the ancient world can seem safely finished. Its gods have become literature, its rituals anthropology, its monsters curiosities. Yet the disappearance of belief has not produced the disappearance of the patterns that belief once carried. The old images have changed their clothing. Their psychological life continues. This is the unsettling premise beneath the encounter between ancient myth and modern consciousness. A person may reject the supernatural meaning of a ritual while still responding to its symbolic structure. Christmas can retain the emotional promise of birth and renewal for someone without religious faith. Easter can preserve images of death and return through customs whose origins are rarely considered. A nation can welcome an astronaut with the ceremonial grandeur once reserved for the victorious hero returning from an impossible journey. The names change. The pattern remains recognizable. What survives is not simply tradition. Human beings continue producing symbolic forms because the mind that created myth did not vanish when civilization became technological. Beneath conscious attitudes lies a deeper inheritance, capable of shaping dreams, fantasies, fears, loyalties, and expectations without announcing its presence. A dream may seem private and accidental when viewed alone. Across time, however, recurring images can begin to reveal an order. They resemble motifs preserved in stories created centuries earlier by people who could never have known the dreamer. That resemblance is where the modern individual becomes unexpectedly ancient. The connection becomes clearest in moments of transition. Childhood gives way to adolescence. Dependence becomes autonomy. Youth confronts responsibility. Maturity discovers its limits. Old age approaches death. At each threshold, something in the personality must end so that another form can emerge. Ancient societies surrounded these passages with ceremonies because transformation was understood as dangerous. The individual did not merely acquire a new social role. An earlier identity had to be surrendered, tested, sometimes symbolically killed, before a new one could be accepted. Modern life has removed many of these ceremonies, but it has not removed the transitions themselves. The psyche still confronts separation, ambition, sexuality, rivalry, sacrifice, aging, and mortality. It still needs images capable of giving these experiences a form. This is why the hero remains everywhere. He appears in Greek legend, tribal mythology, religious narrative, popular fiction, public spectacle, and dreams. His adventures vary enormously, yet his movement is strangely persistent. He begins incomplete, receives aid, faces danger, gains power, risks success, and eventually encounters the limit of his own strength. The fascination lies in what this pattern conceals. The monster outside the hero may represent a conflict developing within the person who imagines him. The guardian may embody strength that the conscious personality cannot yet claim as its own. Victory may signify the emergence of a more independent identity. Even defeat can become necessary when heroic confidence grows beyond its proper limits. The ancient story is therefore not preserved because modern people remain secretly primitive. It survives because psychological development still produces the tensions that mythology learned to dramatize. Joseph Henderson's exploration begins from this continuity. Ancient symbols are not fossils. They are records of recurring human problems, and sometimes active forms through which those problems continue to speak. Their relevance appears when a forgotten myth suddenly resembles a modern dream, when an old initiation ritual clarifies a crisis of adulthood, or when a heroic image reveals that apparent strength has become another form of immaturity. The question is no longer whether people believe in myth. Belief is secondary. The deeper question is why familiar shapes return whenever humans confront experiences beyond ordinary explanation. Myth survives because the psyche repeatedly reaches the same thresholds and needs images large enough to contain them. The distance between antiquity and the present then becomes much smaller. The temple may be gone. The ceremony may be forgotten. The god may no longer have worshippers. But the psychological situation that once summoned them remains capable of returning. And when it does, modern man discovers that the oldest stories were never entirely about the past. The hero beneath the citizen. The persistence of myth becomes more intelligible once the hero is understood not as a relic of storytelling, but as a psychological image of development. Across cultures, heroic narratives differ in costume, geography, and religion, yet their structure repeatedly returns to the same movement. A figure of uncertain or humble origin emerges, proves unusual strength, receives aid from a guardian, confronts threatening forces, rises toward power, and eventually encounters the danger hidden inside success itself. The pattern is so common that its familiarity can make it almost invisible. What matters is not the adventure alone, but the psychic task carried through it. The hero represents the developing ego as it separates from the original condition of childhood. Early life begins independence. Identity is not yet firmly distinguished from parents, family, instinct, or the surrounding group. The growing individual must gradually discover strength, limitation, and responsibility as qualities belonging to a separate personality. Myth dramatizes this process by giving the emerging ego enemies, trials, weapons, helpers, and victories. What appears as combat in the story becomes differentiation in psychological life. This is why the hero so rarely acts alone. Theseus receives the support of Poseidon, Perseus is aided by Athena, Achilles is instructed by Chiron. Such figures represent capacities larger than the conscious personality available to the hero at the beginning of his task. The young ego experiences itself as insufficient because, in an important sense, it is. Strength must be borrowed before it can be integrated. The guardian therefore expresses a larger psychic resource that temporarily carries what the developing personality cannot yet sustain by itself. The same pattern appears in modern life without announcing itself as mythology. A teacher, coach, admired elder, political leader, fictional figure, or cultural icon can occupy a similar psychological position. The individual does not merely admire such people. He may invest them with qualities he has not yet learned to recognize within himself. Courage, discipline, intelligence, authority, and creative power appear first outside the personality because they are easier to encounter there. Development requires that some portion of this projected strength eventually return to the person who projected it. The heroic cycle also changes as the personality develops. Henderson turns to the Winnebago traditions described by Paul Radin because their 4 hero cycles present this evolution with unusual clarity. The trickster appears first. He is governed by appetite, impulse, and immediate gratification. He behaves with the emotional logic of an infant, clever but undisciplined, creative but largely indifferent to consequence. He is barely human because the earliest stage of consciousness remains close to instinct. Yet even his disorder contains the beginning of transformation. The hare represents a further step. Instinct begins to enter social life. The figure becomes a founder of culture and a giver of ritual. The raw energy of the trickster has not disappeared, but it is being redirected toward the needs of a community. Something essential has happened. The developing personality has begun to discover that freedom cannot consist only of impulse. To live among others, desire must encounter form, limitation, and responsibility. Redhorn carries the process deeper into the recognizably human world. He competes, proves himself, defeats powerful opponents, and depends upon supernatural assistance when his own capacities fail. The hero has acquired greater autonomy, yet the danger surrounding him has changed. Evil is no longer located only in monsters outside the human world. Once the hero becomes strong enough, the threat begins to emerge from human power itself. Achievement produces a new psychological problem. That problem becomes unmistakable in the cycle of the twins. They embody opposing tendencies that belong to one personality. One is reflective and accommodating, the other forceful and rebellious. Together they appear almost invincible. Their strength eventually becomes the source of catastrophe because nothing remains capable of limiting them. Their success grows into excess. When they begin attacking the foundations of the world itself, their destruction becomes psychologically necessary. Power without proportion has become another form of unconsciousness. The heroic story, therefore, contains its own criticism of heroism. The ego must become strong enough to separate, act, decide, and survive, but not so strong that it mistakes itself for the total personality. The same energy that produces independence can become inflation. Confidence can become domination. Idealism can become fanaticism. Victory can become proof, in the hero's own mind, that ordinary limits no longer apply to him. Myth repeatedly answers this condition with betrayal, sacrifice, defeat, or death. This is why the hero's death is not simply tragic. Symbolically, it can mark the completion of a developmental stage. The heroic ego has done its work when it has established a viable center of consciousness. Beyond that point, continued identification with the hero becomes dangerous. A mature personality cannot spend its entire life defeating monsters, proving superiority, or demanding recognition. Eventually, the qualities that built the ego must submit to a wider psychological order. Modern dreams can reveal precisely this failure to move forward. An adult may be socially successful, responsible, and accomplished while remaining psychically attached to an adolescent heroic image. The outer biography advances, but the inner drama remains unfinished. Dreams then return to trials, spectators, young heroes, sacrifice, or figures waiting to be recognized. What seems irrational may be showing that one stage of development has survived beyond its proper time. The hero is therefore not the final image of maturity. He is the necessary builder of a consciousness that must eventually learn to outgrow him. The transition is difficult because the ego naturally clings to the identity that once rescued it from dependence. Strength becomes familiar, and familiarity begins to feel like truth. Yet psychological growth demands another surrender. The person must discover that independence was never the destination, only a passage. The mythic battle creates consciousness, but consciousness itself must later become capable of relationship with what exceeds it. At that threshold, heroic conquest gives way to initiation. The hero must learn to die. The ego cannot remain heroic forever. Its earliest task is necessary because consciousness must separate itself from childhood dependence, discover its capacities, and become capable of acting in the world without constant reliance on parental authority. Yet the same structure that creates strength can later become a prison. Once the ego learns to define itself through conquest, distinction, and achievement, it may continue searching for enemies long after the original developmental battle has been won. Henderson treats this as one of the deepest meanings inside the hero myth. The hero rises because the personality needs him, but he must eventually disappear because identification with heroic power can prevent further development. This is why sacrifice appears so persistently in heroic stories. The hero does not merely confront external danger. He reaches a point at which the qualities that once enabled growth must themselves be surrendered. Youthful idealism, courage, and ambition become dangerous when they are experienced as proof that the ego is unlimited. Henderson connects this danger with the ancient pattern of hybris, the moment when strength becomes inflation and the individual behaves as though ordinary limits no longer apply. The hero's fall is not simply punishment. It restores proportion. The ego is forced to recognize that its power is real but partial, necessary but temporary. The pattern appears in a modern dream Henderson analyzes. A handsome young man prepares himself upon an altar as a human sacrifice. The figure carries the emotional atmosphere of late adolescence, when ideals begin to organize adult identity. He is attractive, energetic, and full of promise, yet precisely this image must be offered up. The sacrifice marks the end of a developmental attitude that can no longer lead forward. If youthful idealism refuses to relinquish its absolute claims, it becomes another form of self-intoxication. The ego that once needed heroic certainty to separate from dependence must now discover that maturity cannot be built from permanent exaltation. Before that surrender can become complete, the personality must confront another figure that heroic consciousness tends to reject. In the same dream, a young man dressed in black appears briefly and seems, for a moment, to be the true hero. Henderson reads this figure through the shadow, the region of personality containing qualities that conscious identity has excluded, repressed, or failed to develop. The shadow can contain aggression, envy, fear, or destructiveness, but it is never only negative. It may also preserve spontaneity, creativity, instinct, and forms of strength that consciousness rejected because they did not fit its preferred image of itself. This changes the meaning of the old battle between hero and monster. Darkness is not always something to be destroyed. Sometimes it contains psychic energy that consciousness needs. A person organized around obedience may discover aggression in the shadow, while someone who values rational control may find imagination, emotional intensity, or vulnerability there. Integration does not mean acting out every impulse. It means recognizing that what appears alien may still belong to the personality. Until that recognition occurs, the rejected material remains capable of acting autonomously because the ego continues experiencing it as something outside itself. Henderson finds a striking image of this transition in the dream of a man approaching 50. Throughout adult life, the man had struggled with anxiety and fear of failure. In the dream, his young son appears as an older knight in shining armor and prepares to confront threatening men in black. Everything suggests the familiar heroic pattern of combat, yet the expected battle never happens. The knight removes his helmet, smiles at the leader of the opposing group, and the two sides become friendly. What had previously required struggle can now be approached through relationship. The shadow no longer needs to remain an enemy because the ego no longer depends upon defeating it to preserve its identity. This reveals the limit of heroic psychology. The hero helps the ego separate from the original wholeness of childhood and acquire enough autonomy to enter adult life. But autonomy is not the final goal. Once established, the ego must learn how to relate to the larger psyche without surrendering the consciousness it has fought to achieve. The task is no longer to prove independence, but to place independence inside a more comprehensive order. Henderson therefore treats the hero myth as an early stage in psychic differentiation, rather than the completed form of maturity. The hero creates consciousness, but another symbolic process becomes necessary when consciousness must learn how to transform without simply conquering. That next process is initiation. Traditional societies surrounded major passages of life with ceremonies because they understood that a change of identity requires more than chronological time. An earlier form of the person must be relinquished before another can emerge. The symbolic logic of initiation begins where heroic logic reaches its limit. The hero proves that the ego can stand alone. Initiation asks whether that ego can surrender enough certainty to enter a new relation with the deeper structure of the personality. Initiation, the death of one identity. The hero myth explains how the ego develops enough strength to separate itself from childhood dependence, but the archetype of initiation addresses a different psychological problem. Independence alone does not make a person mature. Once the ego has established itself, it must repeatedly learn how to relinquish identities that have become too narrow for the next stage of life. Traditional initiation rites gave symbolic form to this process by transforming development into a sequence of separation, ordeal, symbolic death, and return. The initiate entered the ceremony as one kind of person and emerged occupying another position within both the community and himself. Henderson's argument is that the psychological necessity represented by these rites survives even where the ceremonies themselves have disappeared. In traditional societies, The transition from childhood into adult membership often demanded a dramatic break with the parents. The young person could not remain psychologically contained within the original family and simultaneously assume an independent place in the tribe. Initiation therefore injured the old bond deliberately and then repaired it through a new identification with the community. The group effectively became a second parent. Totemic symbols could express this transformation by connecting the individual to a larger collective identity, while ordeals, isolation, circumcision, or other forms of symbolic sacrifice demonstrated that childhood could not simply continue unchanged beneath the appearance of adulthood. The initiate was surrendered to the group and symbolically returned as someone new. This structure distinguishes initiation from the heroic ordeal, even when the two initially resemble one another. Both may involve suffering, danger, endurance, and tests of strength, but their psychological directions are different. The hero demonstrates power by overcoming the obstacle. The initiate is required to submit to something. Heroic consciousness asks whether the individual can prevail, while initiation asks whether he can relinquish the will to prevail long enough to be transformed. Henderson emphasizes this distinction because the mature personality eventually encounters problems that cannot be solved by increasing the ego's power. There are stages of development in which insisting upon victory merely reinforces the identity that must now be surrendered. Initiation is therefore not confined to adolescence. The underlying pattern can return whenever life requires a substantial reorganization of identity. Henderson points especially to the transition from early maturity into middle age and later from middle age toward old age. At each threshold, the conflict between ego and the larger self can become active again because the identity appropriate to the previous stage no longer corresponds to the whole psychological situation. The ambitions that organized youth may become insufficient in middle age. Later, even the identity built around productive adulthood must confront aging and mortality. Development repeatedly demands that the ego distinguish between what it has become and the larger psychic totality to which it belongs. The importance of this pattern becomes clearer when Henderson turns from ancient ceremonies to the dreams of modern individuals undergoing psychological transition. The external ritual may be absent, yet the unconscious can spontaneously reproduce its architecture. Dreams introduce ordeals, journeys, sacrifices, strange ceremonies, threatening encounters, and situations in which the dreamer's ordinary competence becomes useless. The person is placed symbolically into circumstances that weaken the familiar ego and expose it to something larger. What ancient culture once enacted publicly may therefore return privately through the unconscious when an individual's life reaches a comparable threshold. The difference between heroic achievement and initiatory surrender becomes especially important here. A person may interpret every difficulty as another test requiring greater determination, but the psyche may be asking for something entirely different. The developmental task might be relinquishing an ambition, accepting dependence, confronting vulnerability, abandoning an obsolete self-image, or recognizing that a former source of strength has become a defense against change. The individual experiences this as loss because the ego naturally identifies growth with accumulation. Initiation introduces the opposite possibility. Psychological development can require subtraction. This is why symbolic death occupies the center of initiation. The initiate is not literally destroyed, but an existing organization of identity must temporarily lose its authority. Traditional ceremonies could represent this by covering the novice, placing him in darkness, isolating him from the community, subjecting him to physical ordeals, or treating him as though he had ceased to occupy his previous social position. Henderson describes Australian initiation ceremonies in which boys are covered before circumcision, creating an image of death followed by rebirth. The violence of the ritual expresses the seriousness of the psychological transition. Childhood is not merely left behind through intellectual decision. Its claims upon the personality must be symbolically broken before another identity can become possible. Yet the purpose of initiation is not simply to destroy the old personality. Death is followed by incorporation into another form of life. This gives the archetype its regenerative character. Something is relinquished so that psychic energy previously bound to an outdated identity can become available for another stage of development. The pattern can therefore appear repeatedly throughout life because no achieved identity remains sufficient forever. The person who successfully separated from his parents may later need to separate from an idealized image of success. Someone who built adulthood around professional achievement may eventually confront needs that achievement cannot satisfy. The psychological problem changes, but the initiatory structure remains recognizable. Henderson's discussion also reveals why modern transitions can become particularly difficult. Ancient rites provided collective recognition that the individual was entering a dangerous threshold. The community supplied symbols, procedures, witnesses, and an established destination for the transformation. Modern individuals often undergo comparable psychological changes without any equivalent symbolic container. A crisis of identity can therefore appear merely as failure, confusion, depression, or loss of direction because the culture offers no shared language through which the ending of one psychological stage can be understood as preparation for another. The unconscious may produce the necessary imagery, but consciousness must still learn how to recognize what the imagery is attempting to express. The initiation pattern also reveals a tension between individual development and collective belonging. Traditional rites often transform the young person precisely by integrating him more completely into the tribe. The individual relinquishes childhood dependence only to accept a new relationship with collective authority. This is necessary because adulthood requires participation in a social world, but psychological maturity cannot end with conformity either. The group can become another container from which the personality eventually needs to differentiate itself. Initiation, therefore, contains a paradox that will become increasingly important in Henderson's argument. Human development requires both belonging and liberation. The same tension appears in religious initiation. Ceremonies surrounding birth, marriage, and death place individual transformation inside a symbolic order larger than personal choice. The person is asked to recognize that the transition is not merely a private event, but part of a pattern shared with generations before him. Ancient mystery religions developed this principle with particular intensity, treating initiation as contact with realities that exceeded ordinary ego consciousness. The initiate submitted to symbolic structures of death, purification, union, and rebirth in order to emerge with a transformed relationship to life. This is where Henderson's exploration begins to move beyond the hero's struggle for independence. The question is no longer simply how consciousness becomes strong enough to stand apart from the unconscious foundations from which it emerged. It becomes how a developed ego can enter into relationship with those deeper forces without being overwhelmed by them. Initiation offers one answer because it imposes limitation upon heroic power while preserving the consciousness that heroism helped create. The ego does not disappear. It learns that transformation requires periods in which its familiar authority must yield. For Henderson, this is one of the recurring psychological lessons preserved by ancient ritual. Human development does not proceed as an uninterrupted ascent toward greater control. It advances through alternating movements of achievement and surrender, differentiation and reunion, liberation and containment. The person becomes mature not by permanently escaping every structure that limits him, but by learning which limitations must be overcome and which must temporarily be accepted. The ancient initiate entered darkness because there are transformations that cannot occur while the old identity remains fully in command. The hero learned how to win. The initiate must discover what can only be gained by surrendering. the feminine other, and the transformation of the self. Initiation requires surrender because psychological development cannot proceed through heroic conquest alone. Yet surrender immediately raises another question. Surrender to what? If the ego is no longer attempting simply to defeat whatever stands outside its established identity, it must begin entering into relationship with aspects of psychic life that previously appeared foreign, threatening, or inferior. Henderson develops this problem through one of the most enduring symbolic structures in mythology and fairy tale, the encounter between masculine consciousness and the mysterious feminine figure. The relationship is not merely romantic. It dramatizes a psychological encounter through which an established conscious attitude is forced into contact with qualities it has not yet integrated. The familiar fairy tale of Beauty and the Beast offers a particularly concentrated version of this pattern. Beauty is separated from her father and drawn into relationship with a creature who initially appears monstrous. The beast cannot simply be conquered or destroyed because the transformation of the story depends upon relationship rather than victory. Beauty must accept something frightening and apparently inhuman before its hidden human form can emerge. Henderson treats this structure as psychologically significant because it reverses the conventional heroic solution. The monster is not merely an obstacle standing between the hero and his goal. What appears animal, primitive, or unacceptable contains a possibility of development that can only become visible when consciousness changes its attitude toward it. The story also reveals the psychological importance of separation from the parent. Beauty's relationship with the beast cannot develop while her attachment to her father remains the organizing center of her emotional life. The transition toward adult relationship requires a movement away from the parental bond, just as initiation requires the young person to relinquish the identity maintained within childhood. The symbolic problem is therefore not simply finding a partner. Psychic energy attached to the parent must become available for another form of relationship. Until this happens, adult emotional life can remain unconsciously governed by the expectations, fears, and dependencies established within the original family structure. Henderson connects this pattern with the Jungian concept of the anima, the feminine component within the male psyche. The anima cannot be reduced to the man's conscious opinions about women because it belongs to a deeper psychological organization. It can appear through projections onto actual women, but it can also emerge in dreams and fantasies as a female figure carrying qualities that the conscious masculine attitude has neglected. Emotional relatedness, imagination, intuition, vulnerability, receptivity, and access to unconscious life can become associated with this inner figure when they have not found sufficient expression in the conscious personality. The anima then becomes a mediator between the ego and dimensions of the psyche that remain outside its established identity. This explains why the liberation of the feminine figure appears repeatedly within heroic symbolism. The hero defeats a dragon and releases a captive woman, but psychologically the sequence is more complex than the rescue of a passive victim. The dragon can represent forces binding psychic energy to an unconscious condition, while the woman represents a potential relationship with an inner dimension that the hero has not yet made conscious. The victory therefore matters not simply because the monster has been destroyed, but because something previously inaccessible becomes available to the personality. Henderson emphasizes that the hero's task ultimately extends beyond biological adulthood or successful relationships with actual women. The deeper task is to liberate the anima as an inner psychic function necessary for creative development. This transition can be seen in Henderson's interpretation of the dream of a man journeying through India. The dreamer's struggle involves themes of inadequate protection, difficult travel, and eventual arrival at a peaceful harbor town. Henderson connects the journey with the man's need to free himself from an unresolved mother attachment and develop a more mature relation both to women and to adult society. The destination carries the promise that a more authentic anima function can emerge once the old dependency has been confronted. What initially appears as a journey through an external landscape becomes the symbolic representation of a change in the man's inner organization. The significance of this transformation becomes clearer when the hero is understood as a bearer of culture rather than simply a victorious individual. Heroic development releases psychic energy that can be directed toward creative and social tasks. The individual who separates from parental expectations gains the possibility of constructing a life that is genuinely his own, but this independence becomes meaningful only when it contributes to a larger pattern of existence. Even the trickster, in his chaotic way, participates in creation. In Navajo mythology, Coyote helps arrange the stars, introduces death, and assists humanity in moving from one world into another. The primitive hero already contains the beginning of a creative function that later heroic development makes increasingly conscious. Yet the feminine principle introduces something heroic consciousness cannot obtain through greater force. It introduces relatedness. The hero's characteristic movement is outward and oppositional. He separates, fights, conquers, and establishes himself. Relationship requires another capacity, because the other cannot be fully integrated by being defeated. This is why Beauty and the Beast becomes such an important complement to the Dragon Slayer myth. The beast is transformed because Beauty can remain in relation to what initially frightens her. Psychological development, therefore, begins to depend upon an ability to tolerate ambiguity. Something can appear threatening without being merely an enemy, instinctual without being merely primitive, and foreign without needing to be eliminated. Henderson broadens the symbolic problem through the ancient mystery religions of Dionysus and Orpheus. The movement is significant because these traditions place the initiate in direct relationship with instinct, nature, sexuality, death, and transformation. Dionysian initiation demands a temporary lowering of ordinary conscious control. Wine becomes the agent through which the initiate relinquishes the rigid boundaries of everyday consciousness and enters into the fertility and instinctual power represented by nature and the Earth Mother. The sacred marriage of Dionysus and Ariadne gives symbolic form to a union that ordinary ego consciousness cannot produce through will alone. The Dionysian solution, however, contains its own danger. If heroic consciousness can become too rigidly separated from instinct, Dionysian experience can move toward the opposite extreme, dissolving consciousness into instinctual life. Henderson describes how the emotional force of the Dionysian mysteries eventually weakened, and how another religious tendency emerged through Orpheus. The Orphic tradition moved the experience inward. Instead of seeking transformation primarily through ecstatic participation in nature, it developed a more spiritualized relationship with the same underlying mysteries. The shift from Dionysus to Orpheus therefore represents another psychological differentiation. Instinct is not simply rejected, but its energy begins to acquire a different symbolic form. Orpheus becomes especially important because his mythology connects love, loss, descent, and the attempt to cross the boundary between life and death. His journey into the underworld to recover Eurydice transforms the familiar heroic descent. Strength alone cannot recover what has been lost. The journey requires contact with a realm governed by different laws, and its failure reveals the limits of conscious intention. The story belongs to the broader initiatory pattern in which transformation requires entering a condition from which the ego cannot simply return unchanged. These mystery traditions eventually provide Henderson with a bridge toward Christianity. The figure of the God-man who suffers, dies, and becomes the center of a promise of renewed life carries forward a symbolic pattern already present in older initiatory traditions. Henderson is not arguing that these religions are identical. Their theological meanings and historical forms differ profoundly. Psychologically, however, They organize recurring experiences through related structures of sacrifice, death, transformation, and renewal. Ancient symbols can therefore disappear in one cultural form while re-emerging through another because the underlying human problems remain. The same continuity becomes especially visible when initiation is associated not only with entering adult life, but with preparing for death. The Eleusinian mysteries offered initiation into the sacred relationship between Demeter and Persephone, whose myth itself revolves around separation, descent, return, and the seasonal movement between life and death. Henderson notes that these rites could function as preparation for mortality. Death was approached not simply as biological termination, but as another threshold demanding the same qualities required by initiation: submission, humility, and willingness to enter a condition that conscious control cannot master. Christian symbolism intensifies this promise by transforming death and rebirth into the possibility of everlasting life. Again, Henderson's psychological interest lies in the persistence of the pattern. Birth, adulthood, marriage, aging, and death can all activate forms of initiatory symbolism because each requires the personality to relinquish an existing state. The old rituals understood development as a succession of thresholds rather than a continuous accumulation of power. Modern individuals may no longer participate in the mysteries, yet their dreams can reproduce the same structures when life demands an equivalent psychological transformation. The movement from Beauty and the Beast through Dionysus, Orpheus, and the mysteries therefore traces a widening understanding of relationship. The ego first discovers that what appears monstrous may contain something it needs. It then encounters the feminine as a bridge toward unconscious psychic life. Finally, initiation places the entire personality before the ultimate limits of conscious mastery, transformation, and death. In each case, development depends less upon destroying the unknown than upon establishing a new relationship with it. This is why mature psychological life cannot be reduced to independence. The person who has successfully separated from parents, established an identity, confronted the shadow, and developed the strength represented by the hero still faces another task. He must become capable of moving between autonomy and relationship, consciousness and unconsciousness, control and surrender. The opposing forces cannot simply eliminate one another, because both belong to the structure of human life. The ancient rites preserved a method for approaching this contradiction. They contained the individual, subjected the old identity to symbolic death, and eventually released the initiate into another form of existence. Henderson's final movement will extend this pattern further. Beyond initiation lies a class of symbols concerned not merely with entering a new social identity, but with escaping any psychological condition that has become too fixed. These are the symbols through which the psyche imagines transcendence. Symbols of transcendence, beyond the life we have outgrown. Initiation does not always lead toward deeper incorporation into a group, tradition, or established social identity. Henderson identifies another symbolic movement that operates almost in the opposite direction. Some transitions require containment, discipline, and submission, but others occur because an existing form of life has become too restrictive. The individual has developed within a particular identity until that identity can no longer accommodate further psychological growth. At such moments, the psyche produces images concerned with liberation. Henderson calls these symbols of transcendence because they represent the movement beyond a condition of existence that has become too immature, rigid, or final. This distinction prevents initiation from becoming a simple formula. One person may require greater discipline because instinct has never been sufficiently contained. Another may require precisely the opposite because excessive discipline has turned into psychological imprisonment. Henderson contrasts the wildness of Dionysian initiation with the ordered symbolism associated with sacred enclosures and caves. A complete initiatory process can contain both movements because development depends upon the actual imbalance within the personality. The person dominated by impulsiveness may need limitation, while the person trapped by an excessively fixed identity may need release. Psychological transformation cannot be defined as either submission or liberation in isolation. Each becomes meaningful in relation to what the individual has become. The deeper purpose of transcendence is therefore not escape from ordinary existence. It is movement toward a more comprehensive relation between consciousness and the unconscious. Henderson connects this process with Jung's transcendent function, through which opposing psychological positions can produce something that neither side could generate independently. Childhood possesses a kind of original completeness before ego consciousness has fully emerged, but adult wholeness cannot be achieved by returning to that condition. The developed ego cannot simply dissolve back into unconsciousness. A mature sense of completeness must arise through a new relationship between consciousness and the unconscious, preserving differentiation while establishing communication between them. Symbols of transcendence give imaginative form to this movement. They appear in mythology, religious traditions, and modern dreams because the problem they represent remains active wherever a person reaches the limit of an established psychological condition. One of the oldest examples is the shaman. The shaman belongs to the world of the trickster, but has undergone a profound transformation. The earlier trickster is impulsive, disruptive, and governed by instinct. The shaman possesses a related freedom from ordinary boundaries, yet that freedom has acquired direction and purpose. His ability to enter altered states and symbolically travel beyond the ordinary world makes him a master of transition, rather than merely an agent of disorder. The bird naturally becomes associated with this form of transcendence. Its capacity to leave the earth and move through a realm inaccessible to ordinary human movement gives it symbolic power long before any formal psychological interpretation is applied. Henderson points to prehistoric representations in which shamanic figures and birds already appear together, including the famous Paleolithic imagery at Lascaux. Similar associations survive in Siberian shamanic traditions, where bird costumes express the medicine man's imagined capacity to move between ordinary consciousness and invisible realms. The persistence of the image demonstrates how physical characteristics in nature can become carriers for psychological experiences that are much more difficult to represent directly. Flight, therefore, becomes more than movement through space. Psychologically, it can represent release from the limitations of an established standpoint. The individual rises above the position from which a problem previously seemed insoluble. The old boundaries remain visible, but they no longer define the entire field of experience. This is one reason dreams of flying can acquire such intensity. Their meaning cannot be mechanically determined, but within a developmental context, they may express a movement toward freedom from psychological structures that have become confining. The same pattern appears in the lonely journey or pilgrimage. Here, transcendence is not represented by sudden flight, but by movement through an unknown landscape. The traveler leaves the familiar world without yet possessing the identity that will replace it. Henderson connects this motif with traditions such as Dante's journey through hell, purgatory, and heaven, and the spiritual pilgrimage represented in Pilgrim's Progress. The important feature is not tourism or physical distance. The journey creates a symbolic interval between identities. The traveler has left one condition, but has not yet completely entered another, making the road itself an image of transformation. This gives the journey motif a different psychological character from heroic conquest. A hero may travel because there is a monster to defeat or treasure to obtain, but the transcendent journey can make the movement itself the essential experience. The individual does not necessarily know what awaits at the destination. The journey becomes an act of separation from a psychological condition, whose limitations have finally become intolerable. What appears externally as solitude can represent the withdrawal of psychic investment from roles, relationships, ambitions, or collective expectations that previously supplied identity. The loneliness of such imagery is significant because genuine psychological transition can require movement away from collective certainty. Earlier initiation often incorporated the individual into the group. Symbols of transcendence may instead express the need to become free from a collective identity that has become too restrictive. This does not mean rejecting society or retreating into permanent isolation. The symbolic movement concerns differentiation. A person cannot discover a more individual relationship with the self while remaining entirely defined by the expectations of the group. The tension between belonging and liberation runs through Henderson's entire argument. Human beings need collective structures because personality develops through relationships, culture, and shared symbolic systems. Yet every successful structure can eventually become restrictive when it claims authority over dimensions of life it can no longer contain. The same tribe that once provided the young initiate with a new identity could later become something from which a more differentiated individual needed psychological distance. The same religious symbol that once opened experience toward mystery can become empty when repeated without living emotional meaning. Development continually transforms yesterday's solution into today's limitation. Transcendence, therefore, cannot mean permanent escape from form, because the new psychological condition will eventually acquire a form of its own. The process is cyclical. Consciousness differentiates itself, establishes an identity, inhabits that identity, encounters its limits, and then becomes capable of another transformation. Symbols appear at the threshold because consciousness cannot fully conceptualize what has not yet emerged. The image anticipates a possibility before the individual can explain precisely what that possibility will become. Modern culture generates its own versions of these ancient images. Henderson observes that rockets and space travel can enter dreams and fantasies as 20th century embodiments of the same urge once represented by birds, shamans, and supernatural flight. The technological object is new, but its symbolic use can be ancient. A rocket escaping gravity provides modern imagination with an exceptionally powerful picture of release from ordinary limitation. The unconscious does not need to reproduce prehistoric imagery literally. It can use whatever forms contemporary experience provides to express the enduring psychological pattern. This is precisely why ancient mythology remains relevant to modern psychology. The archetypal pattern persists while its visible expression changes. A symbolic form may become culturally obsolete without the psychological tendency behind it disappearing. Henderson argues that an analyst must therefore distinguish between symbols that have become stale and symbols whose underlying value is attempting to reappear in a new form. The task is not to force the modern individual back into an ancient symbolic system. It is to recognize when an old psychological pattern is seeking an expression appropriate to contemporary life. The modern astronaut can consequently acquire something of the ancient hero's aura. Henderson points to the public celebration surrounding John Glenn after his orbital flight as a contemporary version of the triumphant return. Technologically, the event belongs entirely to the modern world. Symbolically, however, the person leaves the ordinary human environment, enters a dangerous realm inaccessible to most people, survives the ordeal, and returns to collective celebration. The public does not need consciously to compare the astronaut with an ancient hero for the older pattern to contribute to the emotional force of the event. This reveals how easily archetypal patterns can operate beneath apparently secular experience. Modernity does not eliminate symbolic behavior simply by changing its vocabulary. The collective imagination continues elevating particular individuals into heroic figures, constructing ceremonies around their achievements, and responding emotionally to stories of departure, danger, transformation, and return. Myth does not require belief in gods to survive. It requires human beings whose psychic development continues to organize experience through recurring forms. Yet transcendence ultimately concerns something more intimate than cultural heroism. Its psychological goal is not spectacular achievement, but liberation from an identity that has become incapable of further growth. The person may experience the transition as restlessness, dissatisfaction, loss of meaning, or attraction toward possibilities that contradict the life already established. Such experiences do not automatically indicate genuine development, but symbolic material can reveal when they belong to a deeper process of transformation. Dreams may begin placing the individual on roads, ships, mountains, flights, unfamiliar landscapes, or crossings whose significance lies precisely in leaving one condition behind. The crucial issue is what happens after liberation. Freedom alone cannot complete the initiatory process because limitless freedom becomes another form of immaturity. Henderson describes initiation as a movement involving submission, containment, and eventual liberation. These phases make it possible to reconcile opposing forces rather than permanently identify with either one. Adventure and discipline, freedom and security, instinct and order cannot be resolved by eliminating one side. Psychological maturity requires a condition in which their tension can be lived without allowing either pole to possess the entire personality. This gives transcendence a meaning very different from simple escape. The individual does not transcend psychological conflict by leaving one side behind. He moves toward a position capable of containing more of the conflict consciously. The result is not perfection or permanent harmony, but a wider organization of personality. What previously appeared as mutually exclusive possibilities can begin participating in the same life. Ancient initiation rites, heroic myths, fairy tales, religious mysteries, dreams of pilgrimage, shamanic flight, and modern rockets therefore converge around a common psychological problem. Human beings repeatedly become confined by identities that were once necessary for their development. Growth eventually requires a passage beyond them, but the passage cannot be accomplished through willpower alone because the new identity does not yet exist in conscious form. Symbols occupy that interval. They offer images of movement where concepts fail. The bird rises because the person cannot yet name the freedom being sought. The traveler leaves because the destination has not yet become psychologically visible. The initiate enters darkness because the identity that will emerge cannot be constructed entirely from the identity that entered. Across radically different cultures and historical periods, these images continue expressing the same paradox. To become more fully oneself, one must repeatedly become capable of leaving behind what once seemed to define the self. The meeting point between containment and freedom. The symbols Henderson has traced across heroic myths, initiation rites, religious mysteries, fairy tales, and modern dreams ultimately converge upon a psychological problem that cannot be solved by choosing one side against another. Human life continually produces tensions between adventure and discipline, instinct and responsibility, freedom and security, individuality and belonging. Consciousness tends to formulate these tensions as alternatives, as though maturity required discovering which side is correct. The symbolic processes preserved in initiation suggest something different. Development becomes possible when opposing tendencies can be brought into a relationship in which neither has to eliminate the other. Henderson describes initiation as one of the means through which individuals and communities can approach this meeting point and achieve a more workable equilibrium. The structure of initiation clarifies how such reconciliation can occur. Henderson summarizes its essential movement as submission followed by containment and finally liberation. Each stage corrects a different psychological danger. Submission limits the ego's assumption that transformation can be controlled entirely through conscious will. Containment prevents the personality from escaping prematurely from the uncertainty produced when an old identity begins to dissolve. Liberation completes the process by releasing the individual from a form of existence that has already fulfilled its developmental purpose. The stages matter because freedom without containment can become chaos, while containment without eventual release becomes imprisonment. This makes initiation less like a single ceremony and more like a recurring structure of psychological change. The adolescent must surrender childhood in order to become an adult, but adulthood itself eventually creates identities that must be relinquished. The successful young person may need to surrender the heroic conviction that achievement can answer every psychological need. The middle-aged individual may have to reconsider ambitions and roles that once gave life its direction. The aging person eventually encounters a transition that no amount of heroic competence can prevent. At every stage, the central difficulty is similar. The ego has become identified with a form of life whose authority now needs to become relative. Death therefore belongs naturally to Henderson's discussion of initiation. The connection is not introduced merely because ancient rituals were preoccupied with mortality. Psychological development repeatedly uses the imagery of death because transformation requires the ending of an established identity. The Eleusinian mysteries made this relationship explicit. Their initiatory symbolism was relevant not only to fuller participation in life but also to preparation for death, suggesting that mortality itself could be approached as the final rite of passage. Images of purification, sacred union, and admission into the presence of divine figures placed death within a pattern of transition rather than treating it only as termination. Henderson follows the continuity of this pattern into Orphic and Christian symbolism. The older mysteries could associate death with the possibility of immortality or cyclical return, while Christianity developed the promise into everlasting life. His concern is not to erase the differences among these traditions, but to reveal the persistence of a symbolic structure. Human beings repeatedly create images that place death inside a larger sequence because consciousness struggles to approach its own extinction directly. The ancient pattern supplies a form through which the ego can encounter the ultimate limit of its control. The psychological attitude demanded by this final transition resembles the attitude required by initiation throughout life. Henderson emphasizes submission and humility. Death cannot be defeated by the heroic ego in the ordinary sense, and attempts to approach it exclusively through conquest reproduce the very psychological attitude that initiation has repeatedly tried to transform. The person must confront a threshold at which achievement, status, social identity, and conscious mastery no longer provide an answer. What ancient ritual offered was not certainty about what lies beyond that threshold, but a symbolic preparation for entering what cannot be controlled. Seen from this perspective, the sequence from heroism to initiation and transcendence describes a profound alteration in the relationship between the ego and the larger psyche. The hero initially has to become strong. Without sufficient ego consciousness, there is no stable individual capable of meeting the unconscious without being overwhelmed by it. Yet strength eventually has to become flexible. The mature ego does not prove itself by maintaining permanent control. It becomes capable of entering a relationship with psychic forces that contradict its established position and allowing that encounter to alter it. The myths Henderson examines preserve this development in different forms. Trickster represents a condition close to instinct, where consciousness has not yet acquired sufficient discipline. Hare introduces greater social organization. Red Horn embodies the emerging human hero, while the twins reveal the danger of heroic power becoming inflated beyond its limits. The sequence does not simply describe increasingly powerful heroes. It describes the gradual emergence of ego consciousness and the problems created by each new level of autonomy. The final danger comes when the hero becomes so successful that he no longer recognizes anything greater than himself. Modern individuals repeat these patterns because the underlying developmental problems have not disappeared. The imagery may be completely different. The supernatural journey can become a voyage through unfamiliar countries. The shamanic flight can become a rocket leaving Earth. The dragon can appear as a threatening human figure. The ritual sacrifice can become a dream of personal death or surrender. The collective unconscious does not require the preservation of ancient costumes. Its symbol-making capacity can use contemporary experience to express patterns that belong to a much older psychological inheritance. Henderson's central claim is therefore not that modern people secretly believe ancient myths, but that the psyche continues producing structures analogous to them. This explains why comparative mythology becomes practically useful within analytical psychology. When an unfamiliar image appears in a dream, knowledge of myth can reveal that the apparent private absurdity participates in a much larger human pattern. Historical comparison does not provide an automatic interpretation, because the meaning of the symbol still depends upon the dreamer's psychological situation. What it provides is perspective. The individual discovers that a crisis experienced as uniquely personal may reproduce a structure through which human beings have imagined comparable transitions for centuries. The recognition can itself change the experience. A period of disorientation may cease to appear solely as evidence that life has gone wrong when its imagery reveals the structure of initiation. A threatening shadow figure may acquire another significance when understood not simply as an enemy, but as a possible carrier of excluded psychic qualities. A dream of departure may become more than a fantasy of escape when it belongs to a broader movement away from an exhausted identity. Myth does not remove the difficulty of the experience, but it gives consciousness a language capable of approaching its psychological dimensions. This is the recreative function Henderson finds in symbols. Symbolic patterns do not merely preserve ancient beliefs. They can participate actively in psychological transformation because they connect conscious experience with processes that have not yet been fully understood. Different symbols become relevant at different stages of life. Some accompany the movement from childhood into adolescence, others the establishment of maturity, and others the preparation for old age and death. The same underlying structures can even overlap, so that imagery normally associated with the end of life may appear in childhood when the psyche is representing transformation through the archetypal pattern of death and renewal. The implication is that psychological development cannot be understood simply as linear progress. The individual does not leave primitive psychic structures behind and become progressively more rational until unconscious life disappears. Development repeatedly returns to ancient patterns because each major transition reactivates fundamental problems of separation, sacrifice, identity, relationship, death, and renewal. The form changes, but the structure remains available beneath conscious life. This also explains why symbols cannot be dismissed simply because their original cultural contexts have vanished. Some inherited symbols undoubtedly become stale and lose their capacity to express living psychological experience. Henderson explicitly recognizes that analysis may require freeing a person from symbols that no longer correspond to his development. Yet an old symbol may also retain an underlying psychological value and seek a new form appropriate to contemporary consciousness. The task is neither blind preservation nor automatic rejection. It is to discover whether the symbolic pattern is still psychologically alive. The modern world provides abundant evidence that the need for such patterns remains. Public figures can acquire heroic dimensions. Collective achievements can generate rituals of departure and triumphant return. Stories of sacrifice continue to organize cultural memory. Narratives of transformation dominate fiction precisely because the movement from one identity into another remains emotionally compelling. Even where explicit religious belief declines, symbolic structures continue appearing because they answer psychological questions that scientific explanation was never designed to resolve. Henderson's exploration therefore closes the apparent distance between ancient myth and modern man. Archaeology can recover the artifact, anthropology can reconstruct the ritual, and religious history can explain the doctrine. But analytical psychology asks why these forms remain recognizable within contemporary psychic life. The answer lies in the historical depth of the psyche itself. Modern consciousness is new in many of its ideas and technologies, but it grows from psychological structures far older than the culture through which it currently understands itself. The ancient hero therefore survives not because humanity has failed to progress, but because the problem represented by the hero continues to return. Every developing ego must somehow establish itself. Every established ego risks identifying too completely with its achievements. Every mature personality eventually confronts the need to surrender something that once seemed indispensable. The hero, the sacrifice, the initiation, the descent, and the journey beyond familiar boundaries become recurring symbolic answers to these recurring psychological situations. What changes across a lifetime is the meaning of the task. At one stage, development requires liberation from dependence. At another, it requires submission to realities the ego cannot command. Later still, liberation may again become necessary when the structure that once protected development begins restricting it. There is no permanent psychological formula because the balance itself must continually change. The personality remains alive by becoming capable of transformation. This is the meeting point Henderson finds within initiation, not absolute freedom and not absolute containment, but the capacity to move between them. The individual becomes more fully human when opposing forces can be recognized as parts of one's psychic life rather than enemies from which only one can survive. The symbols of myth give visible form to this otherwise invisible process. Ancient man enacted these transformations around fires, inside caves, before sacred images, and through ceremonies inherited from generations before him. Modern man may encounter the same movement alone, in a dream whose imagery he initially cannot understand. The setting has changed radically, but the psychological threshold has not. Beneath the surface of contemporary life, the old patterns continue their work, waiting for consciousness to recognize that the stories inherited from the past are also descriptions of transformations still taking place within the present. The ancient patterns within us. A dream rarely announces that a life is changing. It arrives as fragments, a room that has never existed, an animal crossing a road, a stranger whose face feels inexplicably familiar. Taken alone, each image can seem accidental, almost disposable. Yet when dreams are followed across months and years, something stranger begins to appear. Certain figures return. Landscapes alter. Old situations come back carrying different emotional weight. What looked like scattered nighttime debris slowly reveals a pattern, as though the psyche had been tracing a design long before the conscious personality knew there was anything to see. This hidden movement is what gives individuation its unsettling force. Human beings usually imagine development through intention. A person chooses a profession, enters relationships, builds convictions, pursues ambitions, and calls the resulting sequence a life. But beneath those deliberate decisions another process may be unfolding, slower and far less obedient. It does not necessarily share the ego's priorities. It can interrupt success with boredom, expose certainty. It describes the gradual realization of a life that cannot be reduced to collective expectations or conscious ambition. Its direction is discovered rather than invented. Dreams become important because they repeatedly reveal where the personality is moving, where it has become one-sided, and where an unknown possibility is beginning to press against the boundaries of the familiar self. The process rarely begins with revelation. More often, it begins with obstruction. A plan fails. Meaning disappears. The outer life may remain intact while something inside grows barren. In myth, the king falls ill, the land becomes sterile, the wells dry up, or darkness settles over the kingdom. Psychologically, the image is precise. The old center can no longer organize life, yet the new one has not become visible. What feels like misfortune may therefore be the first pressure of a deeper pattern trying to emerge. And this is where individuation becomes difficult. The psyche does not begin by confirming who a person believes himself to be. It begins by disturbing that certainty from within the darkness. The hidden center of the personality. The first difficulty in understanding individuation is that the process does not unfold according to the logic by which the ego normally understands progress. Consciousness prefers visible sequences. A person makes a decision, takes an action, measures a result, and assumes that development follows from accumulated choices. The psyche behaves less neatly. Across a long series of dreams, images can emerge, disappear, and return years later in altered form. A recurring house may gain rooms. A threatening figure may become less hostile. A landscape once barren may acquire water. Only when these fragments are viewed across time does the pattern become visible. What appeared random begins to resemble a slow internal reorganization. The directing principle within this movement cannot simply be identified with conscious intention. Von Franz describes the self as a regulating center that belongs to the whole psyche, while the ego occupies only the limited field of what a person consciously knows about himself. The difference is crucial. The ego can illuminate possibilities, make choices, and bring latent capacities into actual life, but it does not create the total pattern from which those possibilities emerge. An artistic gift that never becomes conscious may remain unrealized, yet the potential existed before the ego recognized it. Consciousness, therefore, serves development without being its sole author. The Naskapi Indians offer von Franz a particularly vivid image of this relationship. Living without elaborate collective religious institutions, the hunter relies heavily upon dreams and upon an inner figure called the Great Man, imagined as an immortal companion dwelling within the heart. Attention to dreams strengthens the relationship with this figure, while dishonesty and destructive behavior weaken it. The cultural language differs radically from modern psychological terminology, yet the structure is strikingly similar. Human life is experienced as containing an inner source of orientation that cannot be reduced to deliberate reasoning, and the quality of the relationship with that source affects the direction of the individual personality. This orientation does not abolish freedom. It complicates it. The ego must still choose, act, and assume responsibility, but its freedom becomes meaningful only when it responds to something deeper than arbitrary preference. Von Franz compares this situation to the growth of a mountain pine. Every seed contains a latent pattern, yet no two trees can realize that pattern in precisely the same form because each encounters different soil, stones, weather, and exposure. The living tree develops through an interaction between inner possibility and external circumstance. Human individuality emerges through the same tension, except that a person can consciously participate in the shaping process. This makes comparison with other lives psychologically misleading. Two people may face similar problems, yet the appropriate response for one may deform the life of the other. The demand of the self is specific because individuation concerns the realization of an individual pattern rather than conformity to a universal model of success. Modern culture makes this difficult to accept. Social life depends upon shared expectations, recognizable achievements, and categories through which behavior can be evaluated. Individuation introduces an element that cannot be standardized so easily. The question becomes less about what a person ought to become according to prevailing measures, and more about what particular form is attempting to emerge through this particular life. The old Chinese story of the useless tree intensifies this challenge. A carpenter dismisses a giant oak because its wood is unsuitable for practical purposes, only to encounter the tree in a dream and discover that its uselessness is precisely what allowed it to survive and fulfill its natural span. The story overturns the assumption that value must be measured through immediate utility. A life can appear unproductive according to collective standards while still realizing an inner pattern of remarkable depth. Von Franz uses the image to show why conscious planning sometimes has to yield before a form of development whose meaning cannot yet be translated into conventional achievement. The difficulty is that the self rarely announces its direction with unmistakable clarity. Its influence is often experienced first as frustration. The ego knows what it wants and encounters resistance. A relationship becomes impossible, a career loses meaning, a cherished ambition repeatedly fails, or a previously satisfying life begins to feel inexplicably empty. Consciousness naturally searches for an external cause because obstruction appears as something happening to the person. Yet von Franz suggests that such moments may belong to the opening movement of individuation. The apparent enemy can be the first sign that an established conscious attitude has reached its limit. Myths represent this condition with extraordinary consistency. The king becomes sick. The kingdom turns barren. Water disappears. A monster blocks movement or steals what gives the land vitality. These images portray a condition in which the existing center of conscious life can no longer sustain the personality. The crisis is not solved by ordinary advice because the missing element is unique. Fairy tales therefore send the hero searching for impossible objects, a strange bird, living water, golden hair, or some other treasure that cannot be obtained through familiar means. The symbolic logic is exact. A conventional problem can be solved conventionally. An individuation crisis requires something the existing personality does not yet possess. This explains why periods of meaninglessness can become psychologically decisive. The person may still possess everything that previously defined a successful life, yet the inner connection has weakened. More work does not solve it. Rest does not necessarily solve it. Entertainment, advice, and renewed discipline may leave the underlying emptiness untouched. The real difficulty is that the ego is searching within the old map while the psyche is pressing toward territory that map does not contain. The first movement inward therefore demands an unusual kind of attention. Consciousness must approach what it normally rejects as useless, irrational, or disturbing and ask what function it may be serving within the larger pattern. Dreams become important not because every image provides an answer, but because they reveal the psyche responding continuously to conscious life. Sometimes they offer guidance. Sometimes they expose an attitude that has become destructive. At other times they deliver an unpleasant verdict about qualities the individual has spent years refusing to recognize. This is where the process loses any resemblance to comfortable self-discovery. The hidden center does not exist to flatter the conscious personality. It begins widening the personality by confronting the ego with what its established identity has excluded. The crisis that seemed to come from outside starts revealing an internal conflict. The life that appeared obstructed begins showing the limits of the person who was trying to direct it, and the first figure waiting beyond that limit is usually the shadow. The shadow at the edge of the self. When the established personality begins to lose its authority, the first encounter with the unconscious is rarely elevated or reassuring. The individual does not immediately discover hidden wisdom or some perfected version of himself. More often, he encounters qualities that contradict the identity he has spent years constructing. Jung called this figure the shadow, those aspects of personality that have remained outside conscious recognition because they were rejected, neglected, morally condemned, or simply incompatible with the way the ego prefers to understand itself. Individuation begins to become personal at precisely this point, because it is easier to accept the existence of an unconscious, in theory, than to recognize its contents as one's own. The shadow develops naturally because no conscious identity can contain every human possibility. To become a particular person means emphasizing certain qualities while leaving others undeveloped. Family expectations, social values, education, temperament, and personal choices gradually establish an image of what the individual considers acceptable. Someone may learn to value kindness and suppress aggression, cultivate rationality while neglecting emotion, or build an identity around independence that leaves little room for dependency and vulnerability. The excluded qualities do not disappear simply because consciousness refuses them. They continue existing outside the ego's preferred image, and can eventually acquire a degree of psychological autonomy. This makes the shadow broader than a collection of immoral impulses. It certainly can contain selfishness, envy, rage, cowardice, dishonesty, and other qualities a person would rather attribute to someone else. Yet it may also contain strengths that were never permitted to develop. Assertiveness can become shadow material in someone trained always to accommodate others. Emotional sensitivity can disappear beneath an identity built around toughness. Creativity may remain unconscious in a life organized entirely around practicality. The shadow therefore represents what the conscious personality has failed to live, and its appearance can be threatening precisely because some of its contents carry energies the ego needs. Dreams often personify this problem through a figure resembling the dreamer in some essential way, while possessing qualities he consciously rejects. The figure may be the same sex as the dreamer and appear unpleasant, inferior, suspicious, primitive, or socially unacceptable. Its behavior creates the emotional reaction through which the shadow becomes recognizable. A respectable person may dream of a criminal, an excessively controlled person of someone shamelessly impulsive, or an accommodating person of a brutally aggressive figure. The dream does not necessarily declare that the conscious individual should become identical with this character. It reveals that the psychological quality represented by the figure already belongs somewhere within the total personality. Recognizing this is difficult because projection offers a much easier solution. A quality that remains unconscious within oneself can be experienced with extraordinary clarity in another person. The individual then feels that he is simply observing reality. Someone else really is intolerably arrogant, dishonest, aggressive, weak, or malicious, and the intensity of the judgment seems justified by the apparent evidence. Sometimes the judgment is objectively correct. The psychological problem begins when emotional fascination exceeds the situation, and the person becomes incapable of recognizing how much of his own unconscious material has attached itself to the other. Projection transforms an inner conflict into an external certainty. Instead of confronting aggression within himself, the individual becomes surrounded by aggressive people. Instead of recognizing his own capacity for deception, he becomes preoccupied with the dishonesty of others. Von Franz extends the problem beyond private relationships because entire groups can participate in the same mechanism. Political enemies can become carriers of everything a society refuses to acknowledge in itself. The other side appears not merely mistaken, but contaminated by qualities from which one's own group imagines itself completely free. Shadow projection can therefore contribute to gossip and interpersonal hostility, but also to collective hatred and ideological distortion. The withdrawal of a projection is painful because it removes a convenient moral arrangement. Consciousness prefers a world in which darkness has a recognizable address somewhere else. Individuation disturbs that geography. The individual must begin asking whether the quality provoking such intense reaction also exists, perhaps in another form, within himself. This does not require denying genuine wrongdoing in others. It requires distinguishing what actually belongs to the external person from what has been added by the observer's unconscious. Without that distinction, the individual remains psychologically dependent upon the people he condemns because they continue carrying parts of his personality for him. The confrontation becomes even more complicated because the shadow is not always clearly separable from deeper unconscious forces. Von Franz warns that unconscious contents can be contaminated with one another, their boundaries blurred like objects in a moonlit landscape. What initially appears to be a primitive impulse belonging to the shadow may sometimes coincide with a direction emerging from the self. A strong urge cannot therefore be judged solely by its intensity. Neither repression nor surrender provides a universal answer. The individual has to discover whether the impulse represents a destructive regression, a neglected but legitimate need, or a developmental pressure pointing towards something the conscious personality has refused to become. This uncertainty prevents individuation from becoming a program of simply accepting everything unconscious. The shadow can contain impulses that genuinely require restraint. A person may encounter desires whose enactment would damage himself or others, and psychological recognition does not remove moral responsibility. At times, von Franz notes, a heroic conscious decision may be necessary to resist an overwhelming impulse. At other times, repression itself may be the obstacle because the direction of the self happens to coincide with something consciousness has labeled unacceptable. The work lies in discrimination, and discrimination is difficult precisely because the unconscious does not arrive already divided into convenient categories. The ethical dimension of individuation appears here with particular force. Once a person recognizes that an unwanted quality belongs to him, he becomes responsible for deciding how to relate to it. Before recognition, the impulse could be projected, rationalized, or experienced as something imposed from outside. After recognition, consciousness must negotiate with it. Aggression may need to become assertiveness rather than violence. Selfishness may conceal a legitimate need for boundaries. Envy may reveal an unlived possibility. Fear may expose a real limitation rather than mere weakness. The raw shadow content cannot simply dictate behavior, but neither can it be understood if consciousness begins by condemning it. This is one reason the process of individuation cannot be reduced to moral perfection. A person attempting to become entirely good according to a consciously selected ideal may actually intensify the split within the personality. Everything incompatible with the ideal is forced into unconsciousness, where it continues operating without conscious responsibility. The resulting personality can appear virtuous while becoming increasingly vulnerable to projection and possession by precisely the qualities it denies. Psychological wholeness demands a more uncomfortable form of morality. The capacity to recognize the existence of contradictory tendencies without pretending that recognition makes every tendency acceptable. The shadow also changes as the personality changes. Material that remains unconscious at one stage may become integrated later, while new conflicts emerge as consciousness develops. Individuation is therefore not completed by a single dramatic confrontation with one's darker side. The boundary between conscious identity and unlived possibility continues moving. New situations reveal qualities that earlier circumstances never activated. A person who seemed patient may discover rage when given authority. Someone who believed himself independent may encounter dependency through love or loss. Life continually produces conditions under which previously invisible aspects of personality become visible. Yet the shadow remains only the first major threshold. Its contents are relatively close to personal experience because many can eventually be traced to recognizable features of biography and character. As these qualities become more conscious, dreams may begin presenting figures that feel less like rejected versions of the ego and more like genuinely autonomous presences. Their emotional influence can be stronger, their symbolism more mysterious, and their relationship to the conscious personality more difficult to understand. At this point, the encounter with the unconscious changes character. For a man, it may take the form of an inner feminine figure. For a woman, an inner masculine presence. Jung called these figures the anima and the animus. Where the shadow challenges what the ego refuses to admit about itself, these figures begin opening the personality toward a deeper and more unfamiliar dimension of psychic life. The inner other, anima and animus. The confrontation with the shadow forces the individual to recognize qualities that belong to the personality, but have remained excluded from conscious identity. Yet this encounter does not exhaust the unconscious. As shadow material becomes more differentiated, another class of figures can emerge in dreams and fantasies with a distinctly different character. They may feel less like rejected versions of the dreamer and more like independent personalities possessing intentions, moods, knowledge, and emotional power of their own. Jung described these inner figures as the anima in a man and the animus in a woman. For von Franz, they occupy a crucial position in individuation because they can mediate between ordinary ego consciousness and the deeper organizing activity of the unconscious. The anima frequently appears in masculine psychology through feminine personifications. Her character can vary enormously from seductive, destructive, and emotionally destabilizing figures to guides capable of leading consciousness toward profound inner development. Von Franz connects some of the anima's earliest formation with the man's experience of his mother, but the figure cannot ultimately be reduced to the personal mother. The maternal relationship provides an important emotional foundation through which the anima becomes experienced, while the archetypal pattern itself belongs to a deeper level of the psyche. This distinction explains why the inner feminine can acquire a scale and intensity that seem disproportionate to anything in the man's conscious relationships. When the anima remains largely unconscious, her influence may first be recognized through moods. A man who considers himself rational and emotionally self-controlled can suddenly become irritable, touchy, depressed, sentimental, or filled with a vague sense that everything is meaningless. The mood seems to descend upon him rather than emerge from a recognizable thought. Von Franz describes the negative anima as capable of producing precisely this atmosphere of discouragement and poisonous emotionality. Her voice can whisper that nothing matters, that effort is useless, or that there is no reason to continue struggling. Because the process remains unconscious, the man experiences these conclusions as though they were objective descriptions of reality rather than expressions of an autonomous psychic condition. The negative anima can also appear through fantasies of love and sexuality. An unconscious feminine image may be projected onto a real woman, surrounding her with an emotional significance that belongs only partly to who she actually is. The man experiences an overwhelming fascination and may become convinced that he has encountered the one person capable of completing his existence. The intensity can seem like evidence of the relationship's truth, yet projection makes genuine perception difficult. He is not relating only to the woman before him. He is also relating to an unconscious image carried within himself and temporarily experienced through her. This helps explain the extraordinary power that romantic attraction can acquire. The projected person appears to possess qualities that seem almost supernatural because she has become the carrier of something larger than her individual personality. Such projections are not simply errors to be eliminated. They can initiate development by forcing the individual into emotional territory his conscious attitude had previously excluded. The difficulty arises when he remains unable to distinguish the actual woman from the psychic image attached to her. What begins as a bridge toward unconscious life can then become dependency, obsession, disappointment, or an endless search for another person capable of sustaining the projection. Von Franz illustrates another dangerous form of anima influence through the figure of the femme fatale. Myths and legends repeatedly portray seductive female beings who lure men away from ordinary life and toward destruction. Sirens, water spirits, and similar figures give symbolic form to an inner feminine power that fascinates consciousness while pulling it toward unconsciousness. The man imagines that he is pursuing an external object of desire, but psychologically he may be surrendering his conscious direction to an autonomous inner figure. The danger is not femininity itself. It is unconscious possession by a psychic content the ego has never learned to recognize as part of its own inner world. Yet the anima has a profoundly constructive dimension. Once the man begins to distinguish her from actual women and recognize her as an inner factor, the same figure that generated moods and projections can become a mediator to the unconscious. Von Franz describes the anima as capable of helping a man recognize values that rational consciousness alone cannot easily perceive. She can connect him with feeling, receptivity, imagination, symbolic meaning, and the subtle movements through which the self attempts to communicate its direction. Her role becomes particularly important when the conscious personality has developed a rigidly intellectual attitude and has lost contact with emotional reality. Mythological images express this positive function through female guides who provide knowledge unavailable to the hero through ordinary means. The feminine figure may reveal the path, offer protection, interpret a hidden message, or lead the masculine protagonist towards something he could not find alone. Psychologically, the pattern describes a change in relationship with unconscious life. What once appeared as irrational interference becomes a potential source of orientation. The anima has not become obedient to the ego. Instead, the ego has learned enough humility to listen to a mode of experience that differs from conscious reasoning. The process requires what von Franz describes as taking fantasies, moods, and expectations seriously without simply identifying with them. A man possessed by an anima mood may say that life is hopeless. A man beginning to relate consciously to the anima can instead recognize that something within him is producing an experience of hopelessness and ask what psychological situation lies behind it. This small shift creates distance without repression. The mood is neither accepted as absolute truth nor dismissed as meaningless weakness. It becomes material for dialogue with the unconscious. The corresponding inner figure in a woman's psychology is the animus. Von Franz presents its negative form less through moods than through fixed opinions and convictions. The negative animus can produce statements that possess an impersonal and strangely unquestionable authority. A woman may find herself internally confronted by conclusions such as nothing will ever work, nobody really understands her, or a particular situation must necessarily end badly. The content can vary, but the psychological form remains recognizable. The opinion presents itself as certainty and resists examination because it does not feel like an opinion at all. It feels like the truth. This quality gives the negative animus considerable destructive power. Because the conviction appears self-evident, consciousness can unconsciously collect evidence that supports it while excluding anything that contradicts it. The individual becomes trapped inside an argument whose premises she never consciously chose. Von Franz associates this figure with the internalization of unquestioned collective judgments and paternal influence, but again the personal father does not exhaust the archetypal meaning. The deeper animus possesses a degree of autonomy that allows it to appear in dreams as one man, a group of men, an authority figure, or a mysterious male presence whose statements carry unusual force. Projection again transfers the inner problem onto external relationships. A woman may experience a man as possessing extraordinary intellectual or spiritual authority because he carries an animus projection. Conversely, she may enter repetitive conflicts in which external men seem constantly to embody the rigidity, judgment, or domination operating unconsciously within her own psyche. As with anima projection, the emotional intensity can make the external interpretation appear completely convincing. Individuation requires gradually recognizing the difference between the actual person and the inner figure whose qualities have become attached to him. The positive animus, however, becomes an important source of initiative and spiritual activity. Von Franz describes its development through increasingly differentiated forms. What begins as an image of physical power can develop toward action, then toward the word and intellectual meaning, and eventually toward a mediator of spiritual significance. In its mature form, the animus can provide a woman with courage, objectivity, creative initiative, and the capacity to bring inner convictions into concrete form. The same archetypal factor that once produced rigid opinions can become a bridge through which the deeper direction of the psyche reaches consciousness. Anima and animus therefore share a structural role despite their different manifestations. Both stand at a threshold. Behind them lies a region of unconscious experience that the ego cannot approach effectively through its ordinary habits. Their negative forms obstruct the threshold through possession and projection. Their positive forms help consciousness cross it. This transformation depends less upon defeating the inner figure than upon establishing a relationship with it. As with the shadow, what remains unconscious behaves as though it were external and autonomous. Becoming conscious of the figure does not make it disappear, but changes the conditions under which it can influence the personality. Von Franz's dream material repeatedly shows why this relationship matters. Inner figures can know things the conscious personality does not know, point toward neglected possibilities, or introduce symbolic material connected with the self. Their apparent autonomy should therefore not be dismissed as fantasy in the ordinary sense. Psychologically, they represent realities capable of producing measurable consequences in mood, judgment, relationships, and behavior. Treating them as inner personalities provides a way for consciousness to engage with forces that would otherwise continue operating indirectly. The danger lies at both extremes. Literalizing the anima or animus can turn inner material into external certainty, producing projection and distorted relationships. Dismissing them as meaningless imagination leaves the individual equally unconscious of their influence. Individuation requires a middle position in which symbolic experience is granted psychological reality without being confused with external fact. The person learns to ask what an inner figure wants, what attitude it represents, and how its message relates to the actual circumstances of life. As this dialogue develops, the relationship with other people can also change. A partner no longer has to carry the impossible burden of embodying an unconscious ideal. Attraction and conflict can become more realistic because some of the psychic energy previously projected outward has returned to the individual. The person does not become emotionally self-sufficient. Rather, relationship becomes less dominated by the unconscious demand that another human being complete an inner task that belongs to the dreamer. The withdrawal of projection opens a deeper layer of the individuation process. The shadow has confronted the ego with unlived aspects of its own personality. Anima and animus have introduced a mediating relationship with the unconscious itself. As these figures become more differentiated, dreams can begin organizing themselves around symbols that possess an even greater sense of totality and authority. Circles, squares, stones, sacred children, divine figures, animals, trees, and other images may appear as though the psyche were attempting to represent not another fragment of personality, but the organizing principle behind the entire process. At that point, individuation approaches its central mystery. The question is no longer merely what the ego has rejected or what inner opposite it has failed to recognize. It becomes a question of the center around which all these opposites are attempting to organize themselves. The shadow, anima, and animus have progressively weakened the ego's claim to be the whole personality. Beyond them stands the symbolic presence toward which the entire movement has been leading, the self. The self, the center that is larger than the ego. The encounter with the shadow, anima, and animus gradually changes the position of consciousness within the personality. At first, the ego assumes that what it consciously knows constitutes the essential self. The shadow undermines this assumption by revealing qualities that belong to the individual but have remained excluded from conscious identity. Anima and animus deepen the disruption because they behave less like forgotten characteristics and more like autonomous inner personalities, capable of influencing moods, convictions, relationships, and fantasies from beyond conscious control. As these layers become differentiated, the ego is increasingly forced to acknowledge that it occupies only one region within a much larger psychological system. The question then becomes unavoidable. If the ego is not the center of the total personality, what is? Jung's answer is the self. Von Franz describes it as the central organizing principle of the entire psyche, encompassing consciousness and unconsciousness, while simultaneously appearing as the regulating center around which they can become ordered. This makes the self fundamentally different from the ego. The ego is the center of conscious experience, the point from which a person says, I, remembers a biography, makes decisions, and encounters the external world. The self includes that conscious personality but exceeds it. It contains the unrealized possibilities, instinctive foundations, archetypal structures, and unconscious processes that participate in shaping a life without being identical to the person the ego currently believes itself to be. The distinction explains why individuation cannot mean strengthening the ego until it dominates the unconscious. Such domination would merely intensify the original imbalance. Nor does individuation require dissolving consciousness into unconscious experience, because the ego has an indispensable role in making psychological development real. The relationship is more demanding. Consciousness must remain sufficiently differentiated to evaluate, choose, and act while becoming capable of recognizing a center of meaning that it did not create. The ego participates in the realization of the self without becoming the self. Dreams often represent this larger center through figures possessing unusual authority. The self may appear as a king, priest, divine child, wise old man, extraordinary animal, sacred object, or other figure whose emotional weight distinguishes it from ordinary dream characters. Von Franz returns to the Naskapi image of the great man dwelling within the heart because it captures this experience with remarkable directness. The inner figure represents something both intimately one's own and simultaneously greater than the conscious personality. It is not experienced merely as another thought produced by the ego, but as an inner presence capable of orientation. The self can also appear through geometrical images expressing order and totality. Circles, squares, arrangements based upon fourfold structures, and combinations of these forms occur repeatedly in dreams and religious imagery. Jung used the Sanskrit word mandala, meaning circle, for many such representations. Their importance does not depend upon the dreamer's familiarity with Eastern religion. Similar patterns can emerge spontaneously in people with no conscious knowledge of traditional mandalas, suggesting that the psyche naturally reaches for symmetrical and centered forms when attempting to represent its own movement toward greater integration. The mandala is psychologically powerful because it gives visible form to a problem consciousness cannot easily describe. The psyche contains conflicting tendencies, conscious and unconscious material, masculine and feminine principles, instinctive and spiritual demands, and many other oppositions that cannot simply be collapsed into one another. A centered circular or fourfold image places difference inside a larger order. The opposites remain distinguishable, but they belong to the same whole. The symbol therefore represents neither uniformity nor the victory of one side. It suggests an organization capable of containing multiplicity without fragmentation. This is why images of the self often become especially prominent during periods of psychological disorder. When conscious life has lost its center, the unconscious may compensate by producing symbols of order. A mandala can appear in a dream precisely because the waking personality feels scattered. The image does not prove that integration has already been achieved. It may instead reveal the direction toward which the psyche is attempting to move. The self operates as a regulating factor, producing symbolic configurations that compensate for conscious disorientation and point toward a more balanced arrangement. Von Franz emphasizes that this regulating activity should not be confused with a simple desire for comfort. The self can demand changes that the ego experiences as painful, irrational, or destructive to established plans. A person may have organized life successfully according to collective standards and still discover that the deeper psyche refuses to cooperate. Dreams can expose sterility beneath achievement, reveal neglected possibilities, or repeatedly confront the individual with situations that contradict his conscious ambitions. From the ego's perspective, the process may look like sabotage. From the standpoint of individuation, the conflict may represent the pressure of a larger pattern attempting to become real. This returns to the image of the seed and the tree. The self does not prescribe a standardized ideal that every person should reproduce. It represents the particular totality implicit within an individual life. The potential oak does not become more complete by imitating the pine beside it. Its fulfillment lies in realizing its own pattern under the conditions actually given to it. Human beings complicate this natural process because consciousness can choose against the inner pattern. Social pressure, fear, ambition, imitation, and the desire for approval can lead a person into a life that appears coherent externally, while becoming increasingly disconnected from the direction of the self. Individuation, therefore, requires attention to the small, often inconvenient indications through which this direction becomes perceptible. Von Franz stresses that the process cannot be achieved through intellectual knowledge alone. Learning Jungian terminology does not produce individuation. A person may understand the definitions of shadow, anima, animus, and self while remaining almost completely untouched by their psychological reality. The decisive question is whether the individual responds to what the unconscious actually presents within his own life. Theoretical knowledge can help recognize a pattern, but it cannot substitute for the personal decisions through which that pattern becomes lived. The difficulty is intensified because the self does not provide an explicit moral code for every situation. Its direction must be interpreted through dreams, emotional reactions, outer circumstances, and the consequences of conscious choices. A symbol can suggest a movement without specifying exactly how it should be enacted. The individual remains responsible for translating inner experience into life. This prevents individuation from becoming passive obedience to unconscious impulses. The ego must participate through judgment, discrimination, and ethical decision, even while acknowledging that its information is incomplete. The relationship between ego and self can therefore resemble a dialogue. Consciousness acts, the unconscious responds, consciousness considers the response, and acts again. A decision that appears rational may be followed by dreams suggesting that something important has been neglected. Another decision may produce imagery of greater coherence. Over time, the individual can begin recognizing a pattern in this exchange. The unconscious does not function as an oracle giving infallible commands, but as another source of psychological information, whose perspective must be taken seriously if the total personality is to participate in the direction of life. This dialogue becomes especially important because individuation can separate the individual from collective expectations. The self may demand a development that cannot be justified through conventional measures of prestige, productivity, or social approval. The story of the useless tree captures precisely this possibility. What appears worthless from the perspective of collective utility may serve the realization of an individual pattern. Yet this does not mean that individuation licenses arbitrary self-indulgence. Following every personal preference would simply replace collective conformity with ego-centeredness. The difficult task is distinguishing between what the ego wants and what the larger personality appears to require. The difference often becomes visible through sacrifice. A direction emerging from the self may require relinquishing something to which the conscious personality is deeply attached. The sacrifice could involve an ambition, an idealized self-image, a relationship to status, or an expectation about how life was supposed to unfold. What makes the sacrifice psychologically significant is that it cannot be reduced to simple deprivation. Energy invested in an outdated form becomes available for another development. Something must be surrendered because the existing conscious arrangement has become too narrow to contain the next stage of life. Symbols of death and rebirth naturally appear around such moments. The personality undergoing transformation may dream of graves, destroyed buildings, dying figures, descent into darkness, or the disappearance of familiar places. These images can be frightening when interpreted literally, but within the process of individuation, they may represent the ending of a psychological configuration. Conversely, images of children, new vegetation, rising suns, newly discovered rooms, or emerging animals may accompany the appearance of possibilities that have not yet acquired a mature conscious form. Among the most significant symbols of the self is the divine child. The image combines vulnerability with enormous future potential. A child is small, dependent, and easily threatened, yet carries the possibility of an entire life that does not yet exist. When such imagery emerges from the unconscious, it can represent a new center of personality whose development has only begun. The conscious ego may barely understand what is appearing, and the new possibility may initially seem insignificant compared with established responsibilities. Yet precisely because it is new, it requires protection. The self can also be represented through stones and crystals, images that express another aspect of psychological totality. Unlike the growing child or tree, the stone suggests permanence, indestructibility, and an existence beyond the fluctuations of ordinary conscious life. Human beings have repeatedly attributed sacred significance to stones, from primitive religious objects to alchemical symbolism. Psychologically, their enduring form can become an image of something within the personality that seems more fundamental than the changing states of the ego. The individual ages, succeeds, fails, changes roles, and alters beliefs, while the self is imagined as belonging to a deeper continuity. These symbols acquire their force because the self occupies a paradoxical position. It is the most intimate center of the individual, and yet can appear utterly foreign. It belongs to the personality, while exceeding everything the ego recognizes as personal. This is why images of the self so often borrow the language of divinity. Historically, human beings have represented experiences of psychic totality through gods, sacred figures, cosmic structures, and supernatural beings because ordinary personal imagery seems insufficient to contain their scale. Analytical psychology does not need to decide the metaphysical question of whether such images point to something beyond the psyche. It can observe that psychologically they behave as representations of a center greater than conscious identity. The experience can be dangerous if the ego identifies with that greatness. To encounter an image of the self is not to become divine. Inflation occurs when the ego appropriates qualities belonging to the larger psyche and begins experiencing itself as uniquely chosen, omniscient, or exempt from ordinary limitation. The very symbol intended to relativize the ego can then be used to magnify it. Individuation requires the opposite movement. The ego becomes more conscious of its importance and its limits at the same time. It is indispensable because without consciousness the potential of the self cannot become lived, but it remains only one participant within a greater psychic reality. This relationship gives individuation its peculiar combination of individuality and humility. The person becomes increasingly distinct from collective expectations because he discovers a pattern that belongs specifically to his own life. At the same time, he becomes less able to imagine himself as the sole author of that life. The more individual the path becomes, the clearer it may become that its deepest direction cannot be manufactured through conscious preference alone. The self, therefore, does not offer a final perfected identity waiting at the end of development. It functions as the organizing principle of an ongoing process. Every new integration changes the relationship between conscious and unconscious material, creating new tensions and possibilities. Wholeness is approached through continual adjustment rather than permanent completion. The mandala represents a center, but living around that center remains an active task. As the relationship with the self deepens, individuation begins extending beyond private psychological improvement. The individual must discover how the inner pattern can be lived within relationships, work, society, and the historical world without either surrendering it to collective pressure or withdrawing into psychological isolation. The self may be experienced inwardly, but its realization requires an outer life capable of carrying what has been discovered. The movement toward the center therefore produces another movement outward. The person who has begun to discover what belongs uniquely to his own psychological development must eventually ask how that individuality can exist among other people. Wholeness cannot remain an inner image. It has to become a way of participating in the world. The individual and the world beyond the self. The discovery of the self might appear to lead away from collective life. Individuation requires the individual to distinguish an inner direction from the expectations of family, society, profession, and culture, and this inevitably creates moments of separation. Yet von Franz does not present individuation as withdrawal into private psychological experience. The movement toward greater individuality eventually creates a new problem. How can a person remain faithful to an inner pattern without becoming isolated from the human world in which that pattern must actually be lived? The self may become visible through dreams and symbols, but its realization cannot remain confined to an internal realm. This tension becomes particularly important because collective life offers ready-made identities. A person can understand himself through nationality, profession, social position, family role, political allegiance, religious affiliation, or any number of categories that provide orientation and belonging. These structures are necessary, but they can also encourage the individual to substitute collective identity for personal development. The more completely someone derives meaning from membership in a group, the easier it becomes to avoid confronting the psychological questions that belong uniquely to his own life. Individuation, therefore, requires some differentiation from collective assumptions, not because society is inherently opposed to the self, but because no collective formula can completely describe an individual psychic pattern. The danger exists in the opposite direction as well. A person who discovers an inner life can become fascinated by its apparent uniqueness and begin treating ordinary human obligations as beneath him. Psychological development then becomes another form of inflation. The individual imagines that attention to dreams or symbolic experience has elevated him beyond conventional responsibilities, when in reality the ego has simply appropriated the prestige of unconscious contents. Von Franz repeatedly emphasizes that the self does not abolish ethical responsibility. A genuine relationship with the unconscious tends to make decisions more demanding because the person can no longer hide as easily behind collective rules or personal rationalizations. This is why individuation produces a peculiar form of loneliness. The decisive choices cannot always be justified through standards that everyone else recognizes. The individual may have to remain with uncertainty while discovering what a particular situation demands. Collective morality can provide important boundaries, but it cannot determine every psychological decision in advance. At certain moments, the person must confront a conflict for which there is no formula and accept responsibility for choosing without complete certainty. The relationship with the self does not remove this burden. It intensifies it by making unconscious motives increasingly difficult to ignore. Von Franz connects this responsibility with the problem of interpreting dreams. A dream cannot simply be converted into an instruction and obeyed. Its images must be considered in relation to the entire psychological situation. The conscious attitude, the shadow, possible projections, emotional circumstances, and the direction suggested by previous dreams all matter. What appears to be a command from the unconscious may represent compensation for an extreme conscious position rather than a literal recommendation for action. The ego therefore remains necessary as the organ through which symbolic material is reflected upon and translated into life. This relationship between inner direction and conscious responsibility becomes especially important when the self appears through powerful symbolic imagery. An encounter with a mandala, divine figure, sacred animal, or other numinous symbol can produce a sense that something unquestionably meaningful has occurred. Yet the emotional force of the experience does not automatically explain what should be done with it. The symbol reveals the presence of a larger psychic order, but the individual still has to discover how that order relates to concrete circumstances. Individuation is lived through this continual translation between symbolic meaning and ordinary existence. The process therefore creates no simple opposition between the inner and outer worlds. Outer events can become part of the dialogue through which psychological development unfolds. A chance encounter, an unexpected obstacle, a relationship, a failure, or a new opportunity may acquire significance when it coincides with an inner process already visible in dreams. Von Franz does not suggest that every external event should be interpreted symbolically. Rather, the individual gradually becomes attentive to the way inner and outer circumstances sometimes seem to converge around the same developmental problem. At the deepest level, this sensitivity changes the experience of meaning. The ego ordinarily creates meaning by relating events to its own goals. Something is good because it helps a plan succeed, bad because it obstructs it, useful because it serves an intention, and useless because it does not. The self introduces another scale. An event that appears disastrous to conscious plans may participate in psychological development, while an achievement celebrated by the ego may reinforce an attitude that has already become sterile. Meaning can therefore no longer be equated simply with satisfaction. This is the psychological significance of the useless tree encountered earlier. Its value could not be measured through the carpenter's criteria, because those criteria were precisely what prevented him from understanding it. The tree fulfilled its form because it escaped the demands imposed upon useful trees. Von Franz uses the story to illuminate a fundamental aspect of individuation. The deepest value of an individual life may not be immediately visible from the perspective of collective utility. A person's unique development can require qualities, choices, and periods of apparent inactivity that make little sense when judged exclusively through productivity or social recognition. Yet individuality does not become meaningful by rejecting usefulness altogether. The mature expression of the self eventually returns the individual to relationship. What has been discovered inwardly has to acquire a form capable of existing among other people. Creative work, friendship, love, professional activity, responsibility, and participation in community can become places where the differentiated personality takes concrete form. The goal is not escape from collective life, but participation without complete psychological absorption into it. This produces a different understanding of relationship. When projections are gradually withdrawn, other people become less useful as screens for unconscious material. The shadow is no longer located exclusively in enemies. Anima or animus is no longer carried entirely by the romantic partner. The individual can begin encountering another person with fewer unconscious demands that the other embody rejected qualities, idealized possibilities, or internal authorities. Relationship becomes more difficult in one sense because projection had supplied certainty and emotional intensity. It becomes more real because the other person is increasingly allowed to exist as someone psychologically separate. The same principle applies to collective conflict. Von Franz's discussion of shadow projection reveals how easily groups can attribute their own unrecognized qualities to outsiders. Once a collective identity becomes morally absolute, everything incompatible with its self-image can be projected onto another group. The enemy then appears to contain all aggression, dishonesty, irrationality, or destructiveness, while one's own side becomes psychologically purified. Individuation cannot eliminate political conflict, but it can weaken one of the psychic mechanisms through which conflict becomes distorted. A person capable of recognizing his own shadow becomes somewhat less dependent upon finding a human container for it elsewhere. The implications become particularly serious in the modern world because collective forces have acquired unprecedented technological power. Von Franz places the psychological problem of wholeness beside one of the most disturbing symbols of the 20th century, nuclear destruction. The contrast is stark. Modern dreams can produce images of union and integration, while the external world has developed an image of total fragmentation powerful enough to destroy entire populations. The nuclear explosion becomes an almost exact symbolic opposite of the mandala. One gathers disparate elements around a center, the other tears matter apart from its center outward. This contrast gives individuation a significance beyond personal well-being. Psychological dissociation is not dangerous only because it produces private suffering. Human beings carry their unconscious conflicts into institutions, technologies, ideologies, and relationships of power. A society composed of individuals who remain largely unconscious of projection and shadow does not become psychologically integrated simply because its institutions are rationally organized. Collective structures can amplify unconscious forces as easily as they can restrain them. Von Franz does not suggest that individual psychological work offers a direct solution to political catastrophe. Her argument is more fundamental. Collective psychology is ultimately enacted through individual human beings. Every mass movement, institution, and historical conflict depends upon minds capable of projection, identification, fear, fascination, and possession by unconscious contents. The psychological balance of the individual therefore belongs to the same human reality from which collective events emerge. The image of Hiroshima becomes especially powerful within this context because it combines external historical reality with a symbolic picture of psychic fragmentation. Von Franz juxtaposes the destructive image with representations of human union, suggesting that modern consciousness confronts opposing possibilities with unusual intensity. The need for psychological integration is not an abstract ideal when technological civilization has given unconscious aggression the capacity to produce consequences far beyond anything available to earlier societies. The self represents the counter-image to fragmentation. Its symbols repeatedly organize opposites around a center rather than allowing one side to annihilate the other. Masculine and feminine, conscious and unconscious, instinct and reason, individuality and relationship do not become identical. Their differences remain, but those differences can participate in a larger structure. Psychological wholeness, therefore, does not mean eliminating conflict. It means developing a personality sufficiently spacious to endure conflict without immediately solving it through repression, projection, or destruction. This is why the mandala carries such significance across the process of individuation. Its centered form expresses something consciousness repeatedly struggles to achieve: unity without erasing difference. The circle contains. The fourfold pattern differentiates. The center organizes without becoming identical to any single element surrounding it. When similar structures emerge spontaneously in dreams, they can indicate the psyche's attempt to establish order during periods in which conscious life has become fragmented or disoriented. The image also reveals why the self cannot be reduced to individualism. A center exists through relationship with what surrounds it. The psychological goal is not the isolated ego becoming increasingly unique until it has nothing in common with anyone else. Individuation differentiates the person so that relationship can become less unconscious. The individual becomes more capable of participating in collective life precisely because he is less completely possessed by collective identity. Von Franz ultimately presents this balance as something that cannot be manufactured through technique. There is no general recipe capable of telling every person how much independence or adaptation a particular moment requires. The self expresses itself through the unique circumstances of an individual life, and discovering its direction demands sustained attention. Dreams provide one of the most important sources of information because they continuously compensate conscious attitudes and reveal changes occurring beneath awareness. But even the most careful interpretation cannot replace the individual's responsibility for living the result. The process, therefore, remains experimental. A person listens, interprets, acts, observes what follows, and listens again. Mistakes become part of the dialogue because consciousness cannot know the complete pattern in advance. The individual may misunderstand a dream, follow an impulse that proves misleading, or cling too long to an identity the psyche has already begun abandoning. Individuation does not remove uncertainty from life. It creates a more conscious relationship with uncertainty. This distinguishes the self from a doctrine. A doctrine can be learned and repeated. The self must be encountered through the unfolding pattern of a life. Its manifestations change because the individual changes. What appears first as obstruction may later reveal itself as direction. What once seemed essential may eventually need to be sacrificed. A symbol that carries enormous importance during one stage can disappear when its psychological work has been completed. The cultural meaning of individuation, therefore, lies partly in its resistance to fixed identities. The process continually reminds consciousness that no role, ideology, social category, or self-description can exhaust the total personality. Each identity contains something true and something incomplete. The self remains larger than every formulation through which the ego attempts to define itself. In a world increasingly capable of organizing human beings through collective categories, that incompleteness becomes psychologically important. Individuation preserves the possibility that a person can participate in a shared world without becoming reducible to the identities the world provides. The individual belongs to society, history, and culture, but also carries an inner pattern whose realization cannot be delegated to any of them. The movement toward the self thus returns the individual to the world with a different center of gravity. Outer recognition remains meaningful, but no longer provides the only measure of value. The deeper individuation proceeds, the less plausible it becomes to imagine inner and outer reality as completely separate problems. The shadow projected outward becomes social hostility. The unlived anima or animus reshapes relationships. Identification with collective values can silence an individual direction. Conversely, the gradual integration of unconscious material changes the quality of participation in the world. Wholeness, therefore, cannot be achieved in isolation. The inner center must eventually prove itself through the life that forms around it. The dialogue that never ends. Individuation does not culminate in a personality from which conflict has disappeared. The image of wholeness can easily encourage that misunderstanding, especially when the self appears through harmonious circles, balanced mandalas, sacred stones, or other symbols of completeness. Yet the psychological reality described by von Franz is more demanding. Consciousness and the unconscious remain different systems. Opposing tendencies continue to arise, and circumstances repeatedly force the personality into situations for which no permanent solution exists. What changes is not the existence of contradiction, but the individual's capacity to remain in relationship with it. The ego gradually relinquishes the fantasy that psychological health means finally reaching a condition in which nothing inside the personality will challenge its authority. This is why the self should not be imagined as a destination reached after the shadow has been integrated and anima, or animus, has been understood. It is the regulating center of an ongoing process whose manifestations change throughout life. Each stage produces its own psychological requirements. What the self demands from a young adult establishing independence may be very different from what becomes necessary in middle age, and the orientation appropriate to middle age may itself become inadequate when old age approaches. Individuation follows the changing form of the whole personality, rather than a fixed program that can be completed once and retained permanently. The individual, therefore, cannot possess the self as knowledge. He can only maintain a relationship with the process through which it becomes perceptible. Dreams remain central because they provide an ongoing commentary upon the conscious attitude. A single dream can be misunderstood, but a series of dreams allows patterns to become visible. Images recur, transform, disappear, and sometimes return in forms that reveal how the underlying psychological situation has changed. The meaning lies not simply in isolated symbols, but in the movement connecting them. What initially appeared as a threatening figure may become a companion. What began as a barren landscape may later contain growth. An inaccessible center may gradually become approachable. The dream series records a process consciousness could never have planned in advance. This returns individuation to the principle with which von Franz began. Psychological development resembles an organic pattern of growth. The mountain pine does not consciously design its final shape, yet neither does it unfold independently of the world around it. Its inherent structure meets weather, rock, soil, damage, and opportunity, producing the singular tree that eventually exists. The self provides something analogous to the latent pattern of the human personality, while consciousness participates in the conditions through which that pattern becomes actual. The individual can cooperate, resist, misunderstand, or neglect the process, but he cannot replace it with an arbitrary design without eventually encountering psychological consequences. This explains why individuation is fundamentally different from self-improvement. Self-improvement usually begins with an image selected by consciousness. The person decides what qualities should be strengthened, which weaknesses should disappear, and what version of himself would represent success. Individuation begins from the possibility that the conscious ideal may itself be part of the problem. The person who wants greater control may need to encounter vulnerability. Someone who values permanent independence may need to recognize dependence. A personality built around achievement may eventually discover that further achievement no longer produces development. The direction cannot be known simply by asking what the ego would prefer to become. The shadow makes this contradiction personal by confronting consciousness with the qualities excluded from its preferred identity. Anima and animus deepen the process by exposing the individual to an inner other whose moods, opinions, fantasies, and projections reveal how incomplete conscious self-knowledge remains. The self places both encounters within a larger movement. What first appears as disruption can gradually be recognized as compensation for a personality that has become too narrow. The unconscious does not merely add missing characteristics to the ego. It continually challenges the boundaries through which the ego has defined what belongs to the personality at all. The process inevitably involves suffering, because established identity does not relinquish its authority willingly. A person can spend decades constructing a coherent understanding of who he is, only to discover that the next stage of development requires precisely what that identity cannot accommodate. The resulting crisis may feel like psychological failure. Old motivations weaken, familiar roles become unsatisfying, and decisions that once seemed obvious acquire uncertainty. Yet within the logic of individuation, the breakdown of an established orientation can become the condition through which another relationship with the self emerges. This does not mean that every crisis should be romanticized as growth. Von Franz's account repeatedly demands careful discrimination. Unconscious impulses can be destructive, projections can distort reality, and powerful symbolic experiences can inflate the ego rather than transform it. The fact that something comes from the unconscious does not make it correct. Consciousness remains responsible for judging what can be lived, what must be resisted, and what requires further understanding. The self regulates the total psyche, but its direction reaches the ego through symbolic material that must still be interpreted by a limited human consciousness. The moral problem, therefore, becomes inseparable from individuation. Collective rules remain necessary, but they cannot resolve every conflict generated by an individual psychological situation. At decisive moments, a person may have to choose between competing obligations without possessing a universally valid formula capable of proving which choice is right. The responsibility cannot simply be transferred to society, tradition, another person, or even to a dream. The ego must make the decision while remaining aware that its knowledge is incomplete. Individuation demands greater personal responsibility precisely because fewer unconscious excuses remain available. This responsibility also transforms the relationship with the collective. The individuated person is not someone who has escaped society. Complete withdrawal would merely replace collective identification with another one-sided attitude. Instead, differentiation allows participation without total psychological absorption. A person can belong to a profession without allowing professional identity to define the entire personality, participate in a culture without assuming that its values exhaust human possibility, and enter relationships without demanding that other people carry unlived portions of the psyche. The withdrawal of projection becomes especially important here. As shadow contents are recognized, other people become less necessary as carriers of everything the individual condemns in himself. As anima or animus projections become more conscious, partners can gradually cease functioning as embodiments of an unconscious ideal or internal adversary. The emotional world may initially become less dramatic because projection had supplied enormous intensity, but genuine relationship becomes more possible. The other person can increasingly be encountered as another center of psychological life, rather than as a character inside one's private unconscious drama. This movement has consequences beyond intimate relationships. Collective life continually invites projection because groups offer powerful identities through which individuals can divide the world into psychologically convenient categories. Qualities rejected by one group can be attributed to another until the opponent appears to embody everything one's own side refuses to recognize. The mechanism does not make actual differences between groups unreal, but it contaminates perception with unconscious material. Individuation cannot abolish collective conflict, yet the recognition of one's own shadow makes absolute psychological innocence increasingly difficult to maintain. Von Franz places this individual task against the background of a historical world capable of extraordinary fragmentation. The image of nuclear explosion becomes a stark modern counterpart to the symbols of wholeness produced by the psyche. The contrast is not merely visual. One image represents a movement towards centered organization, while the other evokes disintegration on a scale made possible by modern technological power. Human beings have acquired unprecedented capacity to transform the external world without acquiring equivalent mastery over the unconscious motives that participate in directing that power. The psychological significance of individuation, therefore, extends beyond the pursuit of private fulfillment. The unconscious individual participates in collective life through projections, emotional contagion, unquestioned convictions, and identification with group attitudes. The more powerful collective structures become, the more consequential these unconscious mechanisms can be. No amount of external organization can entirely compensate for individuals who remain unaware of the psychic forces influencing their judgments. Yet von Franz does not turn individuation into a political program. Its scale remains stubbornly personal. The process happens through particular people confronting particular dreams, relationships, decisions, and conflicts. There is no collective shortcut to psychological consciousness because the self expresses itself through the uniqueness of an individual life. The transformation of society may depend partly upon such individuals, but the person who pursues individuation primarily in order to reform everyone else has already lost sight of the task. The work returns continually to one's own psychological reality. What is being projected now? Which attitude has become too rigid? What does a recurring dream reveal about the current balance between consciousness and the unconscious? Where has an inner figure acquired autonomy because consciousness refuses to recognize it? Which direction appears meaningful despite contradicting collective expectation? These questions cannot be answered permanently because the person asking them continues to change. Wholeness must therefore be distinguished from perfection. Perfection implies the removal of defects according to an ideal. Wholeness requires the inclusion of realities the ideal might prefer to exclude. The shadow remains part of the personality, even when consciously recognized. Masculine and feminine psychic tendencies continue to generate tension. Instinct and reason do not become identical. Individual needs and collective obligations cannot always be reconciled without sacrifice. The self contains opposition rather than abolishing it. The psychological balance represented by the self is consequently dynamic. A living personality continually moves away from equilibrium and attempts to recover it under new conditions. Dreams compensate conscious attitudes because those attitudes inevitably become partial. The process resembles not a structure finally completed, but a continual act of orientation around a center that itself can never be fully contained within consciousness. This is perhaps why symbols of the self so often borrow images historically associated with divinity. The experience confronts consciousness with something intimately connected to the individual, while simultaneously exceeding the ego's capacity to possess it. Analytical psychology can describe the psychological effects of such imagery without deciding what, if anything, exists beyond the psyche. The boundary itself remains meaningful. At the deepest level of individuation, psychological investigation reaches questions that cannot be resolved simply by accumulating more information. What remains possible is relationship. The individual can become increasingly attentive to the pattern through which inner and outer life seem to organize themselves. Consciousness can learn to recognize compensation, withdraw projections, tolerate contradiction, and respond more carefully to the symbolic language of dreams. None of these activities guarantees a painless or successful life. Individuation is not protection from tragedy, illness, failure, or death. It changes the psychological position from which such realities are encountered. The person who follows this process may become less certain about the identity he can describe and more connected to the life actually unfolding through him. The apparent contradiction captures the movement of individuation. The ego loses its claim to total authority precisely as individuality becomes more distinct. One becomes more oneself by discovering that the conscious I was never the whole of what one was. The useless tree continues growing according to a pattern no carpenter considered valuable. The mountain pine takes its singular form through every obstacle it encounters. Dreams continue arriving from a center consciousness cannot see directly. Across these images, von Franz returns to the same insight. The deepest pattern of a human life is not manufactured by the ego, yet without conscious participation it may never become fully realized. Individuation therefore has no final scene in which the unconscious falls silent and the completed personality steps forward. The conversation continues for as long as psychological life continues. Each answer changes the person who will receive the next question. Each integration alters the boundary between what is known and unknown. The goal is not to finish the self. It is to become capable of living in relation to it. The journey toward the self. Long before art was asked to be beautiful, original, or even recognizable as art, an image could alter the reality around it. A stone standing alone in a landscape was never necessarily just a stone. An animal painted deep inside a cave was not simply an animal remembered by a hunter. A circle carved into rock could carry an order larger than the hand that made it. Human beings seem to have discovered very early that the visible world could hold another world inside it. Matter could become charged with meaning. A shape could become a presence. An object could become a threshold. This is the strange continuity running through the history of visual symbolism. The objects change, the religions disappear, civilizations rebuild themselves, and the techniques of representation become almost unrecognizable. Yet the impulse survives. Human beings continue taking things that already exist in the world and allowing them to mean more than themselves. Stones become dwelling places of gods. Animals become ancestors, demons, protectors, and incarnations of divine power. Circles become images of psychic totality. The entire visible cosmos becomes available for transformation because the symbol does not depend upon the rarity of an object. It depends upon the psychic intensity gathered around it. That distinction matters because symbolism is often misunderstood as a code. A symbol is treated as though it were a decorative disguise for an idea that could be stated more efficiently in words. But the oldest images resist that reduction. When Jacob raises the stone associated with his dream and marks it as sacred, the stone isn't functioning as an illustration of an abstract religious proposition. It has entered the revelation itself. It mediates between the human and the divine. Something similar survives in stone circles, sanctuaries, Zen gardens, and sculptures that preserve enough of the original rock for its natural presence to remain active. The object hasn't disappeared beneath its meaning. Its material existence is part of what makes the meaning possible. The animal carries an even more volatile charge. Across cave paintings, ritual disguises, masks, mythologies, and religious traditions, it repeatedly appears where human consciousness approaches the instinctive foundation beneath its civilized identity. This foundation is neither automatically noble nor inherently evil. It belongs to nature. The danger begins when consciousness becomes separated from it. An instinct that has been wounded, distorted, or suppressed doesn't simply vanish. It can return with an autonomy that makes it seem almost foreign to the person experiencing it. The terrifying animal that pursues someone in a dream becomes an extraordinarily precise image of that estrangement. Something belonging to life itself has become a predator because consciousness no longer recognizes it as its own. Then there is the circle. It appears across cultures with an almost unsettling persistence, in sacred diagrams, sun images, mandalas, architecture, city plans, religious paintings, and forms of meditation. Its recurrence suggests something deeper than the transmission of a visual convention. The circle gathers multiplicity around a center. It can contain division without losing unity. When combined with fourfold structures, it gives visual form to psychic orientation, to the attempt to hold different functions and opposing forces within a larger totality. The image becomes a way of representing wholeness before wholeness can be fully explained. For centuries, these symbolic forms remained entangled with religion, ritual, architecture, and collective mythology. Then something changed. The modern artist inherited the ancient symbol-making impulse while increasingly losing the shared symbolic universe that had once given it stable forms. By the beginning of the 20th century, painting itself began to fracture. One artist could abandon the object almost completely, reducing the image toward pure geometric form. Another could take an ordinary manufactured object, remove it from practical life, and force the viewer to confront its inexplicable presence. These gestures seemed opposed, yet psychologically they exposed the same rupture. Matter and spirit, object and non-object, instinct and consciousness had begun pulling away from one another. Art wasn't merely representing that division. Art had become one of its symptoms. This is where the history of symbols becomes something more disturbing than a history of images. Modern art begins to function as an image of modern humanity itself. Abstraction grows as the external world becomes increasingly difficult to experience as stable and sufficient. Scientific discoveries make matter itself mysterious. Psychology discovers another reality beneath conscious intention. Artists turn toward dreams, chants, fragments, discarded objects, geometry, fantasy, and forms that seem to emerge from somewhere behind ordinary appearances. The ancient search for the spirit inside the stone hasn't disappeared. It has returned inside a culture that no longer knows exactly what it means by spirit. The question, then, is no longer simply what symbols mean. It is why human beings keep creating them whenever the visible world stops being enough. The sacred life of matter. The earliest visual symbols reveal a psychological attitude that modern consciousness has largely lost. Ancient people did not approach the surrounding world as a collection of neutral objects waiting to be measured, used, or categorized. A stone could contain presence. An animal could embody powers that exceeded the individual creature. A geometrical form could organize the relation between human life and the cosmos. The visible object and the invisible meaning were not sharply separated. Art emerged inside this field of participation, where making an image could become an act of contact with forces that consciousness experienced as real. The stone provides one of the clearest examples because almost nothing seems more passive. It does not grow, speak, hunt, or visibly respond to human presence. Yet precisely this permanence allowed it to accumulate extraordinary symbolic weight. Rough stones became tomb markers, boundaries, sanctuaries, and objects of veneration. In the story of Jacob, the stone upon which he sleeps becomes inseparable from the dream that follows. When he wakes from the vision of a ladder connecting earth and heaven, the stone is raised and consecrated. The material object has become the physical point at which an invisible experience entered the world. The same impulse appears wherever natural stones are arranged, marked, or only slightly altered in order to reveal what seems already latent within them. Ancient standing stones sometimes receive only the faint suggestion of a human face. Zen gardens place rocks into carefully composed spaces while preserving their natural irregularity. Modern sculptors can approach stone in a surprisingly similar way, resisting the desire to impose a completely foreign form upon the material. The artist seems less interested in conquering the object than in discovering what kind of presence the object can already sustain. This attitude reveals something essential about symbolism. The symbolic image is created through projection, but projection does not make the experience psychologically trivial. The unconscious places qualities, emotions, and patterns into an object, and the object then seems to return them with a reality that consciousness can encounter. The stone becomes animated because something within the observer has entered it. Art gives this invisible transaction a form. What appears to be a relationship with an external object is also a relationship with a psychic content that has found a material body. The animal intensifies the process because it already possesses movement, appetite, violence, sexuality, fear, and instinctive intelligence. Prehistoric cave painting, therefore, carries an emotional charge very different from decorative representation. The animals buried deep within the caves were painted with astonishing observational precision, yet many were also pierced, marked, or symbolically attacked. The image could function as a double of the living creature. To strike the representation was to participate imaginatively in the death of the animal itself. The painting became part of hunting, ritual, fertility, and survival. The cave mattered as much as the image. Access to many painted chambers required passage through darkness, narrow spaces, damp corridors, and difficult approaches before the painted animals suddenly became visible. The physical journey transformed perception before the image was encountered. What modern museums isolate as art once existed inside an atmosphere of secrecy and awe. The picture, the place, the ritual, and the emotional state of the participant belonged to one symbolic event. Human figures wearing animal forms deepen the ambiguity further. The masked dancer is no longer simply a person imitating an animal. In ritual consciousness, the disguise can temporarily transform identity itself. The chief becomes the lion. The initiate enters relationship with the totem. The dancer moves as the bison whose power he embodies. The individual human expression disappears behind the mask, and an older, more impersonal figure takes its place. Art becomes the technology through which a personal identity can be suspended and an archetypal one can appear. This helps explain why animal symbolism survives so strongly within highly developed religions. Divine figures repeatedly retain animal attributes even when the surrounding theology becomes increasingly sophisticated. Egyptian gods possess animal heads. Greek gods transform themselves into birds and bulls. Hindu divinities appear as elephants, monkeys, and boars. Christian symbolism surrounds sacred figures with the ox, lion, eagle, serpent, fish, lamb, and unicorn. Spiritual development does not erase animal nature. The sacred repeatedly includes it. The psychological implication is difficult for civilized consciousness because civilization depends partly upon controlling instinct. Human beings acquire extraordinary power by delaying impulse, submitting appetite to social structure, and replacing immediate reaction with reflection. Yet control can become separation. Instinct that has no acceptable place in conscious life does not cease to exist. It becomes wounded, distorted, or autonomous. The animal then returns through dreams as something threatening because the instinctive foundation of personality has become foreign to the person who carries it. The recurring dream of being chased by an animal gives this conflict an almost perfect visual form. The dreamer flees from a creature that belongs to nature, but has become an enemy. The greater its violence, the more urgent the psychological separation may be. The problem is not solved by becoming animalistic and abandoning consciousness, nor is it solved through further repression. The primitive individual may need to tame instinct, while the highly civilized individual may need to restore a relationship with instinct that excessive control has damaged. In both cases, wholeness requires a negotiation between human consciousness and the animal life beneath it. The circle introduces another dimension because it does not represent a particular creature or material substance. It represents order itself. Across religious images, meditation diagrams, city plans, sacred architecture, and ancient carvings, circular and fourfold patterns repeatedly organize space around a center. The form gives visual expression to a human need for orientation. Different directions, functions, and opposing forces can be gathered into a structure without losing their distinction. This is why circles and mandala forms repeatedly appear wherever cultures attempt to visualize cosmic or psychic totality. A sacred city can be built around a central point. A cathedral window can transform colored fragments into radiant symmetry. A religious image can arrange divine and human figures around an organizing center. The geometry is never merely ornamental. It expresses an intuition that life becomes meaningful when multiplicity acquires relation to something central. Stone, animal, and circle therefore reveal three persistent symbolic movements. Matter can become inhabited by psychic meaning. Instinct can become visible through animal form. Fragmented experience can be gathered around an image of totality. Across thousands of years, visual art repeatedly returns to these structures because they correspond to enduring problems within human consciousness. Modern art inherits all three, but under radically altered conditions. The sacred stone becomes the mysterious object. The animal returns as instinct, terror, purity, or lost nature. The circle survives as abstraction, geometry, and the search for order. Yet the collective religious frameworks that once stabilized these images have weakened. The artist still reaches for the symbol, but increasingly must do so without a shared language capable of telling him what the symbol belongs to. That loss changes everything. The circle, the mandala, and the lost center. Among the symbolic forms that persist through the history of visual art, the circle occupies a unique position. Stones and animals retain an obvious connection to objects in the external world, but the circle seems to move immediately toward abstraction. It does not need to depict a particular thing in order to carry meaning. Across radically different cultures, circular forms repeatedly appear when human beings attempt to represent something complete, sacred, ordered, or centered. The recurrence is so widespread that it cannot be explained simply as a decorative preference. For Jaffe, the circle is fundamentally an image of the self, expressing psychic totality through a form in which every point is organized in relation to a center. The same structure can appear in remarkably different cultural contexts. The sun and moon provide obvious natural models, yet circular symbolism extends far beyond their literal representation. Religious halos surround sacred figures. Ritual diagrams organize divine powers around a center. Rose windows transform the walls of Christian churches into luminous circles. Eastern mandalas construct elaborate universes through concentric arrangements. Even when the theological meanings differ, the underlying visual principle remains recognizable. Multiplicity is gathered without being erased, and the center becomes the point through which the surrounding elements acquire relationship. The mandala makes this psychological function particularly visible. Its circular form is frequently combined with a square or another fourfold division, creating a structure in which opposing directions are held inside a larger unity. The number 4 has an important place within Jungian psychology because it can represent the attempt to include functions or dimensions that consciousness tends to separate. The mandala, therefore, does not express wholeness by removing difference. Its order depends upon difference being preserved and arranged around a common center. This makes it an especially powerful image of psychic integration. The form can also organize physical space. Sacred buildings, temples, cities, and ritual sites have repeatedly been constructed around central points, translating symbolic order into architecture. The individual entering such a space does not merely observe a diagram. He physically moves through it. Direction, boundary, approach, and center become bodily experiences. Architecture can therefore perform a function similar to ritual, placing human consciousness inside an image of order and giving visible structure to a relationship between the individual, the community, and a larger sacred reality. Christian art provides some of the most elaborate Western examples of this principle. The circular window of a cathedral can function as more than an ornamental opening. Its radiating structure places diverse fragments of color within a unified pattern, while the central point organizes the composition without eliminating its complexity. Similar arrangements appear in religious paintings where Christ occupies a central position surrounded by apostles, angels, evangelists, or other sacred figures. The theological content belongs specifically to Christianity, but the visual organization participates in the broader symbolic language of centered totality. Jaffe's argument becomes especially significant when this imagery is compared with the psychological function of mandalas appearing spontaneously in dreams and drawings. A person undergoing a period of inner disorder may produce circular or fourfold forms without consciously intending to imitate a religious tradition. Jung regarded such images as compensatory expressions of the self. When conscious life becomes fragmented, the unconscious can produce a symbol of centered organization. The image does not prove that psychological wholeness has already been achieved. It represents an ordering tendency emerging precisely because order has become necessary. This distinction prevents the mandala from becoming a simplistic symbol of harmony. Its appearance may correspond to conflict rather than serenity. A psyche threatened by division can generate an image of totality because the unconscious is attempting to compensate for the one-sidedness of consciousness. The mandala becomes meaningful through the tension it contains. Opposing elements are not eliminated, but given positions within a larger structure. Psychologically, this suggests a form of integration in which consciousness can recognize contradiction without immediately forcing one side to defeat the other. The circle can also appear without elaborate religious content. A simple disc, sphere, wheel, or circular movement may carry the same underlying tendency toward completeness. This symbolic flexibility helps explain the persistence of circular forms, even after the collective religious systems that once gave them explicit meanings begin to weaken. The archetypal structure can survive the doctrine through which it was previously expressed. The modern artist may use circles without consciously intending to represent the self, yet the form can still activate associations with unity, concentration, enclosure, infinity, and center. This becomes important because Western art gradually undergoes a profound transformation in its relationship with the sacred. For centuries, Christian symbolism provided artists with a shared framework. Biblical narratives, saints, crosses, halos, divine figures, and established iconographic conventions gave visual expression to experiences whose meaning was collectively understood. The artist could innovate within this symbolic universe without having to invent the universe itself. The image belonged simultaneously to personal imagination and a cultural structure larger than the individual. As the authority of that structure weakened, the symbolic problem changed. The modern artist increasingly inherited the need to express psychic realities without possessing an agreed vocabulary through which those realities could be represented. Symbols that once carried enormous collective force could become aesthetically familiar but psychologically exhausted. The sacred image remained visible while the experience that had animated it diminished. The result was not the disappearance of symbol making, but its displacement. Jaffe traces part of this transition through the changing representation of landscape. In earlier religious art, the visible world could be organized around a transcendent center because nature itself participated in a sacred cosmos. Later artists increasingly turned toward nature as a source of meaning in its own right. Landscape became capable of carrying emotional and spiritual experience that had once been concentrated within explicitly religious imagery. Mountains, skies, light, trees, ruins, and distant horizons could become vehicles for states of the soul. The romantic landscape intensifies this development. The human figure may become tiny before immense natural spaces, creating an experience in which consciousness encounters something immeasurably larger than itself. The painting no longer requires a traditional divine figure to evoke transcendence. Nature assumes part of the symbolic function, once carried by religious iconography. The individual stands before an external world that simultaneously reflects an inner condition of longing, isolation, awe, or spiritual searching. Yet this movement also reveals an emerging problem. If the sacred is no longer securely located within a collective religious system, where does it go? It can be projected into nature, into the individual personality, into artistic creation, or eventually into the unconscious itself. Modern art becomes increasingly important because it begins to register this migration. The symbolic energy has not disappeared, but the forms capable of containing it have become unstable. The transformation can be seen in the increasing importance of the artist's individual vision. Earlier artistic traditions certainly allowed extraordinary individuality, but the modern artist becomes progressively less dependent upon collective iconography. Personal experience moves toward the center of artistic creation. The work no longer needs to represent a story already recognized by the surrounding culture. It can attempt to reveal a reality available only through the artist's own perception. This freedom carries a psychological cost. The artist who leaves the collective symbolic language behind enters territory for which there may be no established map. Images become more private, ambiguous, and difficult to interpret. The viewer can no longer assume that a figure possesses the same meaning for everyone. Symbols begin returning toward the conditions in which they originally emerge from the psyche, uncertain, emotionally charged, and only partially accessible to consciousness. The changing status of the circle illustrates this transition perfectly. In a traditional mandala, the center belongs to an established cosmology. Its gods, directions, colors, and divisions participate in a system whose symbolic meanings have been developed collectively across generations. In modern art, similar geometrical forms may appear after that cosmology has disappeared. The structure remains, but its meaning has become psychologically open. The artist seems to rediscover the archetypal form without necessarily possessing the traditional language that once explained it. This rediscovery becomes increasingly visible as art approaches abstraction. Once painting ceases to depend upon the recognizable object, color, line, shape, rhythm, and spatial organization acquire greater autonomy. Geometry can become the subject rather than the framework surrounding a subject. A circle no longer has to be the sun, a halo, a wheel, or a sacred diagram. It can exist as a circle and still produce a powerful psychological response. Something fundamental has changed at this point. Art is beginning to move beneath the established symbolic vocabulary toward the elementary forms from which symbolic meaning can arise. The process resembles the movement of analytical psychology toward archetypal structures beneath personal consciousness. Both developments suggest that behind culturally specific images lie more fundamental patterns capable of generating new symbolic forms when older ones lose their vitality. Yet the loss of a shared center produces another possibility as well. If the circle expresses wholeness, modern art increasingly confronts its opposite, fragmentation. The stable object begins to dissolve. Perspective is disrupted. Human bodies are broken into planes. Space loses its familiar organization. The visible world no longer appears as a coherent reality waiting to be faithfully represented. The transformation is not merely technical. It reflects a deeper shift in the modern experience of reality. Scientific discoveries have undermined the apparent solidity of matter. Psychology has undermined the apparent sovereignty of consciousness. Traditional religion has lost part of its collective authority. The modern individual finds himself inside a world whose external and internal foundations have both become uncertain. Art responds by breaking the image open. The center has not disappeared, but it can no longer be taken for granted. The search for it must begin again. When the visible world began to break apart, the movement toward abstraction did not begin simply because artists became tired of representing recognizable objects. For Jaffe, the transformation of modern art belongs to a much deeper alteration in Western consciousness. The external world that had once appeared stable, measurable, and materially self-evident was becoming increasingly mysterious. Scientific discoveries were revealing structures beneath visible matter that ordinary perception could never directly experience, while psychology was discovering an unconscious reality beneath the apparently unified conscious personality. The world outside and the world inside were simultaneously losing their familiar solidity. Modern art emerged within this double disruption, and the breakdown of conventional representation became one of its most powerful symbolic expressions. For centuries, Western painting had perfected techniques for producing the illusion of a coherent external reality. Perspective organized space according to a stable viewpoint. Bodies occupied recognizable positions. Objects possessed contours and volume. Light helped establish depth, while the picture presented the world as something consciousness could observe from a relatively secure position. The extraordinary technical achievement of this tradition also expressed a psychological attitude. The visible world could be represented because its structure was fundamentally available to human perception. Modern art gradually began to undermine that confidence. Impressionism initiated part of the transformation by loosening the apparent solidity of objects. Painters became increasingly concerned with light, atmosphere, movement, and the instability of perception. The object remained recognizable, but its boundaries became less absolute. What mattered was no longer simply what the object was, but how it appeared under changing conditions of light and vision. The external world had begun to dissolve into perception itself. The painter was no longer merely reproducing things, but revealing the unstable relationship between things and the consciousness observing them. The process accelerated dramatically with artists such as Cezanne. Nature remained his subject, yet its forms began to acquire an underlying geometrical organization. Mountains, houses, trees, and bodies were no longer simply copied from visual experience. Their structures were reorganized according to relationships of shape, plane, and color. The painting became increasingly autonomous from the scene it represented. Jaffe treats this transformation as one of the decisive passages toward 20th century art because the artist was beginning to search beneath the visible appearance of objects for another kind of order. Cubism pushed the rupture further. Picasso and Braque abandoned the assumption that an object should be represented from a single stable viewpoint. Faces, bodies, instruments, and rooms could be broken into facets and presented from several perspectives simultaneously. The familiar object remained present, but had lost its ordinary unity. The viewer had to reconstruct what conventional perception would previously have supplied automatically. The painting no longer confirmed the external world. It exposed the act through which consciousness constructs a world from fragments. Psychologically, this fragmentation carried implications beyond artistic technique. The modern individual was also discovering that the conscious ego did not possess a single, unquestioned perspective upon reality. Freud and Jung had revealed psychic forces operating beyond conscious intention. Dreams demonstrated that the personality could generate images, desires, and judgments unknown to the waking ego. Just as the cubist object could no longer be contained within one visual viewpoint, the human personality could no longer be adequately described through the perspective of consciousness alone. Modern art and depth psychology were approaching different expressions of the same destabilization. Scientific developments intensified the rupture. Matter itself was no longer the solid and obvious substance it appeared to ordinary perception. The deeper physics penetrated into the material world, the more the familiar object dissolved into structures that could not be represented through everyday sensory experience. The atom, once imagined as the final indivisible particle of matter, revealed an internal complexity and eventually a strange energetic reality that challenged ordinary distinctions between solidity, movement, and emptiness. The visible world remained practically usable, but intellectually its foundations had become increasingly abstract. Jaffe sees an important parallel between this scientific transformation and the artist's abandonment of naturalistic representation. Both move beyond the surface available to ordinary perception. The scientist uses mathematical concepts and instruments to investigate structures invisible to the senses. The artist increasingly uses abstraction to approach a reality that cannot be represented simply by copying appearances. Neither process proves that science and art are doing the same thing, but their simultaneous development reveals something about the psychological condition of the age. Western consciousness had begun to suspect that the reality beneath appearances might be radically different from the world human beings believed they knew. This suspicion gave abstraction its historical force. When Kandinsky moved toward non-objective painting, the disappearance of recognizable objects was connected with a search for an inner necessity. Color and form no longer had to justify themselves by describing something external. They could act directly upon the viewer. A line could carry tension. A color could produce an emotional vibration. Geometric relationships could establish order without representing a landscape, body, or object. Painting was becoming less concerned with reproducing the visible world and more concerned with making invisible forces perceptible. For Jaffe, Kandinsky's development belongs to a wider spiritual problem within modernity. Traditional religious symbols had lost much of their unquestioned collective authority, yet the psychological need for images capable of expressing realities beyond the ego had not disappeared. Abstraction opened a new territory in which symbolic forms could emerge without dependence upon inherited religious iconography. Circles, squares, crosses, lines, and colors could acquire an almost primordial intensity because they had been released from the obligation to depict recognizable things. The connection with older symbolic forms becomes particularly striking here. The circle that once appeared as halo, sun disk, sacred enclosure, or mandala could return within an abstract painting without any explicit religious narrative. Geometry survived the collapse of the traditional cosmology that had once surrounded it. The artist might consciously understand the form through purely aesthetic principles, yet psychologically it could still participate in the ancient symbolic tendency to organize experience around center, boundary, opposition, and totality. This does not mean that every circle in modern art represents the self, or that every geometric composition functions as a mandala. Jaffe's argument depends upon the distinction between a conventional sign and a living symbol. Symbolic meaning cannot be mechanically assigned according to a visual dictionary. The psychological context matters. A form becomes symbolically significant when it expresses something that cannot be completely exhausted by conscious explanation. Modern art is important precisely because its most powerful images often resist definitive interpretation. At the same time that abstraction was moving away from the recognizable object, another modern artistic tendency moved toward the object with almost obsessive intensity. Marcel Duchamp's ready-made represents the extreme case. Instead of transforming raw material into a traditional work of art, Duchamp could select an ordinary manufactured object, remove it from practical use, and present it within an artistic context. The gesture appears almost opposite to abstraction. Kandinsky reduces the external object until painting approaches pure form. Duchamp takes the object exactly as it already exists and makes its bare presence the center of attention. Jaffe recognizes the psychological significance of this opposition. One tendency moves toward the realm of spirit by freeing artistic form from material representation. The other confronts matter so directly that the ordinary object becomes strange. Both destabilize the conventional relationship between consciousness and the visible world. The abstract painting says that art no longer needs the object. The ready-made says that the object itself has become mysterious enough to require another kind of seeing. This brings modern art unexpectedly close to the archaic symbolic attitude toward matter. The ancient person could encounter a stone as more than inert material because psychic meaning had gathered around it. The modern ready-made similarly removes an ordinary object from the network of practical usefulness that normally determines how it is perceived. A bottle rack, urinal, wheel, or manufactured object ceases temporarily to be merely useful. It confronts the viewer with its existence. The psychological situation is not identical to ancient sacred experience, but the displacement reopens a question modern utilitarian consciousness normally suppresses. What remains of a thing when its ordinary function no longer explains it? Surrealism entered the same crisis from another direction. Instead of abandoning objects, Surrealist artists placed recognizable things inside relationships that ordinary consciousness would never produce. Bodies transform, landscapes become impossible, scale collapses, unrelated objects meet, and dream logic invades waking space. The result can be more disturbing than complete abstraction, because the familiar world remains visible while its normal laws have disappeared. Reality becomes recognizable and impossible at the same time. The Surrealists consciously turned toward dreams, automatism, chance, and unconscious association in their attempt to break the dominance of rational control. Their project, therefore, had an obvious relationship with the psychological discoveries transforming the period. Yet from a Jungian perspective, deliberately abandoning conscious control does not automatically produce meaningful contact with the deeper psyche. Unconscious material can be chaotic, destructive, personal, archetypal, or some unstable mixture of all of these. The artistic opening toward the unconscious is psychologically significant precisely because it exposes modern consciousness to forces it does not fully understand. The fascination with chance illustrates this ambiguity. Artists could allow accidental stains, unexpected juxtapositions, spontaneous gestures, or found objects to participate in the creation of the work. Conscious intention ceased to be the sole organizing principle. Something unplanned was permitted to enter. Psychologically, this resembles the attitude required when approaching dreams. The ego allows material it did not consciously manufacture to appear, and then confronts what has emerged. But the artistic use of chance also exposes a fundamental tension. If consciousness withdraws completely, the resulting material may remain formless. The psyche requires a relationship between conscious and unconscious forces, rather than the absolute victory of either one. Art becomes symbolically powerful when the artist can give form to something emerging from beyond conscious intention, without simply reducing it to a rational concept. The work then occupies the same intermediate territory as the living symbol. It has been consciously created, yet its meaning exceeds what consciousness deliberately placed there. Modern art repeatedly returns to this threshold. Paul Klee could describe the artist as revealing rather than merely reproducing the visible. His strange figures, signs, landscapes, and organisms often seem suspended between recognizable reality and an unknown inner world. Joan Moreau developed a language of simplified forms that can resemble stars, eyes, creatures, sexual organs, and primitive marks without settling completely into any one interpretation. Such images feel simultaneously invented and discovered, as though modern art were searching for a symbolic vocabulary beneath conventional representation. The movement also explains the renewed fascination with so-called primitive and non-Western art. African masks, oceanic sculpture, prehistoric images, children's drawings, and other forms outside the European academic tradition offered modern artists visual languages that had not been organized according to Renaissance naturalism. Their attraction was not merely formal. These objects seemed to preserve a more immediate relationship between image and psychic force. The modern artist, having lost confidence in his own inherited symbolic system, looked toward cultures in which the image still appeared charged with ritual or archetypal power. Yet this return could never simply restore the earlier condition. Modern consciousness cannot become prehistoric by imitating a mask, nor can an artist recreate collective belief through stylistic borrowing. Once the original symbolic context has disappeared, the image enters a different psychological world. The modern artist therefore remains caught between inheritance and rupture. Ancient forms can provide contact with archetypal patterns, but their meaning must emerge again under modern conditions. Jaffe sees this tension embodied in the two broad poles developing through 20th century art. At one pole lies extreme abstraction, where the material object disappears into pure form and the work approaches an almost spiritual autonomy. At the other lies an intensified confrontation with matter, where objects, textures, fragments, and physical substances acquire overwhelming presence. The two tendencies can appear mutually exclusive, yet together they reveal the central division of modern consciousness. Spirit and matter have separated. The psychological problem is not solved by choosing one against the other. Pure abstraction risks becoming detached from instinctive and material life, while complete immersion in matter can lose the ordering function of consciousness. The opposition resembles many of the conflicts encountered elsewhere in Jungian psychology. Wholeness requires neither the destruction of one pole nor the permanent domination of the other, but the possibility that their tension may eventually generate a new symbolic relationship. Modern art therefore becomes a field in which the psyche experiments with forms for a reality whose center has become uncertain. Objects fragment, disappear, return as mysterious things, or enter impossible dream landscapes. Geometry attempts to establish new orders. Chance allows unconscious processes to interfere with conscious intention. Primitive forms return without their original cultural worlds. The image becomes less stable precisely as the need for symbolic meaning becomes more urgent. The destruction of conventional representation was therefore not simply the end of an artistic tradition. It exposed the psychological condition of a civilization whose inherited image of reality had broken open. And from inside that fracture, something new was trying to become visible. The spirit hidden inside matter. The fragmentation of modern art did not simply destroy the old image of reality. It also exposed a question that had been concealed beneath centuries of representation. What remains when appearances are no longer trusted? Once artists ceased to regard the visible object as the final reality of painting, they began searching for something behind it. Some turned toward dreams and fantasy, others toward geometry, chance, or the physical substance of things themselves. The methods differed radically, but Jaffe sees a common psychological movement beneath them. Modern artists were attempting to penetrate appearances and discover an underlying reality, a formative principle, or what could be described symbolically as the spirit within matter. This search helps explain why abstraction could acquire an almost religious intensity for its pioneers. Piet Mondrian did not regard pure geometrical form merely as a stylistic refinement. He believed that changing natural appearances concealed a more permanent reality, and that art could approach this deeper order by freeing itself from subjective feeling and recognizable objects. Kandinsky similarly treated abstract form as possessing an inward force of its own. Geometry was no longer an empty structure placed around meaning. Form itself could become psychologically charged, as though line, angle, circle, and color participated directly in a reality beneath visible nature. The language used by these artists reveals how far their ambitions extended beyond aesthetics. Kandinsky spoke of the artist turning inward toward necessity, and of art expressing a spiritual cosmos through relationships of color and form. Franz Marc wanted art to break through the surface of life and reveal what existed behind it. Paul Klee described artistic creation as a descent toward a primal ground from which the formative powers of nature emerge. The artist's task was not simply to reproduce what could already be seen, but to make visible what had previously been only secretly perceived. In Jaffe's reading, such statements show modern art approaching a form of mysticism. Yet this modern mysticism differs significantly from the Christian tradition that had dominated European symbolic art. Its direction is not primarily upward toward a transcendent heavenly spirit. It moves downward and inward toward nature, matter, instinct, and the unconscious. Jaffe compares this orientation with the medieval alchemical figure of Mercurius, an ambiguous spirit associated with matter and the hidden transformations occurring within it. Alchemy had attempted to discover a sacred dimension inside material processes, rather than locating spirit exclusively beyond the physical world. Modern art, often without consciously intending to do so, seemed to revive a comparable psychological movement. This connection with alchemy clarifies the symbolic importance of the split between circle and square that Jaffe identifies in modern imagery. Traditionally, the circle could symbolize the psyche or spiritual totality, while the square represented earthly matter, body, and concrete reality. Alchemical mandalas attempted to bring these principles together through the squaring of the circle, a symbolic union of opposites. Modern paintings frequently preserve both geometrical forms but separate them, displace their centers, or arrange them asymmetrically. For Jaffe, their dissociation reflects the psychological condition of modern humanity. Soul and matter remain present, but their former relationship has broken apart. The persistence of these forms is nevertheless significant. If the circle and square had simply vanished, their disappearance might suggest that the symbolic problem itself had lost importance. Instead, they repeatedly return, sometimes almost like fragments of a language whose grammar has been forgotten. Jaffe interprets this recurrence as evidence of an ongoing psychic pressure to bring fundamental realities into consciousness. In some abstract works, elementary forms appear almost like seeds inside fields of color or undifferentiated matter, suggesting not the recovery of an old symbolic order, but the possibility that another one might eventually develop. Modern art therefore inhabits an intermediate condition. The inherited symbols of Western culture have lost much of their collective vitality, yet new symbols have not acquired an equally stable meaning. The artist works among fragments. Circles remain, but their centers shift. Squares remain, but they no longer necessarily unite with circles. Sacred figures disappear, while geometrical structures inherit some of their psychological force. The instability of the image corresponds to a civilization whose relation between consciousness, instinct, matter, and spirit has itself become unstable. One response to this uncertainty was to abandon the external object and pursue pure form. Another was to move in the opposite direction and allow matter to become increasingly dominant. Kandinsky had already described these possibilities as the two poles of great abstraction and great realism, apparently separate paths that might ultimately converge. The prediction becomes important in Jaffe's interpretation because 20th century art increasingly reveals that the most extreme abstraction can unexpectedly resemble the deepest structures of physical nature. The convergence becomes visible when abstract images are compared with scientific photographs of matter. Forms produced without any intention to imitate nature can resemble microscopic structures revealed through technological magnification. What appears to be the complete abandonment of naturalistic representation unexpectedly returns to nature at a level inaccessible to ordinary vision. Jaffe uses Jung's observation that the deepest layers of the psyche become increasingly collective until they approach the material foundations of the body. At sufficient depth, the distinction between purely personal psychic imagery and universal natural structure begins to lose some of its apparent simplicity. This does not mean that an abstract painter unconsciously produces scientific diagrams. The correspondence is symbolic rather than literal. The artist descends toward elementary psychic forms, while science penetrates toward elementary structures of matter, and the images produced by these radically different movements can begin to resemble one another. Kandinsky's two roads, abstraction and realism, appear to meet unexpectedly at a point neither approach could have predicted. The abstract artist who turned away from visible nature discovers forms that seem strangely natural once nature itself is examined beyond the limits of ordinary perception. The implication challenges the modern idea of artistic freedom. Artists often experience their work as the expression of individual originality, yet Jaffe argues that unconscious creation may be shaped by patterns deeper than personal intention. If the artist works from levels where individual psychology approaches collective structures, the resulting forms may correspond to processes the conscious personality neither understands nor deliberately chooses. Creative freedom remains real, but it operates within psychic conditions that the artist did not invent. The work can therefore reveal something about its historical moment that its creator never consciously intended to say. This is why modern art can be treated as a symbolic phenomenon of its age, rather than merely a sequence of aesthetic innovations. The artist becomes sensitive to psychological transformations before society possesses a conceptual language for them. Fragmentation, abstraction, the fascination with matter, the loss of the center, and the return of primitive forms can all appear in art as symptoms of changes occurring within collective consciousness. The artist does not need to understand the psychological meaning of these developments for the work to participate in them. The use of chance makes this relationship with unconscious processes especially visible. Jean Arp deliberately allowed pieces of paper or other forms to fall randomly and accepted their resulting arrangement as part of the work. He described the process as a search for a secret meaning beneath appearances. Conscious composition was partially suspended so that another organizing principle could enter. Chance did not necessarily mean the absence of order. It became a method for allowing an order not consciously imposed by the artist to become visible. Max Ernst pursued a similar possibility through frottage. By placing paper over textured surfaces and rubbing graphite across them, he generated accidental patterns from floorboards, tiles, and other materials. He then stared into these configurations until images began to emerge. The method recalls the ancient and almost universal human tendency to discover faces, animals, landscapes, and meaningful forms in clouds, stains, rocks, and other accidental arrangements. Consciousness does not create the initial configuration, but imagination enters into relationship with it and discovers possibilities hidden inside the apparently random material. For Jaffe, the process is psychologically revealing because the unconscious participates in both selection and interpretation. The accidental pattern becomes a field into which latent images can emerge. Nature supplies the irregularity. The psyche discovers form within it. Ernst's work therefore collapses the distinction between external matter and internal imagination. The image seems to arise from their encounter, rather than belonging completely to either side. Even more significant is Ernst's tendency to place circles or rings over some of these chaotic configurations. Jaffe interprets this as an unconscious compensatory movement. Against the disorder generated through chance, the circle introduces an image of psychic containment and totality. Chaos and wholeness appear within the same composition. The artist consciously sought the secret patterns hidden in matter, while another symbolic tendency seems to have supplied a center capable of holding the resulting multiplicity together. This illustrates why psychological interpretation cannot stop at the artist's stated intention. Ernst could describe his technique, explain his fascination with chance, and identify the artistic problems that interested him, yet the work may still contain symbolic relationships of which he was unaware. The psychologist asks a different question from the art critic. Artistic value depends upon form, execution, originality, historical significance, and aesthetic experience. Psychological interpretation asks what unconscious pattern might be expressing itself through the image, and why that pattern becomes compelling within a particular historical situation. The distinction becomes crucial because not every abstract or accidental image automatically constitutes a living symbol. A geometrical form can be aesthetically successful while possessing little symbolic meaning. Jaffe explicitly contrasts the traditional alchemical squared circle, charged with the idea of wholeness and union of opposites, with modern geometrical compositions that may reproduce similar shapes while functioning primarily as formal arrangements. Visual resemblance alone cannot restore symbolic life. A symbol requires a psychological content that exceeds its conscious design. The same uncertainty surrounds the modern fascination with the unconscious. Opening consciousness to spontaneous imagery can reveal profound material, but it can also expose the personality to forces that overwhelm its capacity for integration. Jaffe points toward experiments with hallucinogenic drugs in which drawings become progressively more abstract as conscious control weakens. The images demonstrate that reducing conscious organization does not necessarily lead toward greater psychic wholeness. The unconscious is not automatically harmonious simply because it lies beneath rational control. This is one of the psychological dangers hidden within modern artistic mysticism. The pioneers of abstraction sought contact with a primal ground beneath appearances, but such descent can expose consciousness to chthonic forces it cannot easily assimilate. Klee, Kandinsky, and others described artistic creation in language of surrender, inward necessity, and contact with something greater than the conscious artist. Jaffe accepts the seriousness of this experience while emphasizing its danger. The unconscious contains creative possibilities, but immersion in it can also threaten differentiation and stability. The danger becomes especially understandable when abstraction is considered as a response to historical anxiety. Wilhelm Worringer had interpreted abstraction as an expression of metaphysical unease, a desire to escape the instability of the world by creating forms beyond natural appearance. Herbert Reed later generalized this anxiety to the modern world itself. Klee wrote during the First World War that as reality became more horrifying, art became increasingly abstract. Franz Marc similarly experienced abstraction as a refuge from the ugliness and corruption of contemporary existence. Abstraction can therefore carry two opposing psychological meanings at once. It can represent a genuine movement toward underlying psychic structures, but it can also express withdrawal from an unbearable external world. The same image may contain both tendencies. This ambiguity is characteristic of symbols because they gather contradictions rather than resolving them conceptually. Modern art's movement away from recognizable reality may be simultaneously discovery and escape, spiritual search and dissociation, penetration toward deeper order, and retreat from a world experienced as intolerable. The return to matter contains an equivalent ambiguity. Artists who reject idealized beauty and confront raw physical substances may be attempting to restore contact with an earthly reality from which modern consciousness has become estranged. Yet matter can also become overwhelming, reducing the human image to fragmentation, decay, or meaningless substance. Neither pole guarantees integration. Spirit without matter risks becoming empty abstraction. Matter without spirit risks becoming dead weight. Jaffe's historical argument therefore returns to the ancient symbolic problem from which the chapter began. Human beings have always attempted to experience matter as containing more than its practical function. The sacred stone, the painted animal, the alchemical substance, and the modern found object all stand at different points along this long relationship between psyche and material reality. What changes is the symbolic framework through which that relationship becomes conscious. Ancient cultures could experience spirit and matter through collectively established myths. Medieval Christianity placed transcendent spirit above earthly existence, while alchemy secretly explored the sacred possibilities hidden within matter itself. Modernity inherited the division after the old cosmology had begun to collapse. Its artists entered the fracture and began producing images from both sides. Pure geometry reaches toward invisible order. Chance searches for hidden organization inside matter. Surrealism discovers psychic reality within unexpected combinations of objects. Abstraction unexpectedly resembles structures revealed by modern science. Across these apparently contradictory movements, the same question persists: whether the divided poles of modern consciousness can discover another relationship. Modern art cannot answer that question through doctrine because its symbolic language is still forming. Its importance lies partly in exposing the conflict before the culture knows how to resolve it. The paintings remain unstable because the psyche that produces them remains unstable. But instability is not necessarily the end of symbolic life. The fragments may also be the material from which another center can eventually emerge. The symbol that has not yet found its name. The history traced through visual symbolism does not end with modern art discovering a new language capable of replacing the symbolic systems of the past. Jaffe's conclusion is more uncertain than that. The 20th century artist has broken through inherited forms, descended toward unconscious imagery, confronted the mysterious reality of matter, experimented with chance, rediscovered elementary geometrical structures, and searched for ways of reconnecting inner and outer reality. Yet none of these developments has produced a universally shared symbolic center. Modern art remains transitional because modern consciousness itself remains caught within a transition whose final form cannot yet be known. This uncertainty distinguishes the modern situation from the cultures that produced many of the earlier images examined throughout the chapter. The sacred stone, ritual animal, Christian icon, mandala, and alchemical image belong to symbolic systems that could provide individuals with collectively recognizable ways of approaching realities larger than the ego. Their meanings were never entirely exhausted by doctrine, but they existed inside traditions that supported their psychological function. The modern artist frequently works without such protection. The image emerges first, while its deeper significance may remain unknown even to the person who created it. That condition makes modern art unusually close to the dream. A dream does not normally arrive with an explanation attached to it. Its images emerge from unconscious activity and confront consciousness as something already formed but not yet understood. Modern works can acquire a similar quality when their forms arise through spontaneous gesture, chance, fantasy, abstraction, or an intense engagement with matter. The artist creates the work consciously, but something within the resulting image may exceed conscious intention. Its meaning remains open because the psychological process that produced it has not yet become completely conscious. Jaffe therefore resists the temptation to interpret every modern image through a fixed symbolic dictionary. A circle may recall the ancient symbolism of totality, but visual resemblance alone does not make every circle a mandala. A square may evoke earthly reality, yet its meaning depends upon the context in which it appears. A strange animal, fragmented body, or accidental configuration may carry archetypal associations without possessing one universally valid interpretation. A living symbol cannot be reduced to a formula because its function is precisely to express something that consciousness has not yet been able to formulate completely. This principle also separates psychological interpretation from conventional art criticism. The psychological question is not whether an image is aesthetically successful, historically innovative, technically sophisticated, or important within the development of a particular artistic movement. Those judgments belong to another field. Jungian interpretation asks what psychic tendencies become visible through the work. A painting of enormous artistic importance may contain relatively little material relevant to a particular psychological question, while an aesthetically modest image may reveal a striking symbolic configuration. The two forms of judgment can overlap, but neither can replace the other. The distinction becomes particularly important when dealing with the artist's own explanation. Modern artists often wrote extensively about their intentions, and Jaffe takes those statements seriously. Kandinsky described inner necessity. Mondrian sought an underlying universal order. Klee spoke of formative forces beneath appearances, and Ernst deliberately cultivated chance. Yet conscious intention cannot exhaust the psychological meaning of the finished work. An artist can know exactly how an image was constructed without knowing everything the image expresses. The creative process therefore occupies an intermediate territory between deliberate action and unconscious emergence. The artist chooses materials, makes formal decisions, accepts some possibilities and rejects others, yet something can appear through these decisions that was never explicitly planned. In this respect, artistic creation resembles the larger Jungian relationship between consciousness and the unconscious. Meaning becomes richest when neither side completely dominates. Pure conscious control can produce work in which nothing exceeds intention, while complete surrender to unconscious material risks chaos. Symbolic creation occurs in the tension between them. This tension explains the importance Jaffe gives to chance. Arp's falling pieces of paper and Ernst's frottage techniques deliberately create openings through which conscious intention can be interrupted. The accidental configuration provides material the artist did not design. But the work does not end with the accident. The artist looks, selects, develops, responds, and gives form to what has appeared. Chance becomes psychologically significant because it creates an encounter between something given and the consciousness attempting to understand it. The process mirrors the encounter with the external world itself. Human beings do not choose the conditions into which they are born, the historical moment they inhabit, or every event that changes their lives. Consciousness continually confronts material it did not create and must decide what relationship to establish with it. Art based partly upon chance condenses this existential condition into the creative act. The artist receives something unexpected and turns the response to it into form. Matter consequently becomes more than the passive substance upon which artistic intention operates. It begins participating in the creation. Texture, fracture, grain, accidental marks, found objects, and physical irregularities can suggest directions the conscious artist follows rather than imposes. The ancient relationship with the sacred stone returns in a radically transformed form. Modern consciousness no longer necessarily believes that a spirit literally inhabits the material, yet the artist can once again approach matter as though it contains possibilities that must be discovered rather than merely controlled. Jaffe's comparison with alchemy becomes especially revealing at this point. The alchemist projected unconscious psychic processes into material transformation and experienced matter as mysteriously alive. Modern chemistry eventually separated objective material processes from those projections, but the psychological need that had animated alchemy did not simply disappear. Modern art can become one of the places where the relationship between psyche and matter is reopened. The artist does not necessarily seek gold or a philosopher's stone, but may confront physical substance as the carrier of meanings that rational utility cannot explain. The figure of Mercurius expresses the ambiguity of this territory. In alchemy, Mercurius could be material and spiritual, destructive and creative, poisonous and healing. He violated the clear distinctions consciousness attempted to maintain. Jaffe sees something analogous in modern art's descent toward the unconscious and matter. The artist enters a region where opposites no longer remain comfortably separated. Spirit can appear through material form. Order can emerge from chance. Abstraction can unexpectedly resemble natural structures. Destruction can become the condition for another image. This ambiguity prevents the modern artistic crisis from being interpreted simply as decline. The destruction of traditional forms can certainly correspond to psychological fragmentation, but fragmentation may also expose elements that an exhausted symbolic order could no longer contain. Once the inherited image breaks apart, its components become available for another arrangement. The problem is that no one can guarantee what that arrangement will become. The circle and square return here as especially powerful images. Their traditional union represented the reconciliation of psychic totality with earthly existence. Their separation in modern art can symbolize the dissociation of spirit and matter characteristic of modern consciousness. Yet the fact that both continue appearing suggests that the psychological problem remains active. The psyche has not abandoned the possibility of relationship simply because the inherited form of that relationship has collapsed. For Jaffe, some modern works even suggest the beginnings of another movement toward integration. Elementary forms can appear within otherwise chaotic compositions like organizing seeds. Abstract and natural structures can begin approaching one another. Artists can return toward the visible world without simply restoring traditional realism. What had separated into opposing tendencies may begin seeking contact again. The possibility is psychologically important because genuine reconciliation cannot simply reverse history. Modern consciousness cannot unknow the discoveries that fractured its earlier worldview. Science has transformed the understanding of matter. Psychology has transformed the understanding of consciousness. Traditional religious symbolism no longer occupies the same collective position in Western society. Any new symbolic relationship between matter and spirit must therefore emerge from the world produced by these changes rather than pretending they never occurred. This is why a return to nature acquires a different meaning after abstraction. The modern artist who rediscovers landscape, body, object, or organic form does not necessarily return to naturalism. The visible world can now be approached as something whose apparent surface conceals dimensions revealed by both science and psychology. Nature is no longer merely the stable external reality from which modern art temporarily departed. It has itself become mysterious. The convergence between abstract imagery and microscopic structures provides one of the chapter's most striking examples. The abstract artist can generate forms through inward processes that unexpectedly resemble structures discovered when science penetrates deeply into matter. Jaffe does not treat this as evidence of a literal identity between psyche and physical reality. The resemblance matters because it destabilizes the assumption that abstraction necessarily means separation from nature. At sufficient depth, the inward movement of art and the outward investigation of matter can begin producing strangely analogous forms. The implication is that the apparent opposition between great abstraction and great realism may not be absolute. Both can become routes toward realities inaccessible to ordinary perception. One moves inward through psychic experience, the other penetrates outward into matter, yet each eventually reaches structures that challenge the familiar division between subjective and objective worlds. Kandinsky's intuition that the two paths might ultimately approach one another therefore acquires a significance beyond aesthetics. But the meeting remains incomplete. Modern art provides hints rather than resolution. Its symbols are frequently unstable because the culture itself has not established a new relationship between the realities they represent. The circle may return without a secure center. Matter may become intensely present without revealing what spiritual meaning can inhabit it. Unconscious imagery may erupt without being integrated into conscious life. This unfinished quality is perhaps the most important psychological fact of modern art. The image no longer tells the viewer exactly where he stands within a shared cosmos. Instead, it exposes the absence of certainty. The modern person is confronted with fragments, possibilities, oppositions, and forms whose meanings have to be discovered rather than inherited. The burden therefore shifts toward the individual. A medieval Christian entering a cathedral encountered a symbolic universe whose central structure preceded him. A modern viewer entering a gallery can encounter works that refuse to supply such orientation. The viewer must participate psychologically in the image, allowing associations, emotional reactions, discomfort, attraction, and uncertainty to become part of the encounter. The artwork no longer necessarily confirms a worldview. It can reveal that the worldview itself has become problematic. This does not make every modern work profound, nor does obscurity automatically create symbolic meaning. The distinction between an arbitrary sign and a genuine symbol remains essential. A symbol becomes psychologically alive when it brings together conscious and unconscious realities in a form that cannot be exhausted through rational explanation. Its ambiguity is productive because something genuinely unknown is being approached. The same principle explains why ancient symbols can remain powerful even after their original religious context has weakened. Their archetypal foundations may still resonate because the psychological realities they organize have not disappeared. Stone, animal, circle, center, division, union, death, transformation, and rebirth remain available to the modern psyche. What changes is the form through which they become visible. The history of art can therefore be understood partly as a history of transformations in the relationship between consciousness and these enduring patterns. Prehistoric humanity projected psychic meaning directly into animals and stones. Religious civilizations organized symbolic experience through collective myth. Medieval Christianity developed an immense visual language around transcendence, while alchemy preserved another symbolic current concerned with the hidden spirit of matter. Modernity shattered much of this inherited structure and forced symbolic creation back toward the individual. The modern artist stands inside that rupture. This is why the apparent chaos of 20th century art can contain psychological necessity. When an old symbolic order no longer corresponds to the lived experience of a culture, simply repeating its forms cannot restore its vitality. Something has to descend again toward the uncertain territory from which symbols originally arise. There, consciousness encounters matter, instinct, fantasy, chance, and unconscious form before their meanings have stabilized. The resulting images can appear primitive, fragmented, abstract, irrational, or incomplete because they belong to a process that is itself incomplete. They are not necessarily the symbols of an established world. They may be the raw material of a world still searching for its symbols. And this returns the chapter to the mysterious transformation with which it began. A stone becomes more than a stone when human psychic life encounters something through it that cannot be expressed otherwise. An animal becomes more than an animal when instinct, divinity, terror, and human identity converge within its image. A circle becomes more than geometry when it gives visible form to the experience of a center and a whole. Modern art has not abolished this ancient function. It has stripped away many of the forms through which that function was previously recognized. Beneath abstraction, fragmentation, chance, and the strange return of matter, the same human impulse continues, to discover an image capable of holding together realities that consciousness can no longer unite by itself. The final symbol of the modern age may therefore not yet exist in a form we can recognize. Perhaps its fragments are already here. Becoming who you are. Henry does not arrive at analysis because his life has collapsed. That is precisely what makes his case unsettling. At 25, he has finished his technical education, entered professional life, become engaged, and reached the point at which adulthood should begin to acquire a recognizable shape. From the outside, nothing appears wrong. Inside, however, the future feels less like an invitation than a border he cannot cross. He senses that a decision is approaching, though he cannot yet name what must be surrendered in order to make it. He is intelligent, introverted, disciplined, and trained to trust mathematics, geometry, and the rational order of things. Books come more easily than people. Thought offers structure where life produces uncertainty. Yet beneath this controlled surface lives another Henry, one drawn toward fantasy, mysticism, feeling, and possibilities that his conscious identity would rather keep at a distance. His problem is not the absence of an inner life. It is the opposite. Too much of that life remains hidden behind the intellectual personality he has learned to inhabit. At the center of this tension stands his mother. She is the stronger presence in the family, cultivated, romantic, spiritually expansive, and emotionally dominant. His father, though morally serious and professionally respected, remains withdrawn at home. Henry grows between these two figures, but psychologically he remains caught within the maternal field. His conscious admiration for high ideals and intellectual achievement belongs partly to this inheritance. So does something darker. The security of remaining inward, protected, hesitant, and unfinished has become difficult to distinguish from his own personality. His engagement exposes the problem. Marriage would require more than affection. It would force him to enter the world of commitment, sexuality, responsibility, and irreversible choice. Henry can imagine another solution. He could remain unmarried, retreat into scholarship, and preserve the controlled life of the mind. It sounds almost noble, yet the elegance of that possibility conceals its defensive function. The young man who believes he is choosing thought over ordinary life may actually be choosing childhood over transformation. His earliest memories already contain the strange symbolic architecture of this conflict. As a small boy, he proudly carries a crescent-shaped roll given to him in the presence of his mother and another woman, conscious that he is the only male there. A year later, he constructs a square wooden barn surrounded by fortress-like battlements, only to feel deeply wounded when his older sister dismisses the achievement. Femininity, masculinity, enclosure, pride, vulnerability, construction, and retreat are already gathered in images long before he possesses the language to understand them. Then the dreams begin to speak. This is where Henry's case becomes more than the story of an anxious young man. His analysis lasts only 9 months, across 35 sessions and 50 dreams, yet the dreams behave almost like an autonomous narrative unfolding beneath his ordinary life. They do not merely repeat what he already knows. They anticipate, contradict, disturb, and redirect him. They expose dead intellectual attitudes beside vulnerable feeling, passive fantasy beside the demand for action, the safety of the familiar beside landscapes that require him to travel alone. The first dream arrives immediately after his initial visit. Henry is on an excursion toward a mountain with people he does not know. The group stops for theatricals, but he wants to continue upward. He leaves alone, abandons his equipment, loses his orientation, and finds himself back in the valley. An old woman eventually shows him another way. Along a railway, he encounters strange hidden men who are said to be dead. He fears dangers that never arrive. At last he reaches shelter, where rain breaks over the landscape. Nothing in this dream explains itself. That is its power. Before Henry understands what analysis will demand, the psyche has already staged the journey. He wants ascent, yet must descend. He trusts his equipment, yet must leave it behind. He seeks independence, yet survives by accepting guidance. The man who came to analysis hoping to understand himself is confronted with a more difficult possibility. Understanding may not be enough. To become an adult, he may have to let the person he thinks he is lose the way. The journey that refuses a straight path. Henry's first dream establishes the psychological structure that the analysis will spend months unfolding. He begins among strangers, already part of a collective movement, yet not truly participating in it. The group is traveling toward a mountain, but the journey quickly turns into theater. Others are content to stop and watch. Henry isn't. His conscious ego wants movement, ascent, and achievement, but even this ambition contains a problem. He wants to climb before the rest of the personality is ready to move with him. The dream therefore gives him progress and disorientation at the same time. The mountain suggests a higher standpoint, a movement toward greater consciousness, but Henry cannot reach it by relying upon the methods he already trusts. He leaves his equipment behind, tries to continue alone, and ends up back in the valley. The pattern is almost cruel in its precision. Conscious determination is not enough. Technical competence is not enough. Intellectual equipment may even become a burden when the problem is psychological rather than mechanical. His instinct is to solve the situation by effort, yet the dream quietly removes the usefulness of effort itself. What follows is more important. Henry becomes lost and hesitates to ask for help. His shame reveals the rigidity of the conscious attitude. To admit disorientation would mean admitting that rational self-sufficiency has failed. The old woman who eventually points out another path, therefore, represents more than assistance. She introduces a form of knowledge his conscious personality does not respect instinctively. Henry must accept guidance from an image of feminine wisdom precisely because the feminine dimension of his own psyche has been kept in an uncertain and subordinate position. The first real movement forward begins with surrender. This does not mean that the dream asks him to abandon reason. It asks him to recognize reason's limits. The distinction matters because Henry's intelligence is not the problem. His identification with intelligence is. Thought has become the place from which he tries to control uncertainty, sexuality, commitment, and the emotional risks of adult life. The result is a personality that can analyze almost anything except the forces directing its own avoidance. The old woman disrupts this closed system. She does not argue with Henry. She simply knows another route. The railway intensifies the conflict. Henry climbs beside a mechanical track, an image naturally suited to a technically trained engineer. Yet from the unconscious side come small cars carrying bloated men in blue suits. They are described as dead. The image turns intellectual order into something lifeless. Thinking has not disappeared, but part of it has become sterile, repetitive, and detached from vitality. Henry fears being struck from behind, as though what he has excluded from awareness might suddenly overtake him. The danger never arrives, but the fear itself reveals how little confidence he has in what lies outside conscious control. The voice that identifies the dead men marks a further shift. In the dream, Henry is alone, yet knowledge appears. The statement does not come from his deliberate reasoning. It enters the scene with an authority that seems to exceed the ego. This is one of the central movements of the analysis. Henry must learn that the psyche can produce information that consciousness did not formulate beforehand. His task is not to obey every inner message blindly, but to become capable of hearing what his conscious identity would normally dismiss before it has even been considered. The dream ends with shelter, companionship, and rain. These images matter because they prevent the journey from becoming a simple celebration of solitary independence. Henry's problem isn't solved by separating himself permanently from others. He must become capable of standing alone without making isolation into an identity. After confronting disorientation and accepting guidance, he rejoins the group. The rain then releases the tension that had organized the entire dream. What was rigid begins to soften. The landscape becomes fertile. Psychologically, The possibility of relationship returns after a period in which control and withdrawal had dominated him. This structure becomes the foundation for everything that follows. Henry's development will repeatedly move between attraction and retreat, activity and passivity, masculine assertion and fear of the feminine, rational mastery, and the pressure of irrational material. His conscious life presents these conflicts as indecision about marriage, discomfort with women, social inhibition, and a preference for books and thought. The dreams present the same conflict in a more radical language. Mountains, valleys, animals, women, dead men, water, roads, masks, and strange rituals turn private hesitation into a symbolic drama of arrested development. The method of analysis depends upon taking this symbolic language seriously without forcing it into premature clarity. Jacobi repeatedly warns that an analyst can damage the process by explaining too much too quickly. A dream symbol can carry more emotional force than the dreamer is ready to assimilate. If interpretation becomes too bright, too complete, or too intellectual, it can trigger anxiety and encourage the ego to defend itself through rationalization. The paradox is essential. Understanding helps only when it arrives at a pace the personality can bear. Henry's case therefore becomes a study not only of symbols, but of timing. The unconscious does not deliver a finished doctrine of maturity. It produces situations that gradually pressure him toward a different relationship with himself. Each dream adds another image to the conflict. Each interpretation alters the meaning of earlier material. The first dream does not solve Henry's problem. It maps it. It shows a young man whose conscious identity wants to ascend while the deeper personality remains divided. A man who can move forward only after discovering that the path to adulthood will not be built from intellect alone. The journey will continue because none of these oppositions can simply be removed. They have to become differentiated, encountered, and related. What initially looks like weakness will reveal hidden energy, and what looks like strength will expose the defenses that keep Henry protected from the life he wants. The creatures behind the wall. As Henry's analysis proceeds, the abstract conflict of the first dream begins to acquire increasingly disturbing forms. The problem is no longer merely that he is uncertain about the direction of his life. His dreams begin exposing what his rational personality has kept outside consciousness. This movement is psychologically necessary because Henry cannot simply decide to become more mature. The forces maintaining his immaturity have to become visible first. What emerges is not an orderly collection of forgotten thoughts, but a strange landscape populated by animals, hybrid creatures, dangerous feminine figures, and situations in which Henry repeatedly finds himself standing at the boundary of something he is afraid to enter. One recurring dream makes the structure explicit. Henry is participating in a long-distance military race, traveling alone toward a goal he never seems able to reach. The route feels endlessly familiar, as though he has repeated it many times before. He passes through woods and follows streams, eventually reaching a landscape associated with a dreamy feminine atmosphere. Night falls, but he continues. This time, however, the familiar sequence changes. A doe appears on the left and runs away. Henry is pleased that he has seen it. Then, after turning toward the right, he encounters three bizarre creatures whose bodies combine features of pigs, dogs, and kangaroos. Their faces are barely differentiated, and Henry immediately attempts to explain them as people wearing costumes. The contrast between the animals is revealing. The doe carries an image of delicate, elusive femininity. It is attractive precisely because it can remain distant. Henry can admire it without being required to enter into a more dangerous relationship with what it represents. The hybrid creatures are another matter. They are grotesque, instinctive, difficult to categorize, and impossible to idealize. Their appearance forces him toward a region of psychic life in which sexuality, animality, aggression, and irrationality can no longer be transformed into something aesthetically pleasing. Henry's immediate reaction is defensive. Perhaps they are only disguised people. The explanation attempts to neutralize the encounter by converting the unknown into something familiar. Jacobi notices the psychological significance of this response. Henry remembers having dressed as a donkey in a childhood masquerade, and he uses that association to reassure himself that the monsters are not really monsters. But the fear remains. The dream has presented him with forms of instinctive life that his conscious personality experiences as almost inhuman, and his first response is to deny their independent psychological reality. This is the shadow beginning to appear in a particularly primitive form. Henry's conscious identity is cultivated, rational, controlled, and idealistic. Everything coarse, bodily, aggressive, and instinctual therefore carries the risk of becoming psychologically foreign. The more completely he identifies with refinement, the more monstrous the opposite qualities can appear when they finally emerge. His dreams do not imply that he should become identical with these creatures. They show the price of having no conscious relationship with the energies they represent. The problem becomes especially clear around sexuality. Henry is engaged, yet his relationship to women remains divided. Feeling belongs to one category, sexuality to another. The woman he loves can be idealized, admired, and approached emotionally, but instinctive sexuality threatens to contaminate that ideal. The split is closely connected with his mother-bound condition. The feminine has acquired such psychological power that Henry cannot easily encounter a real woman as a complete human being containing both emotional and bodily dimensions. His psyche divides femininity into forms that can be revered and forms that can be desired. The dreams repeatedly attack this division. In one, Henry finds himself outside a brothel with a military companion who has considerably more erotic experience. Entrance is permitted only to women. His companion puts on a small carnival mask representing a woman's face and proceeds upstairs. Henry thinks he may have done the same, but cannot remember clearly. The solution offered by the dream is deliberately compromised. Henry can approach the forbidden world of sexuality only through disguise, as though he must relinquish his masculine identity before entering the territory he consciously excludes. The mask exposes the artificiality of his position. Henry is curious about sexuality, yet cannot approach it directly. He requires mediation, secrecy, or transformation. The dream does not resolve the problem because Henry himself has not resolved it. He remains suspended at the threshold. The image shows how difficult it is for him to bring conscious masculinity into contact with instinctive desire without experiencing either shame or psychological danger. Jacobi recognizes that this conflict contains more than simple sexual inhibition. Henry's fear of women parallels his fear of the unconscious. Both represent regions in which rational control weakens. A woman can demand emotional reciprocity that cannot be solved through intellectual analysis. Sexuality introduces bodily desire that does not wait for philosophical justification. The unconscious similarly produces images and effects that refuse to organize themselves according to Henry's preferred categories. His anxiety before the feminine and his anxiety before psychic depth are therefore expressions of the same defensive structure. Another dream makes the connection almost literal. Henry is a cabin boy aboard a sailing boat. The sails are open even though there is no wind. He holds a rope attached to the mast, while the edge of the boat is protected by a wall covered with stone slabs. Beyond that wall lies the water. Henry is specifically forbidden to look into it. He remains suspended at the boundary between a controlled vessel and the unknown depths beneath it. Water is one of the most persistent images of the unconscious in Jungian symbolism, and here Henry is prevented from looking directly into it. The wall protects him, but the protection is also an obstruction. The image precisely describes his psychological situation. His rational defenses have helped him construct a stable identity, but those same defenses now prevent him from seeing the psychic reality necessary for further development. The problem cannot be solved simply by destroying the wall. Without sufficient ego stability, direct exposure to unconscious material could be overwhelming, but remaining permanently behind it would make development impossible. Henry's position as a cabin boy reinforces the theme of immaturity. He is aboard the vessel but does not command it. He participates in the journey without possessing adult authority. Even the strangely useless sails suggest potential movement without actual movement. Something is prepared to carry him forward, yet no wind arrives. His task consists merely of holding the rope, preserving the existing structure, while obeying the prohibition against looking below. The dream therefore condenses the central problem of this stage of analysis. Henry wants transformation, but fears the psychological forces through which transformation would have to occur. He wants adulthood without surrendering the protections of childhood. He wants marriage without fully confronting sexuality. He wants self-knowledge while remaining protected from irrational experience. His conscious personality seeks a carefully controlled passage into maturity, while the unconscious insists that no such passage exists. This tension explains why the dream imagery becomes progressively more primitive. The unconscious is compensating for Henry's excessive identification with intellect by confronting him with precisely what intellectual refinement has excluded. Animals appear because instinct must be recognized. Sexual situations appear because bodily life cannot remain separated from emotional relationship. Masks appear because Henry has not yet discovered how to approach these realities without hiding behind another identity. Water appears because beneath the conscious personality lies an entire psychic world that cannot be reduced to thought. The analysis therefore begins shifting from interpretation toward confrontation. It is no longer enough for Henry to understand intellectually that he is introverted, mother-bound, or afraid of commitment. Such formulations can easily become another sophisticated defense. He has to experience the psychological reality behind them. Dreams accomplish this by giving his conflict emotional form. The monster evokes fear in a way that the concept of repression cannot. The brothel creates embarrassment and curiosity that a theoretical discussion of sexuality could never reproduce. The forbidden water turns avoidance into an image Henry can actually feel. This is one of the central reasons Jacobi's case study depends so heavily upon dream material. The symbol does something that explanation alone cannot do. It places consciousness into relationship with an unknown psychic fact before that fact can be completely conceptualized. Henry does not simply learn that he possesses an instinctive side. He meets creatures that disturb him. He does not simply hear that he fears the unconscious. He dreams himself standing above dark water he is forbidden to see. Gradually, the emotional balance begins changing. What initially appears only threatening starts acquiring another possibility. The unconscious may contain monsters, but it may also contain information unavailable to the conscious ego. The feminine may provoke anxiety, but it can also provide guidance, as the old woman already demonstrated in the first dream. Instinct can appear grotesque, but the energy trapped within it may be precisely what Henry needs in order to move beyond his sterile intellectual position. The crucial issue becomes whether he can tolerate the irrational without either fleeing from it or becoming possessed by it. This is the psychological middle ground the analysis must create. Henry cannot return to unconscious instinct because consciousness has already differentiated too far. Nor can he remain safely enclosed within rationality, because that position has become psychologically sterile. He has to establish a relationship between the two. The dreams begin testing his capacity for precisely this relationship. Again and again, Henry approaches boundaries. He travels roads, enters woods, encounters animals, stands beside water, moves toward women, and discovers passages into unfamiliar places. Each image asks the same question in another form. How close can consciousness come to what it has excluded without retreating into the old defenses? The answer cannot remain theoretical for much longer. The unconscious is becoming increasingly insistent, and the images are beginning to demand more than observation. Henry will soon encounter a dream in which his rational ego can no longer remain in command at all. When the rational ego loses the game, Henry's growing willingness to approach the unconscious eventually brings him to a point at which observation is no longer enough. Until now, his dreams have repeatedly placed him near what he fears. He has encountered strange animals, stood beside forbidden water, approached sexuality through disguise, and watched irrational forces emerge at the edges of his carefully controlled personality. But some distance has always remained between Henry and the unknown. He could observe, hesitate, retreat, or explain. The next decisive movement removes that privilege. The conscious ego itself must be displaced before another part of the personality can act. The dream begins with a situation whose consequences are absolute. Henry finds himself involved in a dangerous game in which his life is at stake. The atmosphere is no longer exploratory. He cannot simply turn around and return to safety, nor can he proceed through his accustomed methods. Something has brought him to a psychological position from which the old way forward and the old way backward have both become impossible. Jacobi interprets this predicament as an image of Henry's actual developmental crisis. He can no longer remain protected within the psychological conditions of childhood, yet he has not fully accepted the responsibilities demanded by adult life. The situation crystallizes everything that has been developing throughout the analysis. Henry has tried to approach maturity while preserving the identity that prevented maturity from occurring. He wants relationship without surrendering emotional distance, sexuality without confronting instinct, independence without abandoning maternal protection, and psychological transformation without relinquishing rational control. The dream removes these compromises. The game cannot be won from the position he normally occupies. Then something extraordinary happens. Henry's civilized conscious ego is bound and put aside. In his place, a primitive trapper takes over. The figure belongs to the shadow, the region of personality Henry has spent much of his life excluding from conscious identity. The contrast could hardly be sharper. Henry is educated, intellectual, technically trained, restrained, and uncomfortable with irrationality. The trapper belongs to another world. He is practical, instinctive, uncivilized, and capable of functioning in conditions where Henry's refined conscious attitude becomes useless. The very figure the ego would normally consider inferior becomes the only figure capable of saving him. This reversal is central to the psychological meaning of the dream. The shadow is often experienced initially as an obstacle because it contains qualities incompatible with the conscious personality. Yet those excluded qualities can also contain capacities consciousness desperately needs. Henry's rational development has given him intelligence and discipline, but it has left other functions comparatively primitive. Instinctive confidence, physical immediacy, practical courage, and the ability to tolerate irrational uncertainty have remained outside his preferred identity. The trapper personifies precisely this neglected competence. The dream, therefore, does not ask Henry to become primitive. It asks him to recognize that civilization has not made the primitive dimension of his personality unnecessary. Conscious development becomes dangerous when it imagines that everything left behind has become worthless. The shadow can contain destructive impulses, but it can also preserve energies that consciousness sacrificed while building its particular identity. Henry's development now depends upon recovering some of that energy without abandoning the conscious achievements he already possesses. The trapper's task is to consult an oracle. This introduces another element Henry's rational personality would ordinarily find difficult to accept. His life depends upon a result, that cannot be calculated through technical knowledge. The situation demands a relationship with irrational meaning. Jacobi connects the dream with Henry's experience of the I Ching, whose symbolic method confronts him with the possibility that meaningful orientation can arise through procedures consciousness cannot explain through ordinary causality. The issue is not whether Henry should abandon reason for superstition. Psychologically, the dream asks whether his ego can acknowledge that reason does not possess every form of knowledge available to the psyche. For someone organized as Henry is, this represents an enormous shift. His entire defensive structure has depended upon keeping uncertainty within limits. Mathematics, engineering, intellectual discussion, and controlled introspection all provide forms through which experience can be organized before it becomes threatening. The oracle introduces a different relationship with the unknown. Henry has to receive rather than calculate. He has to listen rather than determine. Most importantly, the conscious ego must tolerate not being the authority that decides what counts as meaningful. The trapper wins the game. Henry survives because the figure he had excluded can accomplish what the conscious ego cannot. Jacobi emphasizes the psychological consequence. Once shadow contents have been recognized and their power experienced, they can cease functioning exclusively as threatening autonomous forces. They can become consciously accepted companions. Integration does not mean that the ego absorbs them completely or transforms them into respectable versions of itself. It means that the personality begins to recognize their legitimate place within the whole. This marks a turning point in Henry's analysis because the unconscious has demonstrated its value through experience rather than theory. Earlier dreams warned him that his rational standpoint was incomplete. This dream makes the incompleteness undeniable. His life is symbolically saved by what rational consciousness would have dismissed as primitive and irrational. After this, Henry's attitude toward his dreams changes noticeably. Jacobi observes that he begins listening eagerly to communications from the unconscious. The analysis becomes more intense because the barrier that previously kept deeper material at a relatively safe distance has begun to weaken. But increased openness does not immediately produce harmony. It releases tension that had previously remained contained beneath the surface. Henry has spent years maintaining a particular psychological arrangement. Rational consciousness remained above, disturbing instinctive and emotional material remained below. Once communication begins between these levels, the personality becomes more agitated rather than less. Development can initially resemble destabilization because forces that had been separated are now entering relationship. Only 2 weeks after the oracle dream, Henry dreams that disgusting black beetles begin crawling from a hole onto his drawing table. The location is significant. The drawing table belongs to his professional and conscious world, the ordered domain of technical activity. The creatures emerge directly into that space. What had previously remained hidden is no longer willing to stay beneath the surface. Henry attempts to drive the beetles back through a kind of magic, but several escape and spread throughout the room. Eventually he abandons the pursuit. They no longer seem quite so disgusting. Henry himself recognizes the connection. He identifies the beetles with his dark qualities, awakened by analysis and now threatening to overflow into his professional life. His interpretation shows how far he has already moved. Earlier, grotesque animals were immediately rationalized as people wearing costumes. Now he can recognize disturbing creatures as representations of something within himself. The shadow has become psychologically personal. His first impulse, however, remains control. The beetles must be forced back into their hole. This repeats the old strategy of repression. Unacceptable contents should return to the unconscious, so that conscious life can continue undisturbed. But the dream makes that impossible. Several beetles escape beyond Henry's control, and something changes when he stops chasing them. Their emotional quality alters. They remain dark creatures, but they are no longer intolerably disgusting. This is a subtle but decisive image of integration. The contents themselves have not necessarily changed. Henry's relationship with them has. What was unbearable while treated as an invading enemy becomes less threatening once consciousness stops trying to eradicate it. The dream does not suggest that every dark impulse should be enacted. It shows that recognition changes the psychological power of what has been rejected. Henry then sets fire to the beetle's hiding place. A tall flame rises, and for a moment he fears that the entire room may catch fire. Again, the dream stages transformation as danger. The unconscious material cannot simply be returned to its former hiding place, because the structure that maintained the separation is itself being destroyed. Fire becomes an image of transformation powerful enough to threaten the conscious environment, yet Henry's fear proves unfounded. The room survives. The sequence parallels what is happening in the analysis. Henry's old defensive organization is beginning to burn away, but the personality does not collapse. The ego discovers that it can survive greater contact with unconscious material than it had imagined. This experience is essential because fear had been one of the main forces preserving his immaturity. He avoided sexuality because it might overwhelm him, emotional commitment because it might imprison him, and unconscious experience because it might destabilize his rational identity. Each encounter that does not destroy him weakens the authority of that fear. The Beatles also introduce a symbolic association with the scarab, an ancient image connected with transformation and renewal. Henry himself notices the resemblance. This does not convert the disturbing creatures into purely positive symbols. Their ambiguity matters. They are simultaneously dark, instinctive, invasive, and potentially transformative. The same psychic material can appear threatening when excluded and meaningful when brought into relationship with consciousness. Henry is therefore learning that the unconscious cannot be divided neatly into good guidance and bad instinct. The trapper who saves him belongs to the shadow. The beetles that disgust him carry transformative associations. The feminine can appear as threatening seduction or wise guidance. The irrational oracle can provide an orientation unavailable to conscious calculation. The psychological world he is entering repeatedly violates the categories through which his intellect had previously organized experience. This forces him toward a more difficult form of discrimination. He can no longer assume that whatever feels primitive should be rejected, or that whatever appears elevated should be trusted. His intellectual ideals themselves can become lifeless, as the dead blue men of the first dream demonstrated. Conversely, something coarse or irrational can contain the energy required for development. The value of an unconscious image must be understood through its relationship to the entire psychic situation, rather than through the conscious ego's immediate moral or aesthetic reaction. The transformation also begins changing Henry's relationship with masculinity. His earlier idea of masculine development was unconsciously tied to rational self-control. To become an adult man meant becoming more independent, more decisive, and more intellectually secure. Yet the dreams reveal that this conscious masculinity is incomplete because it has been achieved partly through separation from instinct and feeling. The trapper introduces another masculine possibility, one grounded in instinctive competence rather than abstract certainty. This new dimension does not replace Henry's cultivated personality. It supplements it. Individuation requires precisely this widening. The engineer does not disappear so that the trapper can permanently take his place. The goal is a personality in which technical reason and instinctive response can coexist, each available when the situation requires it. Psychological maturity depends less upon choosing the superior side than upon ending the unconscious war that has forced the two sides to live separately. The same principle applies to Henry's relationship with the feminine. Until now, he has alternated between attraction and fear, idealization, and instinctive anxiety. As his shadow becomes more conscious, some of the primitive energy previously projected into women can begin returning to him. This creates the possibility of approaching the feminine without experiencing it exclusively as either sacred and untouchable or dangerous and engulfing. But that development is not yet complete. The loosening of Henry's defenses opens the way for deeper symbolic material. Once the shadow has demonstrated that the irrational can become an ally, the psyche can confront him with another problem: whether he can accept a feminine reality that cannot be reduced either to his mother, his fiancée, or his fantasies about women. The analysis has crossed an important boundary. Henry no longer stands safely behind the wall looking away from the water. The unconscious has entered the room. The life that cannot remain unlived. As Henry becomes more capable of confronting irrational and instinctive contents, the central conflict of his analysis begins to change. The unconscious no longer needs merely to prove that another psychological reality exists. Henry has experienced that reality directly. He has discovered that the shadow can contain useful powers, that disturbing contents become less terrifying when consciously recognized, and that the rational ego cannot determine the entire direction of psychic development. Yet these discoveries create a more difficult question. What is Henry going to do with the life that has been recovered? Psychological insight cannot become another form of retreat. The energies released from the unconscious must eventually enter existence. This problem appears with remarkable clarity in a later dream centered upon an old man who is dying. Henry is among approximately 40 people gathered around the deathbed. The old man repeatedly groans about an unlived life. His daughter attempts to determine what he means. Was his failure cultural or moral? The dying man refuses to answer. Once again, rational questioning cannot resolve the problem. Henry is sent into an adjoining room and instructed to discover the answer through fortune-telling cards. The dream therefore returns to the irrational method already introduced by the oracle dream. But now the question is no longer whether Henry can accept irrational knowledge. It is what kind of life he risks losing if he refuses it. The dying man represents a possibility with frightening relevance to Henry's situation. A life can end without having been fully lived. The tragedy does not necessarily consist in obvious external failure. A person may be educated, respectable, productive, and socially functional, while essential dimensions of personality remain unrealized. Henry's attraction to a scholarly bachelor existence had contained precisely this danger. What appeared consciously as intellectual independence could become psychologically a sophisticated refusal of life. The dream therefore changes the meaning of his indecision. Marriage is not simply a practical choice between two acceptable futures. Behind the question lies the larger issue of participation. Will Henry enter the demands of relationship, sexuality, responsibility, and outer existence, or will he preserve himself through withdrawal? The unconscious repeatedly refuses to allow the second possibility to disguise itself as spiritual or intellectual superiority. This is why the relationship between sexuality and spirituality becomes increasingly important. Henry has spent much of his development keeping them apart. The instinctive world appears threatening because it seems incompatible with the elevated values through which he understands himself. Sexuality threatens purity, bodily desire threatens reason, ordinary relationship threatens the protected inner life. But the unconscious does not solve this conflict by simply demanding that Henry abandon his ideals and surrender to instinct. Instead, it begins producing symbols in which the opposites transform into one another. One of the most revealing dreams takes place on a narrow mountain road. On Henry's left lies a deep abyss. On the right rises a wall of rock containing caves where solitary travelers can shelter. Inside one of these caves he discovers a prostitute. Her body is shapeless and spongy, and Henry approaches her with curiosity, touching her buttocks. Almost immediately, however, sexual identity becomes uncertain. Perhaps the figure is actually male. Then the transformation becomes even more dramatic. The same creature appears as a saint wearing a short crimson coat, walks down the mountain road, and enters a larger cave containing rough benches and chairs. The saint drives Henry and the others out before establishing himself there with his followers. The dream places Henry directly between the poles that have governed his psychological conflict. The prostitute represents the sexuality he has treated as low, dangerous, and incompatible with idealized femininity. The saint represents the spiritual purity toward which his conscious personality is inclined to escape. Yet the dream refuses to keep these figures separate. The prostitute becomes the saint. One extreme transforms into its opposite. Jacobi emphasizes that such reversals are characteristic of dream symbolism. The unconscious can bring opposites into immediate relationship precisely where consciousness has insisted upon separating them. Henry's problem has been organized around the conviction that sensuality and spirituality belong to incompatible worlds. The dream demonstrates that psychologically they may arise from the same underlying energy. The attempt to eliminate sexuality does not necessarily produce genuine spirituality. It can produce a spirituality secretly charged with the very erotic energy consciousness is attempting to deny. The saint's crimson coat makes this contamination visible. Red traditionally carries associations with passion, emotion, blood, and feeling. The supposedly ascetic figure, therefore, wears the color of the bodily and emotional reality from which asceticism appears to escape. Even more personally, Henry associates the coat with clothing worn by his fiancée and her female friend. The saint's appearance incorporates qualities belonging to actual women in Henry's life. His spiritualization of femininity is therefore revealed as another defense against its erotic reality. The persona also enters the symbolism. Clothing can represent the psychological surface through which an individual presents himself to the world while concealing more private aspects of personality. The saint's coat therefore suggests that holiness itself can become a persona. Henry can clothe sexuality in spiritual ideals without genuinely integrating it. He can admire women through elevated concepts precisely because such admiration protects him from the more difficult task of encountering them as complete beings who awaken tenderness, desire, fear, dependency, and responsibility simultaneously. For Jacobi, such an escape into spirituality would be particularly inappropriate at Henry's age. He is still in the first half of life. His developmental task is not withdrawal from bodily existence, but participation in it. Sexuality belongs to the biological and relational foundations through which life continues, and refusing it prematurely would represent not transcendence but avoidance. The dream therefore challenges Henry's temptation to solve his conflict by becoming psychologically ascetic. This point is essential because Jungian development does not prescribe the same direction at every stage of life. The movement required from a person whose conscious existence has become excessively materialistic may be very different from the movement required from someone who has used spirituality or intellect to avoid earthly life. Henry does not need further separation from the world. He needs greater incarnation within it. His problem is not that he has become too sensual. It is that he has not learned to allow instinct, feeling, and responsibility to participate together in adult relationship. The saint nevertheless remains an important figure. Jacobi suggests that he may represent an early and still undifferentiated anticipation of the self. The dream, therefore, does not reject spiritual development. It places that development within a sequence. Henry is not permitted to follow the saint into the larger cave. He and the others are driven outside. The message is striking. The sacred interior is not yet where Henry belongs. His immediate task lies in the external world. This reverses Henry's natural inclination. Throughout his life, Inwardness has felt safer and more meaningful than outer participation. A cave devoted to contemplation would therefore appear almost perfectly suited to his conscious temperament. Yet the unconscious denies him entrance. What Henry might consciously imagine as spiritual advancement would actually reinforce the psychological imbalance from which he is trying to escape. Before he can legitimately withdraw from the world, he must first enter it. The dream therefore distinguishes genuine inner development from introverted avoidance. Both can look similar externally. A person may spend enormous amounts of time thinking, reading, contemplating, or pursuing spiritual questions and experience these activities as signs of psychological depth. But the meaning depends upon what function they serve within the personality. For Henry, inwardness has repeatedly protected him from relationship, sexuality, decision, and risk. More inwardness cannot automatically produce greater wholeness. The saint sends him back toward precisely what he would prefer to transcend. Henry must live before he can legitimately renounce anything. Otherwise, renunciation is empty, because nothing has truly been possessed or experienced. The possibility of the dying man's unlived life stands behind this demand. One cannot sacrifice a life one has never entered. The earlier image of the recovered locomotives now acquires greater significance. 2 months into the analysis, Henry had dreamed that locomotives and freight cars sunk during the war were being raised from the bottom of a lake. Jacobi interprets them as energy and psychic capacities that had been repressed into the unconscious. Once recovered, they become available for conscious use. Most strikingly, after the machinery is removed, the dark bottom of the lake transforms into a green meadow. The dream anticipated what the analysis would require. Energy trapped beneath the surface had to be recovered, but recovery alone was never the final objective. A locomotive exists to move. A freight car exists to carry something. Psychic energy becomes meaningful when it participates in life. The green meadow therefore represents not merely successful insight, but renewed possibility. Something previously submerged can become fertile. Henry's growing, enterprising spirit shows that this transformation has begun, but Jacobi notes that he still does not know how to use the energy effectively. The unconscious has liberated capacities that the ego had repressed, but conscious personality must now learn to direct them. This is another reason individuation cannot be reduced to uncovering unconscious material. Integration requires that what has been discovered acquire a place within actual behavior. The problem of feeling becomes increasingly central. Henry's rational personality has developed at the expense of emotional differentiation. Feeling, in the Jungian sense, is not simply emotion. It is the psychological function through which value is experienced and judgments such as attraction, rejection, importance, intimacy, and commitment become possible. A person can possess powerful emotions while remaining poorly differentiated in feeling. Henry's hesitation around marriage reveals exactly this difficulty. He can think endlessly about the decision because thought protects him from the value judgment the decision ultimately demands. No argument can prove whether he should marry. The more Henry attempts to resolve the question intellectually, the more circular the problem becomes. He can imagine reasons for commitment and reasons for withdrawal. He can analyze compatibility, responsibility, freedom, and risk indefinitely. But marriage requires a decision that includes dimensions of personality thought cannot guarantee. The unconscious therefore keeps returning him to images of femininity, instinct, relationship, and unlived life. His mother-bound condition makes the decision particularly difficult. To choose an adult relationship with another woman requires a psychological separation from the maternal world that has shaped his identity. This does not mean rejecting his actual mother as a person. The deeper separation concerns the internal structure through which Henry remains psychologically dependent upon the maternal principle. He must cease organizing his life around the safety, ideals, and emotional protection associated with childhood. His earlier hostility toward his mother had not accomplished this. Rebellion can preserve dependency just as effectively as obedience when the parent remains the central psychological reference point. Genuine separation requires that Henry establish a standpoint no longer defined primarily through either compliance with or opposition to the maternal world. Only then can his fiancée cease being unconsciously measured against the mother complex and become available as an actual partner. The dreams have gradually prepared this movement by differentiating the feminine. At first it appeared through generalized romantic images, elusive women, threatening instinctual creatures, prostitutes, and maternal associations. As analysis proceeds, these representations reveal that what Henry calls woman contains multiple psychological realities. The feminine is not one thing. It can represent instinct, feeling, seduction, wisdom, unconsciousness, relationship, fertility, and transformation. Differentiation weakens the overwhelming power of the mother complex because feminine reality is no longer concentrated within one dominant image. The same process occurs with masculinity. The intellectual engineer is no longer Henry's only available masculine identity. The trapper has introduced instinctive competence. The traveler has demonstrated independence. The man capable of consulting the irrational has appeared beside the rational technician. Henry's personality becomes larger because masculinity itself becomes less narrowly defined. This expansion does not eliminate conflict. It makes conflict conscious enough to be lived. Henry can begin approaching adult responsibility without demanding certainty beforehand. He can acknowledge instinct without surrendering conscious discrimination. He can value spirituality without using it to escape sexuality. He can separate from his mother without converting separation into hostility. Each movement requires him to hold realities together that his earlier personality kept apart. This is the deeper significance of the prostitute becoming a saint. The dream does not tell Henry to choose the prostitute or choose the saint. It destroys the psychological structure through which the two could remain absolute opposites. The transformation forces him to recognize that the sacred and instinctive dimensions of life may participate in the same psychic totality. Yet the dream also imposes an order upon development. Henry cannot remain with the saint. The self may already be appearing at the horizon of his psychological journey, but approaching that center prematurely would become another escape. His task is still concrete. He must enter relationship, work, sexuality, decision, and responsibility. The dying man's complaint, therefore, becomes a warning extending across the entire analysis. Henry's greatest danger is not that he will choose incorrectly. It is that he will avoid choosing long enough for possibility itself to become an unlived life. The unconscious has brought his buried energy back to the surface. Now Henry has to spend it. The first half of becoming whole. Henry's analysis does not end with the disappearance of conflict, nor does it end with a revelation in which every dream suddenly becomes transparent and every unconscious force falls permanently into place. Its achievement is more specific. During 9 months, the psychological position from which Henry approaches life changes enough for him to do something that had previously seemed impossible: commit himself to adulthood. The young man who entered analysis suspended between engagement and retreat begins to acquire the inner stability required to choose. The dream of the dying old man marks one of the decisive thresholds. The warning of an unlived life can no longer be dismissed as another interesting symbolic problem. The 9 of Spades is eventually discovered beneath a textbook or notebook, as though the answer had literally been concealed beneath Henry's intellectual world. Jacobi connects its blackness with death and lifelessness, and the spade with the cutting quality of intellect. The dream points toward the danger of allowing rigid moral and intellectual bonds to prevent natural feeling and responsibility from becoming lived experience. Henry understands the implication. His hesitation has ceased to be psychologically neutral. Remaining uncommitted would itself constitute a decision, and one carrying consequences. He can no longer imagine that indefinitely postponing marriage will preserve every possibility. The dream confronts him with the opposite truth. Possibility that is never entered eventually becomes unlived life. Jacobi describes the moment as Henry's expulsion from the paradise of non-commitment. He has discovered that there is no road back to the psychological innocence in which he can avoid choosing and still imagine that nothing has been lost. Yet recognition alone is insufficient. Henry still requires a psychological foundation from which commitment can become genuine rather than merely obedient. If he marries because his analyst, family, fiancé, or dreams appear to demand it, he has not become autonomous. He has only replaced one external authority with another. The final phase, therefore, turns again toward the problem of masculinity and toward the psychic forces that can give Henry enough inner security to act from himself. This development is crucial because his earlier masculinity had been too narrowly identified with conscious intellect. The engineer, thinker, and disciplined young man represented only one portion of the masculine personality. The trapper had already introduced another dimension, instinctive, earthy, practical, and capable of acting under uncertainty. The oracle dream demonstrated that Henry could be saved when this excluded figure was allowed to function. But recognition of the shadow still had to become a more stable inner relationship. The later dream imagery moves toward precisely such consolidation. Masculine figures that might previously have stood apart begin to form a community. Henry is no longer simply confronted by a primitive male other whose qualities threaten the civilized ego. A relationship becomes possible between the differentiated conscious personality and the deeper instinctive masculinity emerging from the unconscious. At the center of this later development stands a black man who carries the primitive masculine force Henry needs to encounter. The symbolism reflects the terminology and cultural assumptions of the period in which Jacobi wrote, but within her interpretation the figure represents the center of Henry's primitive male strength. The important psychological movement is that Henry does not defeat or flee from this figure. He must establish a respectful exchange with him. Henry searches for an appropriate gift. What he eventually finds appears almost absurdly insignificant, a box of matches lying on the floor. Yet precisely this discarded object proves symbolically correct. Matches contain fire in a controlled and usable form. They hold the possibility of flame without allowing the flame to become permanently destructive. Jacobi associates fire with warmth, love, feeling, and passion, the very qualities Henry's intellectual development has struggled to incorporate. The gift therefore condenses much of the analysis into one simple action. Henry's conscious civilization does not have to be destroyed so that primitive instinct can take control. Instead, the conscious ego brings something to instinct, a technology for containing fire. At the same time, the primitive masculine figure gives Henry access to a dimension of vitality that civilized consciousness cannot manufacture by itself. The relationship becomes reciprocal. This is fundamentally different from Henry's earlier attitude toward instinct. At first, instinct appeared as grotesque animals without differentiated faces. He wanted to convince himself that the monsters were merely disguised people. Later, black beetles invaded his room and had to become tolerable before transformation could occur. The trapper then demonstrated that primitive masculinity could actually save the conscious personality. Now the relationship has developed further. Henry can consciously approach instinctive masculinity and offer it something without either repressing it or becoming possessed by it. The symbolism of controlled fire is particularly appropriate because Henry's problem has never been the absence of energy. His energy had been submerged. The locomotives raised from the lake already demonstrated how much active power was waiting beneath consciousness. The difficulty was learning to use it. Fire presents the same problem at a more differentiated level. Uncontrolled, it can destroy the room. Properly contained, it creates warmth and makes deliberate action possible. The analysis therefore moves toward neither repression nor release, but relationship. Instinct must become available to consciousness without overwhelming it. Intellect must retain its organizing capacity without pretending to govern the entire psyche. Feeling and passion need a place inside Henry's adult identity, rather than remaining projected onto women or feared as irrational forces. Masculinity becomes more complete because previously incompatible dimensions can now participate in the same personality. The culmination of the dream is communal. 6 male figures, the 4 friends, the black man and his servant, come together around a shared meal in a joyful atmosphere. Jacobi interprets this gathering as the rounding out of Henry's masculine totality. What had been divided among civilized and primitive figures can now coexist within a common psychological field. The meal itself matters. Earlier, Henry repeatedly appeared alone, traveling alone, standing alone aboard the boat, sitting alone in his room while beetles emerged from darkness. Solitude had been necessary because differentiation from collective and maternal influences required him to develop a stronger ego. But isolation was never the destination. The later communal image suggests a personality capable of relationship precisely because greater inner differentiation has been achieved. Jacobi describes the ego at this point as possessing enough security to submit consciously and freely to a greater archetypal personality that foreshadows the self. This formulation is important. The ego must become strong enough before a deeper relationship with the self can safely develop. Henry's early problem was not excessive ego strength. It was insufficient differentiation. His unconscious mother tie, fear of life, and reliance upon intellectual defenses prevented him from standing securely enough to enter adult reality. His analysis, therefore, does not aim primarily at transcending the ego. It strengthens it. This distinction situates Henry's entire journey within the first half of life. Jungian individuation does not unfold identically at every age. For a young adult, development often requires building an effective conscious personality, separating psychologically from parents, entering work, developing relationships, accepting sexuality, making commitments, and acquiring the ability to function independently in the external world. A premature attempt to transcend these tasks can become another method of avoiding them. Henry had been especially vulnerable to precisely that mistake. His attraction to intellectual and spiritual life could easily have supplied a noble justification for remaining unmarried, inward, and protected. The saint who expelled him from the cave had already exposed the problem. His path did not yet lead away from ordinary existence. It led directly into it. The final changes in waking life confirm that the symbolic process has reached this practical threshold. Henry becomes serious and decisive about his engagement. Exactly 9 months after beginning analysis, he marries his fiancée in a small church in western Switzerland. The following day, the couple leaves for Canada, where Henry has accepted a professional appointment that emerged during the decisive final weeks of his dreams. The timing gives the case an almost narrative completeness. 9 months of analysis culminate in marriage and departure, making the process resemble a psychological gestation. Jacobi does not need to force this parallel into a rigid interpretation for its symbolic resonance to be evident. The Henry who entered analysis has not simply repaired a symptom. A different form of adult life has become possible. The geographical movement reinforces the transformation. Henry begins as a young man psychologically trapped within familiar structures, especially the maternal field of his childhood. He ends by leaving Switzerland with his wife for another continent. The outer journey does not prove psychological maturity by itself, but in the context of his dreams it provides a striking concrete counterpart to the inner movement. The man who repeatedly dreamed of roads he could not complete finally travels. Marriage likewise carries more than conventional social meaning within this case. Henry's fear of marriage had concentrated many of his deepest conflicts. Commitment required separation from his mother, acceptance of sexuality, differentiation of feeling, willingness to take responsibility for another person, and the surrender of fantasies about remaining permanently free from irreversible choices. To marry is therefore to enter precisely the reality from which his psychological defenses had protected him. Jacobi reports that Henry subsequently lives an active and creative life, becomes the head of a small family, and occupies an executive position in a large industrial organization. The relevance of these details lies less in their social conventionality than in their contrast with his starting position. Passivity has given way to activity. Indecision has become commitment. The fantasy of retreat into scholarship has been replaced by participation in relationship, family, and work. Yet Jacobi refuses to present this as the completion of individuation. What has been completed is the first half of the process, an accelerated maturation toward independent and responsible manhood, strengthening the ego and consolidating Henry's masculine identity. The deeper task of establishing a right relationship between ego and self still lies ahead, belonging more properly to the second half of life. This qualification changes the meaning of the entire case. Henry has not become whole in any final sense. He has become capable of beginning the life through which further individuation can occur. The self has been foreshadowed, but the primary achievement has been the creation of an ego sufficiently differentiated to enter relationship with the outer world. The distinction also explains why Henry's path cannot become a formula for another person. Jacobi explicitly warns that every analytical case differs. Age matters. Sex matters. Psychological structure matters. The same image can demand different interpretations from different dreamers, because symbols acquire meaning within the total situation of an individual psyche. A cave told Henry to leave. Another person might desperately need to enter one. An animal frightened Henry because instinct had been excluded. For another dreamer, the same animal might represent an instinct already dominating consciousness. Marriage represented necessary commitment for Henry. For someone trapped within destructive dependency, separation might carry the developmental meaning that marriage carried for him. There is therefore no universal sequence in which one can mechanically move from shadow to anima to self by decoding the correct symbols. Henry's dreams form a coherent developmental pattern because they belong to Henry. Their archetypal dimensions do not eliminate their personal specificity. This is ultimately why Jacobi chose his case. Its unusual richness and compressed duration allow the autonomy of unconscious processes to become particularly visible. Across 50 dreams, the psyche repeatedly produces images that compensate Henry's conscious position, anticipate problems he has not yet formulated, recover energies that had been repressed, and gradually reorganize his relationship with life. The analyst participates, but does not manufacture the sequence. Jacobi's repeated caution against excessive explanation becomes essential here. If every symbol had immediately been dissected into a rational formula, Henry might simply have absorbed the interpretations into the same intellectual defenses that were already preventing development. The dream needed enough psychological autonomy to act upon him. This may be the most important lesson of the case. Symbols do not function merely because their meanings are understood. They function because they create a relationship between consciousness and something consciousness does not yet understand. Henry's old personality repeatedly tried to eliminate that uncertainty. The analysis gradually teaches him to tolerate it. The old woman knows a road he does not know. The oracle gives an answer he cannot calculate. The trapper possesses abilities his civilized ego lacks. The beetles bring darkness into his orderly room. The dying man reveals the cost of refusing life. The primitive masculine figure accepts the fire Henry can finally offer. None of these images provides a doctrine. Together, they produce a movement. At 25, Henry does not need to discover the final meaning of his existence. He needs to become capable of having an existence whose meaning can continue to unfold. The dreams accomplish something more modest and more decisive than giving him the answer. They get him moving. Conclusion. A symbol rarely announces the moment when it has finished its work. It enters through a dream, an image, an unexpected fascination, a fear that seems larger than its object. At first it may appear obscure, arbitrary. Later, after consciousness has been altered by what the image carried, does its position become visible. What seemed like an interruption was a direction. What seemed foreign was a neglected part of the personality. What seemed to belong to myth, religion, or art was describing a movement taking place within an individual life. This is where the journey through man and his symbols returns. It began with the recognition that consciousness is not the whole psyche, and everything that followed complicated the consequences of that fact. Dreams revealed an intelligence that does not speak in rational propositions. Myths showed that private conflicts assume forms repeated across centuries. The hero left the familiar world because development demanded separation, only to discover that independence could become another prison. The shadow returned what identity had excluded. Inner figures transformed attraction and conflict into encounters with unlived dimensions of the personality. The self appeared not as perfection, but as the possibility of a larger order capable of containing contradiction. The pattern becomes clearer when these movements are seen together. Psychological development does not proceed by steadily eliminating darkness, uncertainty, instinct, or conflict. It proceeds through changing relationships with them. The monster that first appears as an enemy may contain missing strength. The stranger may carry knowledge unavailable to the conscious attitude. The frightening descent may become necessary because the life organized entirely above ground has exhausted its possibilities. Even symbolic death acquires another meaning. Something must cease to be absolute so that the personality can become larger than the identity it previously defended. Yet the book never confines this drama to the private individual. The same symbolic movement passes through ritual, religion, mythology, architecture, and art. Human beings have always placed psychic realities into visible forms because experiences cannot be held by explanation alone. Stones become sacred, animals become carriers of instinct and divinity, circles gather multiplicity around a center, and initiation transforms social change into symbolic death and rebirth. When these collective forms remain alive, they provide orientation. When they weaken, the psychological need beneath them survives and searches for another language. Modern art makes that search visible forcefully. The stable world fractures, objects dissolve, geometry returns without an agreed sacred vocabulary, and matter itself becomes strange. The artist no longer inherits a secure symbolic center, yet continues producing images that circle around the problem of one. This is not simply an aesthetic revolution. It mirrors a culture discovering that neither external reality nor conscious identity is as solid as it appeared. Science opens matter from the outside. Psychology opens the personality from within. Art occupies the unstable territory between them and records what happens when inherited forms can no longer contain the experience of reality. Then Henry's dreams bring the entire argument back to a single life. His mountains, animals, water, trapper, beetles, prostitute, saint, dying man, and fire do not remain images to be decoded from a distance. They dismantle the defenses through which he has avoided adulthood. The unconscious does not give him a doctrine. It confronts him with the cost of remaining unchanged. His symbols become meaningful because they eventually cross the boundary between dream and action forcing a question that no interpretation can answer on his behalf. Will the life revealed symbolically ever become a life lived? That question gives the conclusion its direction. The value of a symbol is not that it explains the unknown, but that it creates a relationship with what consciousness cannot yet include. Once that relationship changes, the symbol has altered reality. The person who dreamed it may choose differently, love differently, recognize projection, tolerate contradiction, recover instinct, or relinquish an identity that has ended. Meaning becomes consequential only when it enters life. The final movement is therefore not toward a perfect interpretation of symbols. It is toward the recognition of what they have been silently doing. They stand at the threshold between the life consciousness already knows and the new life trying to become possible. The psyche beyond the identity it defends. The central discovery running through this entire symbolic landscape is deceptively simple. Human beings never coincide completely with the identities they consciously inhabit. The personality presented to the world, defended through memory, values, habits, ambitions, and explanations, remains only one organization within a considerably larger psychological reality. Consciousness needs that organization because life demands continuity. A person must be able to say who he is, what he wants, what he believes, and where he stands. Yet the stability created by these answers carries its own danger. The more convincing the conscious identity becomes, the easier it is to mistake a necessary psychological structure for the totality of the person. Everything excluded from that structure continues somewhere else. Qualities incompatible with the preferred identity do not vanish because consciousness refuses them recognition. Aggression survives beneath kindness, vulnerability beneath competence, dependency beneath autonomy, sensuality beneath spiritual aspiration, and uncertainty beneath intellectual conviction. Sometimes these rejected possibilities remain quiet for years. Sometimes they return through inexplicable moods, compulsive attractions, disproportionate judgments, fantasies, conflicts, or dreams. Their appearance can feel invasive because consciousness no longer remembers participating in their exclusion. The individual encounters his own psychological material as though something foreign has entered the personality from outside. The shadow gave this experience its first recognizable form. It revealed that becoming conscious cannot mean endlessly strengthening the identity already established. Development requires confrontation with precisely those qualities whose exclusion allowed that identity to become coherent. This is uncomfortable because the shadow does not arrive as an abstract correction. It appears through people the individual despises, impulses he considers beneath himself, failures that contradict his self-image, and emotional reactions whose intensity exposes something his explanations cannot contain. What consciousness most urgently rejects can become the doorway through which another portion of the personality demands admission. Yet the shadow also changed meaning as the journey developed. What initially appeared dark was not necessarily destructive. Excluded psychological territory contained energy as well as danger. The instinctive figure could possess courage unavailable to the civilized ego. Anger could conceal the capacity to establish boundaries. Desire could reveal a life organized too completely around restraint. Even qualities consciousness considered primitive could contain precisely the vitality required to move beyond psychological stagnation. Integration, therefore, became something subtler than moral improvement. The task was not to make every dark element good, but to distinguish what had been rejected because it was genuinely destructive from what had been rejected because the conscious identity was too narrow to accommodate it. Projection extended this discovery beyond the boundaries of the individual. The psyche does not encounter its unconscious contents only through dreams. It places them upon other people. Fascination, idealization, hatred, rivalry, and romantic intensity can become screens through which inner figures acquire external form. Another person appears to possess the missing quality, the forbidden desire, the perfect answer, or the intolerable defect. The emotional experience remains genuine, yet its magnitude reveals that more than the external relationship is involved. Part of the encounter is taking place between consciousness and an unknown dimension of itself. This is why the inner feminine and masculine figures became so important. They demonstrated how profoundly psychological development is shaped by what consciousness experiences as other. The unknown does not always approach as a monster. Sometimes it arrives through beauty, longing, authority, wisdom, seduction, or the conviction that another person contains access to a more complete existence. Such encounters can transform a life, but they can also imprison it when the projection remains invisible. The beloved becomes responsible for carrying an inner world no actual person can sustain. The rival becomes the embodiment of qualities the individual cannot acknowledge. The relationship becomes symbolic before either participant understands the role he has been asked to play. Withdrawing projection does not empty relationships of meaning. It changes the location of meaning. Qualities once experienced exclusively through another person become available as psychological possibilities within the individual. The external person can then become more real because he is no longer required to embody an unconscious image perfectly. This movement demands loss, since projection often makes the world feel charged with extraordinary significance. Yet what appears initially as disenchantment can become differentiation. The individual begins separating what belongs to another human being from what belongs to the symbolic drama unfolding through the relationship. The self gathered these movements into a larger structure. Its appearance changed the fundamental question from what the ego should become to what greater organization the ego might belong within. Symbols of centeredness, totality, sacred order, and reconciliation suggested that the psyche possesses an organizing tendency exceeding conscious intention. This did not diminish the ego. It placed the ego correctly. Consciousness remained indispensable for judgment, responsibility, and action, but it could no longer plausibly claim to be the sole author of psychological life. Wholeness therefore emerged as something radically different from perfection. A whole personality would not be one from which darkness, contradiction, sexuality, aggression, dependence, uncertainty, and irrationality had disappeared. Such purification would merely produce another narrowed identity. Wholeness required a structure capable of sustaining relationships among conflicting realities without allowing one to declare itself the entire person. The circle and mandala became powerful precisely because their order did not depend upon sameness. Their centers organized multiplicity while preserving difference. This changes how the symbolic journey must finally be understood. The unconscious was never simply hiding information that consciousness needed to retrieve. It was continually compensating for the partiality of conscious life, returning whatever the established identity could not yet contain. Dreams, projections, myths, and symbols became different surfaces upon which the same movement appeared. The psyche kept widening the frame whenever the ego mistook one fragment for the whole. What began as an encounter with strange images gradually revealed a more consequential truth. The unknown was not surrounding the personality from somewhere outside. It had always been participating from within. The journey that requires something to die. If the psyche is larger than the identity consciousness defends, development inevitably requires loss. Every established personality is built around structures that once performed necessary functions. Dependence protects the child before autonomy becomes possible. Family provides the first psychological world through which identity can develop. Social roles allow the individual to participate in collective life. Ideals provide direction before personal values become sufficiently differentiated. None of these structures is inherently an obstacle. They become obstacles when the personality has outgrown them, but continues organizing life as though nothing has changed. At that point, Development requires not simply acquiring something new, but surrendering a form of psychological existence whose time has passed. Mythology gives this process its most dramatic image through the hero. The hero leaves the familiar territory because remaining there would prevent development. Home initially represents security, but security eventually becomes confinement. The journey begins when consciousness separates itself from the world that previously defined it and accepts the uncertainty of a reality in which inherited answers no longer provide sufficient orientation. This is why heroic stories repeatedly begin with exile, departure, catastrophe, summons, or disruption. The old world has to become impossible enough that movement can begin. The monster waiting beyond that boundary intensifies the psychological meaning of the journey. At first, the task appears straightforward. Something dangerous stands between the hero and the next stage of life, and strength must be developed to overcome it. Psychologically, this can represent the genuine necessity of ego formation. The individual must acquire independence, courage, discipline, and the capacity to confront forces that previously seemed overwhelming. Without this development, there is no stable conscious standpoint from which deeper psychological work can occur. The heroic ego is therefore not an error to be transcended immediately. It is an achievement, yet the symbolic pattern refuses to end with victory. The hero who defeats the monster often discovers another problem beyond it, because the qualities necessary for liberation can themselves become one-sided. Strength can become domination. Independence can become isolation. Discipline can become rigidity. Confidence can become inflation. The ego that successfully separates from dependency can begin imagining that psychological maturity means needing nothing beyond itself. The liberating principle then becomes the next prison. This is where the hero's journey turns inward. The monster can no longer be understood only as an external obstacle. Some portion of what the hero fights belongs to the personality itself. The shadow reveals that conscious identity has been strengthened partly by pushing contradictory qualities into darkness. The heroic struggle that initially required defeating danger must eventually become a capacity to distinguish between what truly threatens development and what merely threatens the ego's preferred image of itself. The enemy becomes psychologically ambiguous. Animals repeatedly appear at this threshold because they carry precisely the instinctive life civilized consciousness can lose contact with. Their symbolic force comes from their closeness to bodily existence. Hunger, sexuality, aggression, fear, territoriality, vitality, and immediate response require no philosophical justification in the animal world. Human consciousness can regulate these forces, transform them, and place them within ethical and social structures, but it cannot abolish their psychological foundation without consequence. When instinct is excluded too completely, the dream may return it in a form that appears threatening precisely because consciousness no longer recognizes its own relationship to it. Henry's grotesque hybrid creatures demonstrate this estrangement. His conscious identity is cultivated, rational, technically trained, and uncomfortable with primitive irrationality. The animals therefore appear barely recognizable, almost monstrous. His first defense is to imagine that they are only people wearing costumes. The explanation attempts to make the unknown familiar before Henry has genuinely encountered it. Yet the creatures continue carrying the psychological force of what his conscious identity cannot comfortably admit. Instinct has become monstrous because it has been made foreign. The trapper later reverses this relationship. What is primitive no longer appears merely as danger. The civilized ego becomes incapable of solving the situation, and the excluded masculine figure must take over. Henry survives because the personality contains a competence that his conscious identity had undervalued. The shadow reveals itself not merely as a repository of unacceptable impulses, but as a reservoir of unlived capacities. The very region Henry considered inferior contains something necessary for his development. This reversal transforms the meaning of heroic conquest. Maturity cannot consist of endlessly defeating whatever appears primitive, irrational, frightening, or contradictory. Some dragons guard treasures because the treasure belongs psychologically to the territory consciousness has avoided. To destroy the guardian without understanding what it protects may simply reproduce the original division. Development increasingly requires another kind of courage, the capacity to approach what has been rejected without either submitting to it or immediately trying to eliminate it. Initiation symbolism deepens this process by introducing death. Across traditional rites, the initiate is symbolically removed from the identity he previously occupied. Separation, darkness, ordeal, dismemberment, burial, swallowing, or descent represent the interruption of continuity. The person who returns cannot simply be the same individual carrying an additional title. The ritual creates a boundary between two psychological conditions. Something has ended. The recurring image of death becomes intelligible once identity is understood as a psychological structure rather than a permanent essence. Consciousness naturally experiences the dissolution of an established identity as threatening because it cannot know in advance what will replace it. When a profession ends, a relationship collapses, a parental bond changes, an ideal fails, or a long-maintained self-image becomes impossible, the individual may experience a loss far greater than the external event alone seems to justify. An entire organization of meaning has been disturbed. Myth gives this experience a language. Descent into darkness represents the period in which the old identity no longer provides orientation, while the new one has not yet formed. The hero may enter a cave, underworld, belly of a monster, forest, ocean, or tomb. The symbolic geography changes, but the psychological structure remains recognizable. Consciousness has entered a territory where its former coordinates no longer function. The temptation at this stage is regression. If the unknown becomes frightening enough, the personality may attempt to restore the earlier condition. The individual returns psychologically toward dependency, certainty, inherited authority, or familiar defenses. This explains why separation from parental structures is more complicated than simply rejecting them. Rebellion can remain a form of dependence when the rejected parent continues determining the individual's choices through opposition. Genuine differentiation requires the formation of a standpoint that is no longer organized primarily through obedience or resistance. Henry's conflict with the maternal world illustrates this problem. His psychological task is not to defeat his mother or deny everything associated with her. The deeper challenge is to stop allowing the maternal field to define the limits within which adulthood can occur. Marriage becomes psychologically difficult because choosing another woman requires more than romantic commitment. It demands a reorganization of the emotional structure through which safety, femininity, dependence, sexuality, and responsibility have been understood. His temptation to remain unmarried and retreat into scholarship demonstrates how regression can disguise itself as development. The alternative appears elevated. He could dedicate himself to intellectual life, preserve independence, and avoid the compromises of ordinary existence. Yet within his particular psychological situation, this apparent freedom would maintain the very enclosure from which he needs to emerge. What looks consciously like transcendence can function unconsciously as retreat. This is why the saint in Henry's dream drives him out of the cave. The image reverses the expectation that spiritual development should lead inward and upward, away from bodily existence. Henry has already developed inwardness extensively. More withdrawal would reinforce his imbalance. The sacred figure therefore refuses to shelter him. His path lies outside, among sexuality, work, relationship, limitation, and choice. The symbolic death required from Henry is consequently very specific. The identity that must disappear is not his rationality, intelligence, or introversion. Those remain genuine capacities. What must die is their exclusive authority. He can no longer use thought to avoid feeling, spirituality to avoid sexuality, independence to avoid commitment, or possibility to avoid decision. The psychological structure through which these defenses formed a coherent identity has reached its limit. The dying man and his complaint of an unlived life finally make the cost explicit. Henry is confronted with a future in which avoidance itself becomes destiny. By refusing the losses involved in choosing, he could lose the possibility of having truly lived. The symbol transforms death from a distant biological fact into a measure of present existence. The question becomes not simply whether life will end, but whether something essential will have entered reality before it does. This gives symbolic death its paradoxical relationship with life. The personality cannot remain indefinitely open to every possibility because actual existence requires form. To choose one path means allowing others to die. To commit to one relationship means relinquishing imagined alternatives. To become an adult means surrendering certain protections of childhood. To construct an identity means accepting limitation. Development therefore requires sacrifice because reality itself is selective. But sacrifice is not merely deprivation. It concentrates psychic energy. Possibilities scattered across fantasy become available for a life that can actually be inhabited. The individual who stops protecting every potential future can begin investing in a present one. The death of unlimited possibility becomes the birth of commitment. The hero's journey therefore reaches its deepest point when conquest gives way to sacrifice. The mature hero is no longer simply the one powerful enough to defeat the monster. He is the one capable of surrendering an identity that has completed its function. Something must be allowed to end so that what has been waiting behind it can finally begin. The opposites that refuse to remain separate. The symbolic journey becomes more difficult once the individual recognizes that development cannot be achieved simply by defeating what consciousness rejects. The shadow has already complicated the distinction between enemy and ally, revealing that darkness may contain both destructive impulses and necessary capacities. But this discovery opens a larger problem. Human consciousness does not divide experience only between what it accepts and what it represses. It organizes reality through oppositions, masculine and feminine, reason and instinct, spirit and matter, autonomy and dependence, sacred and profane, consciousness and unconsciousness. These distinctions are necessary because consciousness depends upon differentiation, yet psychological suffering begins when distinction hardens into absolute separation. Henry's dreams make this problem visible because his conscious personality has organized itself around a series of rigid divisions. Thought belongs to one side and feeling to another. Spiritual aspiration can be respected, while sexuality remains dangerous. The cultivated personality is acceptable, while primitive instinct appears grotesque. Independence represents adulthood, while emotional dependence threatens regression. Even femininity becomes divided between the woman, who can be idealized, and the woman, who can be desired. His difficulty is not simply that one side has been repressed. It is that the personality has lost the capacity to imagine how these realities might belong together. The dream of the prostitute who becomes a saint attacks this structure directly. Henry first encounters a figure representing sexuality in a form his conscious attitude can regard as low and morally compromised. Yet the dream refuses to preserve the distinction. The same figure transforms into a saint. What consciousness had placed at opposite ends of a hierarchy suddenly belongs to one symbolic continuity. The transformation does not tell Henry that prostitution is sacred or that spiritual aspiration is secretly corrupt. Its psychological force lies in disrupting the rigid categories through which he has attempted to organize desire. Sensuality and spirituality can no longer remain psychologically unrelated. This is characteristic of the unconscious. Where consciousness insists upon an either-or solution, symbols frequently bring opposites into an image that cannot be reduced comfortably to either side. The unconscious does not necessarily resolve the contradiction. It forces consciousness to experience it. A saint wears the color of passion. A primitive trapper possesses wisdom unavailable to the educated ego. Black beetles associated with disgust also carry the possibility of transformation. The figure consciousness wishes to reject repeatedly returns carrying something it needs. The same pattern appears throughout mythology and religion because psychological oppositions have always demanded symbolic mediation. Sun and moon, king and queen, heaven and earth, masculine and feminine deities, divine twins, sacred marriages, and figures combining sexual characteristics all provide images through which apparently incompatible principles can enter relationship. Their persistence suggests that the problem cannot be solved by simply allowing one pole to conquer the other. The psyche repeatedly searches for a form capable of holding both. Alchemy developed some of the most elaborate expressions of this problem. Its imagery presents matter undergoing processes of separation, dissolution, conjunction, death, purification, and rebirth. Opposing substances are brought together within a vessel and subjected to conditions under which neither can remain exactly what it was. Jung recognized in these images a striking parallel with psychological transformation. The personality also contains elements that consciousness initially experiences as incompatible, and development requires a vessel in which their tension can be sustained without one side being immediately expelled. Psychologically, consciousness itself must become that vessel. This does not mean passively tolerating every impulse or refusing to make judgments. It means becoming capable of remaining in contact with contradictory realities long enough to understand what each represents. A person can acknowledge aggression without becoming violent, dependence without surrendering autonomy, sexuality without allowing desire to govern every decision, and spirituality without using it to deny bodily existence. The opposites remain differentiated, but their relationship becomes conscious. This capacity is difficult because the ego naturally seeks resolution. Psychological tension is uncomfortable, and one-sided answers offer immediate relief. The individual can decide that instinct is primitive and retreat into reason, or decide that reason is oppressive and romanticize instinct. He can condemn dependence and idealize autonomy, or reject independence in favor of permanent fusion. He can treat material existence as spiritually empty, or dismiss every spiritual experience as irrational fantasy. Each solution eliminates tension by allowing one side to claim the entire field. But reversal is not integration. The personality that abandons one extreme merely to identify with its opposite remains organized by the same division. The content has changed while the structure survives. Individuation demands something more difficult, a new psychological position that could not have been produced from either side alone. Jung described this possibility through the transcendent function. The term does not imply supernatural escape from ordinary life. It describes what can happen when conscious and unconscious positions remain in genuine relationship. Their tension can eventually produce a symbolic formation containing aspects of both, without being reducible to either. A third attitude emerges, not as intellectual compromise, but as a psychological development that changes the original terms of the conflict. Symbols are uniquely suited to this process because they can contain more than one meaning simultaneously. Rational concepts become useful by becoming precise. A symbol derives part of its psychological power from remaining partially indeterminate. The circle can represent totality, eternity, enclosure, protection, divine order, or an organizing center without being exhausted by any one of these associations. A living symbol remains capable of generating meaning because consciousness has not yet assimilated everything it contains. This is why premature interpretation can interfere with symbolic development. If an image is immediately translated into a fixed concept, its ambiguity disappears before the psyche has had time to work through it. The dreamer may acquire an explanation while remaining psychologically unchanged. Jacobi's caution throughout Henry's analysis becomes crucial here. The analyst does not possess the dream simply because she recognizes archetypal motifs within it. The meaning has to emerge through Henry's associations, his emotional responses, the sequence of his dreams, and the circumstances of his actual life. Henry's relationship with the feminine demonstrates why this individual context matters. The old woman who guides him, the distant doe, the sexual figures, his mother, his fiancée, and the prostitute who becomes a saint all participate in the gradual differentiation of something his consciousness had previously experienced in more rigid categories. No single image defines the feminine. Instead, the sequence expands its psychological meaning. Wisdom, instinct, sexuality, feeling, maternal protection, attraction, danger, and relationship gradually become distinguishable without being forced into completely separate worlds. Projection begins to weaken as this differentiation develops. When an unconscious dimension remains undifferentiated, another person can easily become its carrier. The external woman seems to possess the mysterious quality because Henry cannot yet recognize the corresponding psychological reality within himself. As his relationship with the inner feminine changes, actual women become less burdened by symbolic expectations. The fiancé can increasingly become a person rather than merely the representative of everything Henry desires and fears about femininity. The same transformation occurs around masculinity. Henry initially identifies masculinity with rational control and conscious independence. The trapper introduces another form: instinctive competence, practical intelligence, courage before uncertainty. Later masculine imagery moves toward greater cooperation among these previously separated qualities. Henry does not need to abandon the engineer in order to become the trapper. He needs a personality in which both forms of functioning can become available. The relationship between opposites therefore creates psychological freedom. A person dominated by one side has fewer choices than he imagines because his behavior is organized partly through avoidance of the opposite. Someone compulsively independent cannot freely choose closeness because dependence has become intolerable. Someone identified with rationality cannot freely use intuition because irrational experience threatens identity. Someone committed to permanent kindness may be unable to use necessary aggression. Consciousness becomes more flexible when the excluded pole no longer has to be defended against constantly. The self provides the larger symbolic frame within which this relationship can occur. Its images of circles, quaternities, mandalas, stones, centered figures, and other forms of totality suggest an organization that includes more than the ego's preferred position. The self does not eliminate opposition by making everything identical. Its symbolism repeatedly suggests differentiated elements arranged around or related to a center. Wholeness is therefore structural rather than homogeneous. This is why the mandala becomes such a powerful image of individuation. Its center does not destroy the circumference. Its divisions do not disappear into one another. Multiple directions, figures, colors, or regions remain distinct while participating in a larger order. The image offers a symbolic solution to the problem that consciousness cannot solve through domination. Difference can exist without fragmentation. Yet even the self can become distorted when appropriated by the ego. Archetypal images carry enormous psychological intensity, and contact with them can produce the fantasy that the individual has become what he has encountered. A person experiences a symbol of totality and concludes that he is psychologically complete. He encounters a numinous inner figure and imagines himself uniquely enlightened. The ego takes possession of the symbolic experience instead of entering relationship with it. Such inflation repeats the heroic error at a deeper level. The ego once believed it could conquer the unknown through strength. Now it imagines it can possess the unknown through spiritual knowledge. Both positions protect consciousness from limitation. Genuine relationship with the self demands the opposite recognition. The conscious personality is necessary but partial. It participates in psychic totality without becoming identical with it. Henry's development protects against this error because his dreams continually return him to ordinary existence. The deeper the symbolic material becomes, the more insistently his actual life demands decision. He cannot remain inside the dream world admiring its archetypal richness. The saint expels him from the cave. The dying man confronts him with unlived existence. The recovered locomotives imply energy that must move somewhere. The symbols point outward toward work, sexuality, relationship, and responsibility. This becomes one of the most important corrections to any romantic understanding of the unconscious. Inner experience is not automatically deeper than outer life. Sometimes psychological development requires descent, contemplation, and withdrawal. At other moments, continued inwardness becomes avoidance. The meaning depends upon the individual situation. Henry's unconscious does not ask him to become more mystical. It asks him to become more capable of inhabiting reality. The union of opposites, therefore, does not culminate in an abstract state of harmony. It becomes visible through increased capacity to live. Thought and feeling can participate in the same decision. Instinct and responsibility can coexist within sexuality. Independence no longer requires emotional isolation. Spiritual meaning does not demand rejection of material existence. The individual becomes capable of moving among different psychological functions without experiencing each transition as a threat to identity. The opposites have not disappeared. They have become parts of a larger conversation, and that conversation is what makes wholeness possible. When the symbol must become a life, the movement toward wholeness reaches its decisive test when symbolic understanding encounters ordinary existence. Dreams may reveal hidden conflicts. Myths may provide archetypal patterns through which those conflicts become intelligible, and images of the self may suggest a larger organization of the personality, but none of these developments can substitute for living. The psyche may reveal possibilities that consciousness has neglected, yet possibility alone remains incomplete. Eventually, the individual must make choices whose consequences cannot be contained inside interpretation. At that point, the symbolic process crosses its most important threshold. What has been discovered inwardly must acquire an external form. Henry's analysis provides the clearest expression of this transition because his original difficulty is precisely the separation between inner possibility and outer commitment. He possesses a rich intellectual life, considerable reflective capacity, professional training, and enough psychological sensitivity to recognize that something within him remains unresolved. Yet these qualities have not produced movement. They have allowed him to understand himself while simultaneously protecting him from the risks involved in becoming someone definite. His engagement exposes the contradiction. Henry can continue examining every possible future, but marriage would require him to select one and accept everything that selection excludes. The problem therefore extends far beyond romantic indecision. Henry has constructed a psychological existence in which possibility remains safer than actuality. The imagined scholarly bachelor can preserve intellectual freedom, avoid the complications of sexuality, remain protected from emotional dependence, and postpone the final separation from the maternal world. Because this alternative can be described in elevated terms, its defensive character remains difficult to recognize. Retreat can masquerade as independence, just as fear can disguise itself as deliberation. The unconscious repeatedly strips these disguises away by confronting Henry with the consequences of remaining where he is. The dream of the dying man gives the conflict its most severe formulation. An old man approaches death lamenting an unlived life, and Henry is forced to discover what has gone wrong. The image converts his present hesitation into a possible future. The danger is no longer simply that he might make the wrong choice. A greater danger appears. He might organize his existence around avoiding choice so successfully that the life he was protecting never becomes actual. The dream transforms indecision from a temporary psychological condition into an existential possibility. This introduces sacrifice as one of the unavoidable conditions of individuation. Consciousness often imagines freedom as the preservation of alternatives, but lived freedom requires the capacity to choose among them. Every commitment destroys possibilities that could otherwise remain available in fantasy. Marriage excludes other imagined relationships. A profession excludes other careers that might have been pursued. A geographical departure closes one relationship with home while creating another relationship with the unknown. Even the formation of a mature personality requires relinquishing identities that might once have been possible. The fantasy of unlimited possibility therefore belongs naturally to youth, but it cannot remain psychologically dominant forever. A young person can imagine many futures because none has yet acquired enough reality to eliminate the others. Gradually, however, development requires limitation. Time itself begins making choices where the individual refuses to make them. The possibility never acted upon eventually becomes impossible, not because it was consciously rejected, but because life moved beyond the moment in which it could have been lived. Henry's dreams force him to recognize this temporal dimension. The dying man is not simply an image of mortality. He represents the endpoint of postponement. Death gives urgency to choice because human life is finite. An unlimited psychological openness to possibility becomes destructive when it refuses the limitation through which actual existence takes shape. The individual cannot inhabit every potential self. Something must be selected, developed, and lived. This is why the recovered locomotives carry such importance within the symbolic sequence. They represent energy that has been submerged and is now returned to consciousness. Yet a locomotive is meaningful through movement. Once raised from the depths, it cannot fulfill its function by remaining permanently available as an object of contemplation. The energy recovered from the unconscious must acquire direction. Henry's increased vitality needs somewhere to go. The transformation of the lake bottom into a green meadow reinforces the same movement. What had been dark and submerged becomes fertile once the trapped machinery is removed. Psychological energy that had been bound within repression becomes available for another form of life. But fertility itself remains potential until something grows. The dream announces possibility rather than completion. Henry's relationship with sexuality illustrates how difficult the transition from possibility to embodiment can be. For much of the analysis, sexuality exists within a divided psychological structure. Desire belongs to one world, emotional intimacy to another, and spiritual value to yet another. As long as these dimensions remain separated, Henry can preserve an idealized relationship with femininity without confronting the bodily and emotional complexity of actual partnership. The prostitute who becomes a saint destroys this arrangement symbolically, but Henry still has to live the implication. Integration cannot occur simply because he understands that sensuality and spirituality belong to a larger psychic totality. He has to become capable of entering a relationship in which affection, desire, responsibility, vulnerability, and limitation coexist. The symbolic conjunction must become an ethical and emotional reality. Marriage therefore acquires significance within Henry's particular developmental pattern. It is not presented as a universal destination of psychological maturity. It matters because of what commitment represents for him. To marry means accepting sexuality without splitting it away from love, choosing another woman without remaining psychologically enclosed within the maternal field, and abandoning the fantasy that independence requires the absence of binding relationships. The same principle applies to work. Henry's professional movement toward Canada is important not because career achievement proves individuation, but because his earlier psychological structure was marked by hesitation and inward retreat. Accepting a position in another country requires him to act within uncertainty. He cannot know in advance whether the decision will produce happiness or success. He has to move without possessing the complete map. This reverses the pattern of the first dream. There, Henry wants to reach the mountain but becomes disoriented. He abandons his equipment, returns to the valley, requires guidance, and repeatedly encounters the limits of conscious control. The dream establishes a psychological journey he does not yet know how to complete. At the end of the analysis, waking life supplies the corresponding movement. He leaves the familiar environment and travels toward a future that cannot be completely predicted. The difference is not that Henry has finally learned how to control uncertainty. He has become capable of acting without eliminating it. That capacity represents a major transformation of the ego. Earlier, uncertainty threatened the conscious identity because Henry depended heavily upon rational orientation. If the correct answer could not be calculated, action became dangerous. Dreams gradually expose him to another form of knowledge, beginning with the old woman who knows another road and developing through the oracle consulted by the trapper. The unconscious repeatedly demonstrates that movement can occur before complete conscious certainty becomes available. Yet Jungian psychology does not ask Henry to replace rational judgment with irrational obedience. The oracle cannot become a new authority determining his life. Dreams cannot make decisions for him. The analyst cannot assume responsibility for his marriage. Symbolic material enlarges the field within which consciousness decides, but the decision remains Henry's. This distinction is crucial because surrendering responsibility to the unconscious would merely create another form of dependency. Maturity, therefore, requires a paradoxical relationship with the unknown. The individual must become receptive enough to recognize that consciousness does not possess all relevant psychological information, while remaining responsible enough not to transform unconscious material into commandments. A dream may reveal that a relationship has become psychologically destructive without dictating exactly what should be done. A symbol may expose an unlived capacity without determining how it should be expressed. Consciousness has to interpret, evaluate, and act. This places ethics at the center of individuation. Greater awareness increases rather than decreases responsibility. Once a projection has been recognized, the individual can no longer blame another person quite as innocently for everything that projection carried. Once the shadow has become visible, destructive behavior cannot be justified simply by declaring it authentic instinct. Once unconscious motives become partially conscious, the person acquires greater responsibility for how those forces enter relationships and decisions. Integration, therefore, differs fundamentally from enactment. To acknowledge aggression does not mean becoming aggressive indiscriminately. To integrate sexuality does not mean obeying every desire. To recover instinct does not mean abandoning reflection. The unconscious contributes psychological energy and information, while consciousness remains responsible for finding a form through which that material can enter life without destroying the larger personality or the lives of others. Henry's later masculine imagery reflects precisely this achievement. The primitive figure is no longer an invading force that must defeat the civilized ego. A reciprocal relationship becomes possible. The matches offered as a gift symbolize fire made manageable, warmth, passion, vitality, and transformative energy contained within a form consciousness can use. Fire has not been extinguished, but neither has the house been surrendered to it. This image summarizes what integration increasingly means. The ego learns to carry energies that previously had to remain unconscious because they seemed incompatible with identity. The personality becomes more capable not because conflict disappears, but because fewer psychological forces require exile. Instinct, feeling, intellect, sexuality, responsibility, imagination, and practical action can participate within the same life without any one of them becoming the whole person. The gathering of masculine figures around a shared meal extends this image from containment toward community. What had appeared through separated psychological figures can now occupy a common space. Differentiation has not been lost. The figures remain distinct, yet they can coexist. The dream presents internally the same structural principle expressed by the mandala: multiplicity organized without being erased. The psychological achievement allows Henry to become more available for external relationship because greater internal differentiation reduces the need to project his conflicts outward. A person who cannot recognize his own aggression must repeatedly find enemies to carry it. Someone unable to acknowledge dependency may experience every intimate demand as imprisonment. Someone who cannot encounter the inner feminine may require actual women to embody an impossible combination of salvation, danger, purity, and desire. Integration gradually returns these projections to the personality. This makes genuine relationship possible because another person can increasingly be encountered as another person. Love becomes less dependent upon symbolic perfection. Conflict becomes less automatically interpreted as evidence that the other has failed to embody an unconscious ideal. Responsibility becomes reciprocal rather than organized around projection. The same development alters the individual's relationship with society. Individuation is sometimes misunderstood as movement away from collective life toward increasingly private authenticity. Yet becoming differentiated from collective expectations does not require permanent withdrawal from community. The goal is to participate without allowing collective identity to replace personal consciousness. The individual can enter work, marriage, family, culture, and social responsibility from a more differentiated standpoint. Henry ultimately does exactly this. His development leads not toward isolation, but toward deeper participation. He marries, relocates, works, forms a family, and assumes increasing professional responsibility. The introverted young man does not cease being himself. He becomes capable of bringing more of himself into life. This is the decisive difference between individuation and individualism. Individualism can become another one-sided identification with autonomy, treating dependence, obligation, and community as threats to personal freedom. Individuation seeks differentiation without severing relationship. The person becomes distinct enough to participate consciously rather than merely conforming, but connected enough to recognize that wholeness cannot be achieved through isolation. The self ultimately points toward this larger form of organization. It does not invite the ego to become sovereign. It places individuality within relationships, extending inward toward the unconscious and outward toward other people, culture, matter, and life itself. Psychological totality is not achieved by escaping these relationships, but by inhabiting them with greater consciousness. Henry's analysis ends before this process can be considered complete. That incompleteness is essential. At 25, his primary developmental task is the construction of a sufficiently independent adult personality. The deeper confrontation between ego and self belongs to a journey that may unfold across decades. The analysis does not deliver him to the end of individuation. It gives him the psychological structure necessary to continue. The conclusion of his case, therefore, contains a larger lesson. Sometimes transformation does not look like transcendence. It looks like finally making the decision, entering the relationship, leaving the familiar place, accepting responsibility, and allowing a possibility to become irreversible. The symbol has done its work when consciousness can carry what it revealed into the conditions of an actual life. The symbol ends where conscious life begins. At the end of this journey, the symbol remains what it was at the beginning, an image whose meaning exceeds what consciousness can immediately say about it. What has changed is the relationship established with that image. The dream that once seemed arbitrary can become recognizable as part of a psychological movement. The frightening figure can reveal a rejected capacity. The seductive stranger can expose a projection. The circle can emerge when the personality needs an image of order, while fragmentation can reveal a center that no longer holds. None of these meanings abolishes the mystery of the symbol. Instead, they demonstrate why that mystery matters. A symbol remains alive because it stands between what is already known and what has not yet become fully conscious, creating a bridge across a division that explanation alone cannot cross. This is why the journey through man and his symbols cannot end with a dictionary of images. Jung and the authors gathered around him consistently lead in the opposite direction. The same image can acquire radically different meanings depending upon the psychological situation in which it appears. A cave can protect or imprison. Water can threaten consciousness or offer access to neglected psychic depths. An animal can represent destructive instinct or precisely the vitality a civilized personality has lost. A circle can suggest wholeness, while simultaneously revealing how fragmented the person currently is. The symbol cannot be separated from the individual who encounters it, because its function emerges from the relationship between the image and the life that requires it. This makes symbolic interpretation less certain than a system of fixed meanings, but also considerably more consequential. If a symbol could simply be translated, the psychological task would end once the correct definition had been discovered. But understanding what a dream image may represent does not automatically transform the personality. The individual can know that a figure belongs to the shadow while continuing to project everything it carries onto other people. He can identify an anima figure while remaining possessed by the projection. He can recognize a mandala as an image of the self while organizing his actual life around fragmentation. Knowledge becomes psychologically meaningful only when the conscious attitude begins to respond to what has been recognized. Henry's dreams make this distinction concrete. At the beginning of analysis, his unconscious already appears to understand something his conscious personality cannot formulate. He is moving toward adulthood, while simultaneously constructing ways to avoid it. The mountain journey reveals his disorientation before he fully understands the nature of the problem. The old woman introduces guidance that does not originate in his rational ego. The strange dead men expose a lifeless dimension of the intellectual attitude on which he depends. Animals bring instinctive existence into a personality that prefers abstraction, while forbidden water places him beside unconscious depths he is not yet prepared to confront directly. The dreams do not wait for Henry to develop the concepts required to understand them. They stage the conflict first. The sequence then becomes progressively less avoidable. The primitive trapper succeeds where the civilized ego cannot, demonstrating that Henry's excluded shadow contains abilities essential to his survival. The beetles enter his ordered room and refuse to remain safely hidden beneath consciousness. Sexuality and spirituality collide when the prostitute becomes a saint, destroying the division through which Henry could idealize one side while rejecting the other. The dying man finally carries the argument into the future and shows what is ultimately at stake. A life organized around avoiding risk may eventually become the very thing Henry fears without recognizing it. A life protected so carefully that essential parts of it are never lived. Nothing about this sequence forces Henry mechanically toward marriage or Canada. The dreams reveal the psychological structure of his hesitation, but they cannot make the decision for him. This distinction is essential. Jungian psychology does not transfer responsibility from the conscious ego to some mysterious inner authority. The unconscious enlarges the situation by bringing neglected information, feelings, instincts, and possibilities into awareness. Consciousness then becomes more responsible, not less, because it must decide while knowing more about the forces participating in the decision. Henry's eventual movement therefore matters because it belongs to waking life. He commits to his fiancée, marries, accepts professional responsibility, and leaves Switzerland for Canada. The man who repeatedly dreamed of journeys finally undertakes one. The young adult who remains psychologically suspended between possibility and commitment accepts that a real life requires irreversible choices. The energy represented by submerged locomotives is no longer merely recovered symbolically. It begins finding direction through action. His dreams have not predicted a predetermined future. They have helped create the psychological conditions under which he becomes capable of choosing one. His story also clarifies why individuation cannot be confused with withdrawal from ordinary existence. Henry's particular imbalance already favors inwardness. Books, thought, contemplation, and intellectual life provide him with places of genuine value, but also with potential hiding places. More inwardness would not necessarily make him more individuated. It could preserve his avoidance. This is why the saint drives him from the cave, rather than inviting him deeper inside. The symbolic message is appropriate to the individual situation. Henry must return to the world because the world contains the developmental task he has not yet completed. For another person, the movement could be reversed. Someone absorbed by work, social expectations, status, or external achievement might need precisely the solitude Henry must temporarily leave behind. A person whose identity has disappeared inside a relationship might require separation rather than commitment. Someone dominated by instinct might need greater conscious discipline, while a personality trapped in excessive control might need greater access to spontaneity. Individuation has no universally correct outward appearance because it compensates for the particular one-sidedness of an individual life. This is also why Henry's marriage cannot be treated as the completion of his psychological development. What his analysis accomplishes is appropriate to the first half of life, a stronger and more differentiated ego capable of independence, sexuality, relationship, work, and responsibility. The self has appeared symbolically, but the deeper relationship between ego and psychic totality remains a future task. Henry has not reached the end of individuation. He has become sufficiently established in life for individuation to continue under different conditions. That distinction changes the meaning of psychological wholeness. Wholeness is not a final state in which every contradiction has been solved. The personality continues changing because life continually creates new demands. Qualities that were adaptive at 25 may become restrictive at 50. An identity painstakingly constructed during the first half of life may eventually require another transformation. The same ego strength necessary for entering the world can later become an obstacle if consciousness refuses to recognize values that achievement alone cannot satisfy. Individuation remains dynamic because the relationship between conscious and unconscious life never becomes permanently settled. The self represents this larger process without becoming something the ego can finally possess. Images of circles, mandalas, stones, divine figures, children, and centered arrangements point toward totality precisely because consciousness cannot stand outside the psyche and comprehend that totality completely. The ego participates within the whole it seeks to understand. Complete self-knowledge is therefore impossible in principle. Every discovery changes the standpoint from which the next unknown is encountered. This limitation is not a failure of psychological development. It protects development from becoming another fantasy of mastery. The goal is not to illuminate every corner of the unconscious until nothing mysterious remains. Such an ambition would reproduce the same one-sided rational attitude that many of the symbols in this journey repeatedly correct. The unconscious remains psychologically necessary partly because consciousness remains partial. The unknown continues compensating, disturbing, and expanding whatever conscious identity becomes established. A mature relationship with symbols therefore requires humility without credulity. Dreams deserve attention because they can reveal psychological realities consciousness has neglected, but they should not be obeyed as supernatural commands. Archetypal images deserve respect because their emotional force can exceed personal experience, but encountering one does not make the dreamer chosen, enlightened, or superior. Mythological parallels can deepen interpretation, but they cannot replace personal associations. The symbol must remain connected to the actual life in which it appears. The same principle applies culturally. Modern consciousness cannot simply restore the symbolic universe of earlier civilizations by deciding to believe in it again. The historical transformation has already occurred. Scientific knowledge, secularization, psychological awareness, and changes in collective institutions have altered the conditions under which inherited symbols function. The old images can remain meaningful, but their vitality cannot be guaranteed merely by repetition. A symbol becomes alive when it again mediates between consciousness and an experience that cannot yet be completely expressed. This helps explain why symbolic forms continue appearing even where traditional religious structures have weakened. Modern art fragments the visible world and searches beneath appearances. Geometric forms return stripped of their older theological certainty. Matter itself becomes mysterious. Chance enters the creative process and introduces something conscious intention did not plan. Artists rediscover ancient and non-Western forms while simultaneously discovering that the original symbolic worlds surrounding those forms cannot simply be recreated. Culture loses a shared center, but continues producing images organized around the search for one. The private dream becomes especially important within this condition because it demonstrates that symbolic activity does not depend entirely upon inherited cultural belief. A modern person can dream an initiation without participating consciously in an initiation ritual. He can dream a descent, monster, sacred center, wise old figure, death, rebirth, or conjunction without deliberately constructing a mythological narrative. The psyche continues generating symbolic forms because the psychological experiences represented by those forms have not disappeared. The result is a peculiar modern responsibility. Earlier symbolic systems often supplied collective interpretations before the individual encountered the experience personally. Modern consciousness increasingly has to negotiate meaning without that certainty. This freedom allows a more individual relationship with symbols, but it also creates opportunities for arbitrary interpretation, inflation, projection, and self-deception. The absence of dogma does not automatically produce psychological wisdom. Jung's approach, therefore, demands an unusual balance. Consciousness must become receptive without becoming gullible, rational without becoming reductive, psychologically curious without turning every coincidence into revelation, and respectful of the unconscious without surrendering judgment to it. The relationship resembles dialogue more than obedience. The ego speaks, the unconscious responds, consciousness evaluates what appears, life provides consequences, and new symbolic material emerges from the altered situation. This process can never be completed once and for all because each response changes the psychological field. A dream may reveal a projection, and withdrawing that projection changes a relationship. The changed relationship produces new emotional realities. Those realities create new conflicts, which may generate new dreams. Psychological development therefore unfolds less like solving a puzzle and more like participating in an ongoing conversation, whose next question becomes visible only after the previous one has been lived. The same structure can be seen in Henry's 9 months of analysis. No single dream contains the complete solution. Meaning accumulates through sequence. The first journey establishes a problem, that later dreams differentiate. The animals deepen it. The trapper changes Henry's relationship with what seemed primitive. The beetles bring shadow material closer to consciousness. The prostitute and saint transform the sexual-spiritual opposition. The dying man gives existential urgency to the conflict. The final masculine integration prepares Henry to act. Each dream becomes intelligible partly through what came before and what follows afterward. The psyche therefore tells its story through development rather than isolated messages. A symbol belongs to a process. Its significance may not become visible until months or years later, when another image reveals what the earlier one had begun. This is why symbolic interpretation benefits from patience. The urge to establish definitive meaning immediately can prevent consciousness from observing how the image itself develops. There is something profoundly human in this incompleteness. People rarely understand the decisive periods of their lives while living through them. The meaning of a relationship, crisis, departure, failure, obsession, or dream often changes retrospectively because later experience reveals what the earlier event was preparing. Symbols participate in this temporal structure. They can anticipate psychological possibilities before consciousness possesses the experience necessary to understand them. The dream may know before the dreamer does, but it knows symbolically. It does not provide the finished explanation. That gap between image and understanding is where consciousness must develop. If the symbol explained itself completely, nothing would be required from the individual except obedience. Instead, the dreamer must associate, question, compare, feel, discriminate, decide, and eventually act. The unknown becomes psychologically productive because it demands participation. This is perhaps the deepest reason symbols remain indispensable. They do not eliminate the distance between consciousness and the greater psyche. They make that distance traversable. They provide forms through which something not yet understood can nevertheless be encountered, remembered, contemplated, and gradually integrated. A person begins by asking what the dream means. Over time, another question becomes more important. What relationship to this image is my life asking me to develop? The shift is subtle but decisive. The first question seeks information. The second accepts transformation. And once that transformation begins, the dream no longer belongs only to the night. The shadow appears in relationships. Projection becomes visible in attraction and conflict. The neglected instinct enters decisions. The unlived capacity demands expression. The symbolic death becomes an actual relinquishment. The journey becomes a departure. The recovered fire becomes warmth, passion, creativity, or courage carried consciously into the world. This is where man and his symbols ultimately leaves us. Not with a secret code through which every image can be decoded, and not with a promise that psychological wholeness can become permanent. It leaves us with a way of recognizing that conscious life exists inside a greater psychological reality, and that symbols continually mediate the relationship between them. To encounter a symbol seriously is to admit that something within us may already be moving before the conscious personality understands where it is being asked to go. The task is neither to worship that movement nor to silence it. The task is to enter into relationship with it, to discover what it reveals about the life already being lived, and then to accept the responsibility of deciding what deserves to become conscious reality. In that sense, the final meaning of the symbol can never remain inside the symbol itself. It must eventually be tested against relationship, choice, consequence, limitation, and time, because psychological meaning becomes complete only when it acquires a place within existence. The unconscious can produce the image, but consciousness must determine how to answer it. The psyche can reveal the road, but the individual must decide whether to travel. And perhaps this is the most enduring insight left by Jung's symbolic psychology. The unknown within us is not asking to replace the life we consciously live. It is asking to participate in what that life may still become.